Chapter 1: The Screenwriting System. Qianlong Country, H City. Inside a luxurious villa, the young and handsome Gu Baichen was eating breakfast made by the chef while enjoying a massage from the maid. He was a crossover with the status of a second-generation rich man. When Gu Baichen had just crossed over, his original parents had died for some reason, leaving him with only a huge inheritance. Like all travelers, Gu Baichen was bound to a system. However, this system had previously been in the middle of activation until today. Ding! The screenwriting system has been loaded and is in the process of connecting. Drop! A suitable host has been found. May I ask the human, Your Excellency Gu Baichen, if he is willing to bind? A voice suddenly sounded in his mind, his tone very respectful. Bind. In addition, tell me why you are here. Also, what is your function? Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for successfully binding, and has obtained a novice resource pack. Ding. The host does not have enough authority to answer. Ding. The system functions have been synchronized and delivered to the host's mind. Please check it yourself. Just as the system's words fell, Gu Baichen realized that his eyes blinked violently. Such a picture appeared in his mind. In the midst of the boundless chaos, there were behemoths whose appearance could not be seen and were difficult to describe in words that were slowly wandering in the starry sky. For no reason at all, Gu Baichen felt a sense of palpitations. He frowned slightly, stunned in his heart. What is this thing? As if hearing his question, the system's voice sounded once again. Host, the blue planet you are on is about to be invaded by an otherworldly world. Humanity will face an unprecedented disaster. Please prepare yourself. Gu Baichen's pupils instantly shrunk. System, are you saying that Blue Star is about to receive a monster invasion soon? How much time is left? According to the trajectory projection, there are 3 years left. Asterisk. He immediately felt that the maid's massage strength didn't smell good anymore. Originally, he was living a good life as a rich second generation, and thought that he would have some new opportunities after the system was activated. However, he did not expect to hear such a message. This was asking him to be the savior. But soon, he adjusted his mindset. World fusion, monster invasion, these were all things he couldn't stop. The arrival of the system was to help him save himself and this planet. First of all, the name of the system was Screenwriter System. As the name implies, Gu Baichen was able to create a script through the system. As long as these scripts created an impact, they would be able to gain script writing points. The greater the impact, the more screenwriting points were gained. And there were many uses for script writing points. They could be used to materialize characters, or to enhance Gu Baichen's strength, or in enriching the content in the scripts, brainstorming with renditions, and so on. It was simply all-purpose. System, open the newbie gift pack. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 advanced character card, 2 intermediate, and 5 beginner, accompanied by a copy of the manuscript to be confirmed for editing. Character card, the system produces, must be a fine product. The card is divided into low, medium and high, special, super, ultimate, and mythological 7 different levels of cards. Different levels can create different levels of characters. Come and create your favorite characters. Manuscript, used in conjunction with the character cards. It allows the content of the script to materialize into reality. Note, all system-created script characters are disposable, and extra screenwriting points need to be paid for their materialization. Within the scope of the script, the host will have absolute domination over the actors, and will not have to worry about any dangers. Very well. After dispelling his worries, Gu Baichen stroked his chin and fell into thought. What kind of script should I create? After understanding the system's functions, combined with the news that monsters were about to invade Blue Star, Gu Baichen had an immature idea in his mind. He was prepared to change the world's perceptions while harvesting scriptwriter points by building one script after another. Let them prepare in advance for the otherworldly invasion afterwards. After all, Gu Baichen didn't want to. By then, under the invasion of the otherworldly monsters, all the humans of Blue Star had fallen in battle, leaving him alone. Then wouldn't he really be the only one left? However, after thinking for a while, Gu Baichen couldn't come up with any clues. Suddenly, his eyes glanced at the TV in front of him. In the TV, the program Archaeology Forum was still playing. The images being broadcast were of archaeologists and history experts sitting together discussing matters concerning archaeological excavations. The corner of Gu Baichen's mouth drew up a smile. There's a way. Hey. Is it 110? I'm turning myself in. Save me out. Comrade. What kind of trouble are you in? Comrade police. It's like this. I, Li Disi, am a professional thief. No. I'm a folk archaeology enthusiast. I've now discovered a mysterious tomb. It's too scary. I'm now reporting it to the GUO family. Please come and save me out. What? You are now robbing the tomb? Stay where you are. Don't move. Don't destroy the artifacts. Tell us your location. I don't know where this is. This place is weird. It has the power of a curse. I don't know where I am. You're wasting police power but you're going to be happy with the package? Are you sure you're lost in the tomb? Any more detailed information? H city, suburb, right. Oh my god, what evil has hit me? Old Lee, this is actually a tomb from the Yu dynasty. Don't talk nonsense. Isn't that wild history? Sir, tomb rating? No. Archaeology Lee Desai, am a professional. You can't question my expertise. After hanging up the phone, Lee Desai wiped his forehead in cold sweat. OMG. Almost balked at the truth. What can be done about this? Not only that, Lee Desai's body was trembling slightly, as if he had thought of some horrible image. Yu Chao. That was a story he had heard since he was a child. The Yu dynasty was the last dynasty of the Qianlong kingdom, which had once flourished for a while, but unfortunately suffered an apocalyptic catastrophe. The entire dynasty, hundreds of millions of people, were killed. After the destruction of the Yu dynasty, the emperor ordered the construction of a huge mausoleum to honor his ancestors. That mausoleum was called Yu City. In the story that Lee Desai heard from the old man when he was young, the tomb was so weird that it was found in every dynasty. Yu Cheng buried all the evil, and the place where he was just now was at the entrance of the tomb of Yu Cheng. Imagining the horrifying scenes in the catacombs, he couldn't help but shiver. Although this was just a story, he always felt a creepy feeling. Lee Desai swallowed his saliva and tried to stabilize his mind. Don't be afraid. It's just a story. At this time, he suddenly felt a lightness in his body. Vaguely, he heard a soft and pleasant singing sound. Light and darkness are intertwined. Good and evil are hard to discern. This is the cycle of reincarnation. It is extraordinary. It is impossible to speculate. Our existence is like the union of angels and demons. We should not exist and were born because of the light. Life on earth is bittersweet. We should not be sad, much less suffer. The singing voice ghostly appeared and surrounded Lee Desai's ears. Who? Lee Desai stiffened. The singing voice seemed to come from the depths of the distant sky, ethereal and melodious, yet full of compelling charm. As the voice gradually drifted into Lee Desai's ears, his eyes slowly lost focus. The land of Dayu is covered with yellow sand, and the winding rivers converge into magnificent rivers and mountains. All along. The next moment, a strong sense of vertigo came. His eyes went black. Crap. Chapter 2, Straight Talk. When he opened his eyes again, what met his eyes was the snow-white ceiling. He's awake. Awake? Outside the ward, two voices sounded almost simultaneously. Lee Desai twisted his head and saw a man and a woman standing at the door. The man was wearing a uniform, his face serious and meticulous. As for the woman, she was very good-looking, and between her eyebrows, she revealed a heroic spirit. Where's the doctor? Hurry up and call the doctor. I want to be discharged. Lee Desai recognized the other party's identity, and with a weak heart, he only wanted to leave in a hurry. Don't rush, He Xingguang soothed. You're not in any serious trouble. Let's talk first. Lee Desai was silent. Not willing to chat with me? He Xingguang said with a wry smile. Lee Desai gritted his teeth and finally compromised. Just tell me what you want to ask. I know I made a mistake, but officer, I really accidentally got lost and inadvertently found that tomb. I'm a greatly good citizen. Ha, a good citizen? He Xingguang snorted and laughed. A good citizen would go digging up someone else's grave? Lee Desai was stunned and was dumbfounded, not daring to retort. What era is this? We still don't know about your great achievements. Don't you think so, Lieutenant Lee? The female police officer beside He Xingguang chimed in. Lee Desai was embarrassed. Well, playing sloppy is useless. Even a bullish mouth couldn't compare to modern technology. Lee Desai, male, 37 years old. I don't want to mention his childhood flirtations. His teacher is a Maoshan magician, specializing in divination, feng shui, organs, yin and yang, and so on. These, in the eyes of some people, may be very powerful, but in modern society, they are nothing at all. Lee Desai worked as a security guard in a company, and usually spent the rest of his time, besides working, eating and raiding tombs. Occasionally, he would also study feng shui, but he wasn't much interested in this aspect. Instead, it was the ancient tombs that were his pleasure in this humdrum life. Lee Desai, how do you explain what happened yesterday? Lu Yimei walked over to the hospital bed and took out a recorder. Ahem, that what? I was just curious and wanted to go explore a bit. Lee Desai gave a sarcastic smile. I didn't expect that the tomb would be so evil. Oh, my Maoshan lineage has always had the saying of heaven's eyes. I knew a little bit about it and thought that I had gotten lucky, but I didn't expect to see something unclean. And then, I was trapped inside, Lee Desai said weakly. And then later, I was saved by you guys. Oh, heavens I pass? He Xingguang raised his eyebrows. Their profession was inherently dangerous. and they knew all sorts of cases like the back of their hands. They couldn't say they were completely unconvinced by some of the somewhat arcane matters. If Lee Desai wanted to make up for his crimes, it would be unlikely that he would make it up. Coupled with the fact that the recorder was specially made with a lie detector function, Lee Desai's words still had a certain degree of belief. Yes, it's the heavens I pass. Lee Desai nodded solemnly. In their faction, they were quite knowledgeable about the path of observing chi. Lee Desai relied on this to make a living, and he could be certain that he had indeed encountered an unimaginable ancient tomb. It was just that there were dangers inside as well. If it is the tomb of an ancient nobleman, usually the chi-lux silk threads are green in color. The denser the chi-lux silk threads were, then it proved that the higher the status and wealth of the owner of that ancient tomb was. If it was the tomb of a prince, then it would show purple color. But what did he, Lee Desai, observe? 7 colors. This is an even rarer and more rare form of luck than the golden color. Even the ancient emperors couldn't hope for it. It's unbelievable. With this kind of chance in front of him, it made Lee Desai not even bother to consider the dangers involved. Then tell me, what's inside that ancient tomb? I'm not sure. Lee Desai shook his head. I just arrived at the entrance of that ancient tomb, saw a few ancient words, and then got trapped inside. A few words? He Xingguang frowned. I can't read them either, but the weird thing is that I seem to understand what he meant. It seems to be forever suppressing the mountains and rivers. Hearing these words, He Xingguang and Lu Jiayi behind him glanced at each other, both seeing the grave color in the other's eyes. Eternal suppression of mountains and rivers? He Xingguang muttered. Then he looked at Lee Desai with a sharp gaze. Are you sure? Lee Desai shook his head and was just about to continue talking about the bizarre song. Buzz. Just as he was about to continue, He Xingguang's phone suddenly vibrated. He pulled out his cell phone and pressed the answer button, and on the other end of the phone, a low and majestic voice came out. How's the interrogation going? Lin Ju, Lee Desai confessed. He said that he dived into the tomb to look for treasure because he realized that the tomb was extraordinary. Well, the tomb is indeed not simple. The two of them chatted for a few moments before He Xingguang hung up the phone and looked at him with a somewhat complicated face. Officer, you're not going to arrest me directly, are you? Lee Desai looked at He Xingguang somewhat timidly. He Xingguang shook his head and said after a moment of contemplation, the situation this time is a bit special. Your offense will be reported upwards. Whether or not the sentence can be reduced depends on your performance. No matter what the punishment is, I admit it. I just beg you to put in a good word for me more. I will cooperate well with the work. Lee Desai said with a crying face. Now you know you're afraid? He Xingguang rolled his eyes. According to the preliminary judgment of the Cultural Relics Bureau, this was indeed an ancient tomb. But just what age it was and how much it was really worth had already exceeded the survey team's knowledge. According to that Professor Shue's current judgment, the history presented by this ancient tomb was at least 3,000 years old. But is this possible? A 3,000-year-old tomb that has been preserved to this day? And the stone monument erected at the entrance of the tomb could still give people illusions. If it wasn't for the fact that this was Lin Ju's own words, he would have been skeptical of materialism. Don't worry, He Xingguang sighed. I'll help you fight for leniency. Lee Desai sniffed and nodded his head. Thank you, officer. Soon after, under the influence of the case trial and survey report submitted by the public security of H City, the higher-ups attached great importance to it and sent an expert group, as well as with the cooperation of the army. The archaeologists took a helicopter and came to H City for inspection. After the expert group of cultural relics talk, they initially concluded that these tombs is true, and the age is extremely long. If these are really Yu Dynasty tombs, then they will personally open a new chapter in history. Through a vote, they chose tomorrow to officially hold a press conference on the archaeological discovery, and through the way of the whole network live broadcast, to the world together to share this Yu Dynasty tomb group excavation site. After the news came out, for a while, the network fishing wheels were in an uproar. The hot news of the day on bucket strips, shaking because, Weibo, all of it. Archaeological world. There is another major discovery. Archaeologists from the Qianlong Kingdom, suspected to have discovered a legendary Yu Dynasty era tomb cluster, the Yu Dynasty tomb complex, a bizarre ancient mystery. Who is the owner? Tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. The archaeological press conference will be held in H City. We won't see each other again. Grave robbers gone mad. A mysterious curse is suspected to exist in the 1,000-year-old tombs. Countless netizens have reprinted it. Countless media outlets vied for coverage. The eyes of the entire Qianlong Kingdom, and even the world, were focused on this archaeological work. Gu Baichen naturally also saw the news, and after seeing it, he was instantly happy. The director and actors are in place. So now, he reached out and clicked on the character card. Let's officially begin. Chapter 3, Frescoes. The next day on time, after a great deal of publicity, the conference that has long been in the limelight and highly anticipated was held on time. Who Sweet was the first to turn on the signal, connecting to the TV station and various platforms' live broadcasts. Ladies and gentlemen, netizens, this is the scene of the descending of the tomb of the nameless ancient tomb. I am the host, Who Sweet. After a night of publicity and fermentation, the news that H City was going to carry out a new archaeology and that various experts were live-streaming the descending of the tomb had long since gained quite a bit of notoriety, coupled with the early arrangements from above. As soon as the staff of the various platforms saw the opening of the live broadcast, they immediately gave a recommendation. Therefore, the entire live broadcast room, the number of people soared. Coming. So few pop-ups? Ha, ha ha ha. Sofa. What a pretty sister. Crap. Is this the grave site? +1 upstairs. Wasn't there a press conference? Countless pop-ups floated by in the live broadcast room. With a professional smile, Who Sweet explained, "Friends, in order to facilitate the work, the press conference and the archaeological site are taking place at the same time. Please take a look at the camera first. Our staff is ready." The screen switched to the launch site. Only the venue was set up in a temporary tent. Outside of this tent, it was filled with various instruments and equipment and various materials. In the center of the tent was a huge screen with dense red line markings. "Leaders, the site is ready," the archaeological expert in charge of this time said. "We'll start the expedition right away." There was a burst of busyness. Subsequently, countless netizens followed Hu Tiany's camera and finally saw the tomb site in its entirety, only to see the original remote wasteland, 10 kilometers in circumference, all with a red cordon, a team of special fighters, unceasingly in the surrounding patrol stationed. Each team of archaeologists are followed by warriors, at the request of the person in charge, have put on white protective clothing. The netizens who saw such a big battle at the scene boiled over. I go, such a big battle, the troops are all out, so spectacular, there can't really be anything dirty in here. It's like we're making a ghost movie. Oh, I'm scared. Are you stupid upstairs? Can't you see the title? This is an archaeological site. Look, there's a stone tablet in the center. What's it for? Silly, that's used to identify the time. It's how the experts determine the dynasty. I go, upstairs is so professional. Humph, I'm a student of archaeology, and the expert group inside has my teacher. God please accept my knee. Then why are they wearing protective clothing? They even brought oxygen tanks. To prevent viruses? You don't think you can go down to the tomb directly like this? Haven't you seen tomb raiding movies? In order to prevent grave robbers from visiting their tombs, the owners of ancient tombs would put a lot of poisonous gases inside, and ordinary people would be killed if they are not careful. Bull asterisk. This is because the tomb is not ventilated for thousands of years. Those invisible microorganisms grow and are harmful to the human body. Okay, the camera pulled in and the audience finally saw the entrance to the tomb. Okay, before the action begins, let me introduce the monolith to you all. Wearing white gloves, Xuefang stepped forward and carefully introduced the patterns and seal characters on the stone monument. The stone monument is located in front of the entrance to the tomb complex. We've surveyed it in advance. It's made of very hard stone. It's engraved with the character U, and it's also embellished with Qilin iconography to indicate its identity. Xuefang said, this tomb complex is nearly 3,000 years old, and is rumored to have been built from before the Xia dynasty, by the Yu dynasty. The Yu dynasty, known as Shun instead, has undergone more than 3,000 years of reproduction and change, and there have been countless commoners buried in it. Rumor has it that all the dead of the Yu dynasty were buried together, and this, most likely, is the city of Yu, the home of that which is known as the Gothic of burial memory. What we're seeing now is only a part of it. It's definitely more exciting and thrilling inside. Whether the so-called Yu dynasty actually exists or not, we still need to wait until we go in and explore before we can come to a conclusion. However, since it's an ancient imperial tomb, there must be amazing riches hidden inside. Hopefully, we'll be able to successfully find the ancient cultural treasures. Report, detection complete. The carbon monoxide level in the air is high, but within the controllable range. Just at this time, the staff member who was testing the air in front turned around and said, well, start moving. Everyone remember to be careful. Don't fall behind, and don't touch anything. The leading professor, Wang Zhixiong, took the lead while not forgetting to exhort the crowd. The crowd responded one after another. Who Sweet also followed at the end. The entrance to the tomb that had been opened out before was just enough to allow one person to pass through. Going in turn, after that were the green and black stone steps that went all the way down, covered in moss. Carefully walked down the stone steps. Soon, a dark tunnel appeared in front of them. Exciting! I can't wait to see what's inside. Me too! The netizens chattered excitedly. Suddenly, someone on the pop-up screen posted, oh my god, I saw a ghost. Instantly, all the pop-ups exploded. Ghost? What ghost? No way. It's not fine. That's right, What kind of ghosts are there these days? Even if there are, they're probably all dead. I think something crawled out. It's possible. I saw a black shadow too. No way. You guys don't scare me. The live streaming platform exploded. The pop-ups brushing even more than just now. Hu Tian also saw the netizens' discussion, but she didn't find anything unusual either. Solely taking advantage of this opening, she hurriedly ran outside the camera lens and commanded, "Turn the camera up." A few staff members listened to the order and, according to what Hu Sweet said, turned the camera up above the entrance of the tomb complex, with the soft light shining. A painting emerged. This is tomb mural. Looking at these drawings, Wang Zhixiong, who was walking in front, immediately recognized what it was, and hurriedly picked up the special torch, hitting the light on the tunnel, and then came up to look at it. Tomb chamber murals were usually painted on the four walls and top of the chamber as well as the canal. It was only the entrance where the murals could be seen, which made the crowd present cheer in their hearts. The so-called murals actually mostly depicted the life and achievements of the deceased. A small portion of them depicted deities and holy objects, clan beliefs, the sun, moon and stars, as well as patterned decorations. These murals are important reference materials for archaeologists when they are archaeologizing many history. It was through the tomb murals that were restored. Wow, I actually saw murals at a time like this. Thank you, Anchor, for letting me witness the ancient elegance so that I didn't come here in vain. Too shocking. This is the ancient tomb of the Yu dynasty. These murals, it's almost like they're alive. I'm deaf. I can't see clearly. Anchor, dare to make the light stronger. Anchor, bravely say no. To add upstairs, when we go down to the tomb, we can't use too strong light, because the strong light can prompt the color of the plastic paintings to change, or even damage, so we generally use cold light or even dark light. Big brother again. Honestly, how many times have you gone in? Roll. As the crowd murmured, everyone looked at the mural. Sure enough, it was so. In the painting, there were humans, fierce beasts as well as birds and birds. Most crucially, what did they see? They actually saw all the creatures in the picture, all prostrate in front of a human statue, as if they were making a pilgrimage. Behind the statue was a huge palace. These palaces were very grand and magnificent. The overall impression was that of majesty and solemnity. At the main entrance of the walking palace, the statue was standing on top, looking down at everything underneath. It is the form of a middle-aged man. The face is heroic, the cheeks are full, and the eyes are deep. A majestic appearance. Vaguely, it was as if the crowd had transcended time and saw the man's domineering, disdainful look, just standing there. Everything in the world was under his feet. Chapter 4, Town. Demon? Hiss. Did you guys see that? Saw it. The baby said it peed. Could it be? Did we just really go back in time? It can't be, can it? Maybe it's our illusion? Who knows? There are always a lot of things in this world that science can't explain. The netizens discussed in panic. The netizens who saw it through the device were still like this, not to mention the professionals and warriors present. They had long been scared stiff, and that feeling was as if they weren't beings from a different dimension. There were even 2 staff members who couldn't endure the fear in their hearts and screamed out, turning around and fleeing out. What to do? A warrior asked the leader. Wang Zhixiong, look before you leave. Wang Zhixiong said through gritted teeth. Yes, everyone doesn't need to worry. These are just ordinary murals. They don't have the power to kill. Perhaps it's due to the magnetic field that made us hallucinate. Wang Zhixiong encouraged the crowd. Illusion? Yes, let's continue watching. Make sure to record the whole thing. Wang Zhixiong said. Hearing this, the crowd also quieted down and silently looked at the mural on the wall. Amazingly enough, when looking at the Yingwu Man mural again, it was as if it had lost its vigor, and could no longer attract the attention of the crowd. At this time, their eyes were all fixed on a pattern on the stone pillar on the other side. A long crack appeared on the ground. Not only that, on the walls on both sides of the crack, there were also several cracks on each side, spreading down like a spider's web, densely spread throughout the entire mural. These tiny cracks formed a secretive and mysterious pattern of lines. Upon a closer look, the crowd realized that these cracks combined together were like a vertical eye that was peering at them. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What the hell? OMG. Scared the hell out of me. Quickly turn it off. Turn it off. That thing is back. It's real. You guys run. On the internet, countless netizens frantically swiped the screen and warned, please relax. This is a sight caused by the age and cracks in the murals. It won't cause substantial danger. Please don't be too nervous. Wang Zhixiong was also taken aback, but he himself took the lead and dutifully pacified the crowd. However, he had overlooked one point. That is, it wasn't just the murals that were oozing. There were other things as well. Bang bang bang. A shot rang out, breaking the silence. Take cover. Enemy attack. Zhang Heng shouted up and led the way to take cover. The other warriors also reacted quickly, running around to hide. but they were human beings after all, and in the midst of this narrow tunnel, there simply wasn't much of a place to hide. Day. The sound of gunshots continued to ring out, accompanied by miserable screams. Black gas erupted from the depths. Within moments, 5 or 6 warriors were engulfed in it. Back off! Back off! The remaining warriors desperately took cover, trying to get the experts to evacuate first. The crowd was bordering one another, and for a while, the entire team was in complete chaos. What is this thing? A warrior rushed forward, trying to stop the black shadow, yet before he could get close, he was sucked in. Damn it! Zhang Heng's face changed drastically when he saw this. He hurriedly retreated towards the back. However, his movements were half a beat slower. By the time he realized the crisis was coming, it was already too late. Huffing, the wind whistled as darkness enveloped the area. Zhang Heng could only crouch and sit on the ground holding his head, praying that it would never hurt him. However, the expected pain was delayed. When he opened his eyes, he saw that he was crouching on the ground, and around him, there was a mess. What is the operation of the talisman paper? He only saw Wang Zhixiong pull out a pile of talisman paper from the small bag he was carrying, and busily pasted it onto that black shadow. At once, everything returned to calm. What's going on here? Zhang Heng stared blankly at the scene in front of him. In this world, was there actually such an operation? Phew, it's finally over. Wang Zhixiong wiped a handful of sweat and retrieved the last pile of talisman paper in his hand into his bag, while sighing thankfully. I didn't think that kid Xuefeng really didn't lie to me, and that Li Desai is really something. This talisman paper really works. Why are you all looking at me like this? Wang Zhixiong raised his head and swept his gaze around, discovering that no matter if it was his students or colleagues, or the official soldiers and warriors all had an expression of "you are teasing me." Oi. What kind of expressions are you guys having? He coughed awkwardly and explained. Didn't you guys see it clearly just now? It was the talisman that saved us. Those few warriors weren't seriously hurt either. They just fainted temporarily. I know. We all saw it. Zhang Han let out a bitter smile. But you're too exaggerated. What's wrong with that? Wang Zhixiong said rightfully. Our Xianlong Kingdom's ancestor founded a profound Taoist spell, so it's not worth being surprised, is it? Well, Zhang Han shook his head and did not continue speaking. Instead, it was the same time next to him who suddenly asked, Old Wang, where did these talisman papers come from? Oh, this was handed over to me by my apprentice so that I could try it out in case of an accident, and I didn't expect it to really work wonders. Wang Zhixiong touched his nose, and laughed he. You guys are not seeing, the way those warriors were haunted by the black shadows. It was almost as if they were possessed by ghosts. Ha. The other party also laughed. However, since we have these talismans, I don't think there's any need for us to be afraid of this thing. The big deal is that we'll just spend time with it. It's better to be careful. There's not much left of this thing. After seeing the mural we'll go out and have a meeting before we discuss it. Okay, at your disposal, Professor. There seems to be handwriting. A scholarly-looking female doctor pointed to a location on the wall and said, Don't move. Come here quickly. There's writing here. When Wang Zhixiong heard this, he was in a hurry. He hurriedly grabbed the special torch in his hand and rushed over, checking it with the help of the faint light. Oh my god. This is ancient Sanskrit. These words, so familiar. The moment they saw the handwriting, thoughts popped into their minds that they simply couldn't grasp and capture. Are you guys sure that what you're seeing is ancient Sanskrit? Wang Zhixiong pondered for a moment, raised his head to look at the several doctors beside him, and said with a stony brow, they were all experts in the study of ancient Chinese. They definitely knew about ancient Sanskrit. We're sure. Me too. I once read quite a few history books about ancient Egypt, so I know a bit more about this area. The handwriting of this ancient script is exactly the same as the ancient script in the historical records, so there shouldn't be any mistakes. Yes, it's this kind of handwriting. What's written? Several people passed it around to each other, and the more they looked at it, the more shocked their faces became. What's wrong? Seeing the stony faces of several people, the other warriors asked suspiciously. The writing seems to be Yangzhen, Mountain River? It's not right. An old professor who was quite old and extremely qualified said, Mountain River is not like this. Although Mountain River has a similar form, the handwriting is very different from it. It is definitely not the word Mountain River. Could it be that? This too? Really suppress what not? It can't be. This is not scientific. The crowd speculated with their mouths agape. At this time, however, Wang Zhixiong suddenly said, No, you guys look again. He stretched out his index finger and pointed at a certain spot on the wall. Here, there's still handwriting. A few people sniffed and looked, and sure enough, they found a line of radicals on the mural. This up and down. It seems like 2 sentences. Concubine. It's written like this. Concubine. For the king. Yangzhen. Mountains and rivers? No, It's a demon. Chapter 5, Loss of Contact. It's going to be a disaster. Watching the screen freeze as several experts fearfully uttered the demon. In the outside conference room, Lee Deci exclaimed. Here was a collection of scholars and experts from all sides of the country. There are even the Ministry of Culture, the Cultural Relics Bureau, the leaders of the warrior forces and so on sitting next to each other. There is any need, they can be dispatched at any time to arrange. So it could be seen that the senior management of Xianlonghua, the importance of this archaeological excavation. Little Li, what do you mean by that? Lin Xiangxing looked at Li Desai in the corner. Li Desai stood up at his words. He walked over and pointed his finger at the image of the cracks passing through the chamber and slowly said, Gentlemen, please look. I have just observed that the cracks on both sides of the mural, which originally didn't exist when I was exploring, indicate that it was most likely caused after we saw the first mural. And, saying this, he glanced at Lin Xiangxing, the head of the local police, and added in a low voice, according to the painting style of the mural, I feel that. What's the point? The crowd all frowned at the words. It's not that there's a preoccupation, but I've seen a sentence on the side of the mural. Li Deci said seriously. After looking around the week, he slowly said, I once read a lot of materials, especially history books about Buddhism, Vaticanism and Nicaea, etc. And I know a lot about the historical allusions of these three religions. In Buddhism, there is an aphorism called Eternal Town that is used to warn people. As far as I know, this aphorism has this meaning. Buddha believed that the world was forged by the power of all beings, and that mortals possessed the power to destroy everything. Therefore, he placed a huge stone in the middle of the crowd, so that the worldly power was blocked from all beings. And the purpose of this was to hope that ordinary people would never violate such a rule, or else even the gods would not be able to protect them, but would instead descend to punish them. So, this is the so-called Eternal Town, signifying never to set foot in it. After saying that, Li Deci's expression was slightly complicated as he looked at the cracks within the chamber, obviously counting the time before me, plus this time, whatever's inside, might be affected to come out. As soon as his words left his mouth, the entire room fell into dead silence. It took a long time before a clamor erupted. What are you babbling about? A chief of the military department glared at him with rounded eyes and angrily rebuked. I'm not bull ******** ting. If you guys want to think this is alarmist talk then feel free. Li Deci calmly said. Although he was just an ordinary warlock, he had his own pride, and he firmly believed that his judgment was not wrong. Not to mention, he hadn't even said anything about that mysterious song. I believe Big Four's words. Right at this moment, He Xingguang suddenly said. The crowd was stunned. Then they all shifted their targets and looked at He Xingguang, only to see that He Xingguang was looking thoughtful. You believe Li Deci? What he says may not be accurate. Yeah, this is too much of an exaggeration. He Xingguang shook his head. No, what he says may not be inaccurate, but he won't believe it either. Otherwise, what is the explanation for those talismans? When these words were said, the crowd fell into hesitation again. After all, that was mysterious rune paper. If it was really like what Li Desai said, what was buried inside was an extremely terrifying evil ghost, then wouldn't that mean that this place had turned into a ghost domain? Let's not discuss this matter for now. Let Professor Wang and the others exit. Lin Xiangxing interrupted the crowd's conversation. It's fine. The officer nodded and immediately picked up the walkie-talkie to contact Wang Jixiong. Can't get through. How? Stunned, the crowd hurriedly looked for the walkie-talkie and realized that it was off. There can't really be an evil spirit, a female researcher said with trepidation. She was petite and wearing a white lab coat. She looked a little weak. Don't think blindly. This is the equipment of the science team. It's not like the other tombs haven't been tried before. It won't be affected. Lin Xiangxing chided. The female researcher spat out her fragrant tongue and said with some fear, Oh, I won't say it. At this time, Li Desai took out a wooden box from a cabinet, and he carefully opened the lid, revealing what was inside. It was a palm-sized copper bell. He raised the copper bell above his head and softly chanted a few incantations, then blew towards it. Buzz, accompanied by a clear and pleasant sound. The copper bell steeply lit up with a shimmering light. Li Desai raised his head to look at the copper bell. This is a magic weapon passed down from ancient times in my school, called the soul-inviting bell, which can summon and calm the yin qi and dispel ghosts and demons. Soul-inviting bell. As soon as Li Desai's words fell, he saw the originally calm entrance of the tomb suddenly flicker with a light blue shimmering light. This light was as if it was like a firefly, constantly flickering. Now is the best chance. There's not much time if a rescue is to be carried out. Li Deci put away the soul-invoking bell and laughed. Go! Let's go take a look. The crowd rose with grave faces and followed the entrance. The darkness in front of their eyes dissipated and disappeared, and there was even a small amount of sunlight spilling onto the ground. When Lin Xiangxing and the others saw the sight in front of them, hard to conceal excitement appeared on their faces. Quickly test the instruments and equipment. See if we can make contact, the officer commanded urgently. I'll be right there. Almost at the same moment, everyone present began to tense up. They held their breath, hoping to hear a miracle. Click, click, click. The sound of the airwaves activating continued to ring out. Soon, someone shouted, "Someone's talking. Hello, hello, this is the logistics meeting. What's the situation? Please reply if you receive. This is Chief Logistics Commander Lu Wenshan. How is the situation? Roger, please reply. Report. This is Zip. Things are not looking good. We can't. Zitsy. What?" Hearing the words coming from the opposite side, all the top brass present lost their voices. Order them to evacuate immediately. Immediately. Lu Wenshan held back his anger and ordered in a deep voice. Report. The radio signals are all gone. The signal tower has also suffered an unknown attack and has been completely damaged. There's no information from the radio station either. We have completely lost contact with Professor Wang and the others. Both the radio station and the signal tower have been attacked? How is this possible? Lu Wenshan's face was unsightly. No matter who it is, there's only one possibility for this situation. The other party has a way to shield the signals and directly destroy our communication facilities. Such a means is never done by anyone. We have to hurry up and confirm their well-being before we can do so. What should we do now? Someone worriedly inquired. These words instantly caused everyone to fall into silence. What to do? How would they know what to do? Go straight in. Go in? But, if we go in case there really is some kind of terrifying existence there, won't we be sheep in a tiger's mouth? Since we dare to come here, we have the courage to face all dangers, Lu Wenshan coldly shouted, then said, all combatants, with weapons, split into 3 groups. Each 2 are responsible for protecting a group of medical personnel. The remaining 2 will stay in the camp. The rest will follow me into the depths of the ancient tomb. Remember, must pay attention to the safety. Yes, I do have a suggestion. We might as well use strong lighting to see what's in front of us first, so that we can act more securely. Good idea. Lu Wenshan nodded. By now it's not a matter of considering the damage to the ancient tomb, and immediately ordered, give me a light strong illumination. Yes, sir. A few moments later, a beam of light shot on the tunnel in front of them, reflecting a white fluorescence inside the dark cave. With the help of the light, the crowd got a good look at the tunnel and were immediately creeped out. The entire cave was covered with white skeletons. Some had complete skeletons, while others were mutilated, and some were humanoid. Oh my god, these skeletons. A female doctor was so scared that she lost her color. There is indeed a problem. Li Dixi narrowed his eyes. In here, there must be something odd. Hopefully it won't be too tragic. Otherwise our mission this time is considered a complete failure. It was clearly the same tunnel, as if it was 2 spaces, and what was now in front of everyone's eyes was the real passageway. Chapter 6, The heat is on. Professor Wang, we've lost contact with the outside world. On the other side, Professor Wang and the others had arrived at a new world. All the expert soldiers were gathered together, their brows filled with a look of gravity. Just as they retreated back, their vision began to turn upside down and change. It ended up in an even wider open area. Many coffins were placed here, huge in number and as dense as rain, each made of wood with exquisite and mysterious patterns engraved on the lids, revealing a vicissitude and heavy aura. In the center of this empty tomb, there is even a huge altar, which is about 3 meters high, around which stand 9 thick and incomparable metal pillars, on which are carved lifelike dragons and snakes, and behind the altar, a huge boulder stretched across, blocking the way. Professor Wang looked at the surroundings and pondered for a moment. It seems like we are trapped here. The pattern of this ancient tomb is too complicated. I'm afraid we'll have to put in some effort to find a way to escape. Professor, do you have a solution? Hearing this, everyone looked at him with anticipation on their faces. There is currently nothing to be found. Professor Wang shook his head inside. Our detection equipment has malfunctioned, and according to my judgment, the magnetic field interference here is extremely severe. What can we do then? Hearing this, everyone's faces instantly turned somber. All of the scientific researchers present were Xianlong country's treasures, and if they were to be lost, it was feared that Xianlong country would have to endure another blow. I did think of a way. Just as everyone's minds were troubled, a somewhat rattled voice rang out abruptly. It was Hu Sweet. Oh, what have you discovered? Everyone looked in unison at Hu Sweet, the reporter who followed the team closely. It's just, I don't know why. The signal of the live broadcast room wasn't affected. The live broadcast is still continuing. Hu Sweet lowered her head and explained in a small voice. As these words fell, everyone was slightly stunned. Reporter, who means that your live broadcast just now is still continuing? Zheng Hong inquired with a frown. I'm sorry, I know it shouldn't have been broadcasted, but it happened so suddenly that I didn't have time to stop it. Sorry. Hu Tianyi lowered her head and spoke. It's okay, This matter is weird in itself. Broadcast it. Maybe the netizens in the live broadcast room can even give us a hand, Professor Wang said with a smile. These words in turn attracted many people to nod their heads. After all, it's all come to this predicament. All means that can be utilized can't be missed. Soon, the live broadcast screen switched. Hootsuite didn't hesitate, and immediately took the microphone and spoke. Fellow viewers, we've had a bit of an accident, so please don't panic. Our current location is the interior of a giant ancient tomb, and after entering this ancient tomb, we have encountered many bizarre things, Hu Tianyi said, and then recounted her experience of entering the ancient tomb in detail. As these words came, the pop-ups in the live broadcast room exploded wildly. Crap! No way! Sister Hootsuite, don't be afraid, tell us it's just a fictionalized story. Upstairs, fictional my ass, this is absolutely real. I've just been watching. The black shadow came out even if it's not. Directly behind the spatial transfer? Hiss, all seniors experts all right. May peace. No, I want to call the police. The pop-ups on the screen were scrolling rapidly, catching Hu Tianyi a bit off guard. And after the fermentation of the canal incident just now, more and more people were attracted to it and flocked to the live broadcast room. Especially after the previous footage of the canal talisman suppressing the black shadow flowed out. Everyone was shocked. This TM sure it's not teasing me. A small hand shaking, the rune paper directly burned away, and the exorcism of the evil retreated and dispersed. Who can withstand this? My mom. What the hell is this world? Cowpuncher. Begging for a teaching method. 6666. Upstairs. Aren't you a big brother? Hurry up and share your experience. Ha, I'm in archaeology. Not rune paper, but isn't rune paper generally used to suppress evil? I think it should be similar to our ancient craft of burning paper, invoking souls and sacrificing to ancestors. Upstairs, you're so right. I once read the Mao Shan sect, which recorded the use of talismanic rune paper. Let me tell you, a group of netizens talked and discussed, but the heat was getting higher and higher. 1 million, 5 million, 10 million. The number of people in the live broadcast room of a certain station reached the feared 10 million level. If you counted the other platforms and broadcasts, that would be close to tens of millions of people watching at the same time. This was a popularity that their archaeological forum had never seen before. Seeing the number of people on the screen, Hu Tian froze. Although she knew that live broadcasts would attract a large number of fans, she had never seen how live broadcasts could actually reach such a level, especially since the metaphysics piece had brought such an impact on regular people that it was hard to believe. Let me do it. Wang Zhixiong took the microphone in Hu Tian's hand and took a deep breath. Today we have encountered many strange things, and there will be many people questioning whether we are faking it, thinking that we are the ones who have staged a gimmick. All of this does not matter. The fact that we didn't pinch the live broadcast is to show an attitude to all of you. He finished and paused for a second. Looking around, we don't know what we will encounter next, but if, netizen friends, when you see anything else that can help us with clues, please leave us a message, please. Just after Wang Zhixiong finished his words, he violently took 2 steps backward. Rumble, accompanied by a violent tremor. The entire crypt suddenly turned pitch black, unable to reach out. What's going on? How come it's all dark? What's going on? How come there's no electricity? Ah, help! At this moment, countless shrieking screams resounded within the crypt, terrifying the audience in the live broadcast room. Hu Tianan was even more frightened and screamed repeatedly, hastily aiming the camera at the surroundings. Only at this time where else could the screen be seen. Professor Wang and the others also had anxious looks on their faces, because they realized that once these lights were dimmed, an inexplicable gloomy and cold aura came to their noses, making people feel creepy. Not only that, this feeling was as if there was something peering at them right now. Hootsuite, forget about the live broadcast, have someone put the camera down. You go over to the others, quick. Professor Wang forced back his fear and loudly urged. Hootsuite nodded and hurriedly commanded her assistant to put down the equipment, and ran away piece by piece. Only at this time, she had completely lost her backbone, a heart thumping, and even felt her legs trembling and her face turning white. This scene, naturally, could not escape the capture of the camera. Although the screen was pitch black, the chaotic sounds and the bumps in the screen made the originally boiling live broadcast room explode again. Sweetie is so pitiful. I decided that I'll be her hardcore fan from now on. Cheer up everyone. God bless. The pop-ups kept refreshing, a sea of support and comfort. Chapter 7, The White Bone Monk. Don't panic everyone, listen to me. What we need to do now is to restore the light, find a way out, and then get out of here as much as possible. Otherwise I'm worried that something will go terribly wrong. Professor Wang spoke extremely fast, but it was extraordinarily powerful. Professor, I brought incendiary bombs. But, a warrior suddenly opened his mouth, but before his words could fall, he was interrupted by a huge shaking. Crap, quickly leaned towards the wall. There seems to be a mechanism here. Everyone, quickly take cover. Shout after shout of alarm continued to reach the broadcast room. Forget about the damage. Use it immediately. Zhang Han also hurriedly shouted. One incendiary bomb flew out, and the chamber lit up with flames. Look, what's that? At this moment, I don't know who shouted, and the crowd looked up, only to see a huge black mist enveloping the entire sky above the tomb chamber. That black mist seemed to have a spirit and rapped towards the crowd. Get out of the way. Danger. Eat one of my old man's talisman paper gift packs. Wang Zhixiong threw out all the remaining talisman paper. Boom boom boom. One by one, the talisman paper spilled onto that black mist and instantly bloomed into dazzling and eye-catching flames. The flames faded, and expelled that eerie and gloomy chill. We have been waiting for you. An indistinct voice echoed in the middle of the chamber, causing a coldness to rise in the bottom of everyone's hearts, as if there was a large hand strangling their throats in the underworld. That feeling was as if death had descended. Who are you? Wang Zhixiong swallowed his saliva and asked in a deep voice. Who am I? The laughter sounded ghostly, and it was as if the laughter was ringing in the ears. You want to know who I am? Good, then I will tell you. The moment the words fell, a coffin in the tomb chamber opened directly. A white bone monk wearing a red robe slowly stepped out, his hand holding a string of skeleton necklace. That skeleton necklace emanated a glittering green aura, irradiating his body. It actually gave rise to an illusion. It seemed to see that white bone monk wearing a robe, holding a tin staff, stepping on a lotus flower, walking in the empty chamber. This is? Everyone's heads buzzed, their pupils suddenly shrunk, and a touch of horror and incomprehension surged on their faces. This was a very bizarre and evil scene, especially when paired with the white skeleton palms, giving people the urge to get goosebumps all over their bodies. Who exactly are you? Wang Zhixiong's voice trembled a little. Who am I? The white bone monk slowly whispered. I am the guardian of this place. Guardian? Are you guarding the people buried here? Wang Zhixiong was slightly stunned. No, guardians don't exist specifically to guard. It's better to say guarding than watching. The white bone monk sighed softly, then slowly said, the people buried here are a group of people with heinous sins. Heinous sins? Wang Zhixiong's heart flinched slightly, vaguely sensing something, and tentatively asked, could it be that they are all subjects of the Yu dynasty? Subjects? Ha ha ha. Foolishness, they are sinners, the dirtiest and most despicable people in the world. The white bone monk angrily rebuked. Wang Zhixiong instantly realized a few things. Then this ancient tomb was built for concubine Yu, and her body is buried in the middle of this ancient tomb. However, over the years, she has become increasingly unstable. What do you mean? Zhang Hong frowned. Concubine Yu's corpse was contaminated. Forget it, I won't understand even if I talk to you. On the contrary, you humans, you dare to intrude into Yu City without any cultivation. You are really courageous. Since that's the case, I will send you to accompany these Yu dynasty sinners. You will become their food. The white bone monk shook his head, then took a step towards the crowd, looking at the white bone monk who was getting closer and closer. The crowd were all pale and nervous. Damn it, what the hell is this guy? Zhang Hong clenched his fists, his forehead veins showing. No, something's not right. He shouldn't be a high monk. Could it be that the grievances are too deep, causing the distortion of the soul? What to do? What to do? Everyone was a bit flustered, and one by one, they cried out in alarm. At this time, a girl gathered enough courage and yelled, Professor, you guys come here, there's a hole here, we'll climb out from there. The girl said, immediately running to the corner of the wall next to her, ready to find a way out. Don't bother, Yu City is a confined space. It's easy for you guys to get in and out in the periphery, but it's hard to get out when you come here. The white bone monk leisurely followed, a wry smile surfacing on his face. Before a warrior could finish his sentence, the white bone monk violently stretched out his arm and choked his neck. The warrior was in agony and struggled violently. Let go of him, bastard! The others cursed and raised their firearms to aim at the white-boned monk. Stop! Zhang Hong similarly raised his snatch. Ha. In the face of the crowd's threats, the white-boned monk was not the slightest bit surprised and only grinned coldly. Ka-ching! A flash of red in his empty eye sockets flashed, directly throwing the warrior to the side. Alive or dead? No, bastard! You'll get what's coming to you. Seeing their teammates being treated like this, the crowd was outraged and pulled the triggers. The bullets swept out frantically, hitting the white bone monk's body without splattering any sparks, much less being able to shake it in the slightest. On the contrary, it was the crowd. Because of the continuous attacks, their spirits were a bit dazed, their guns fell to the ground, and some of them even fell to sit on the ground. What kind of toy is this? What an itchy feeling. The white bone monk let out a strange cry. Because of devouring the essence, blood actually grew a little flesh and blood out of the white bone. Although not much, but the vivid skin was extremely frightening. This thing is absorbing our life force. I feel it's getting smaller itself. Yes, my hair is getting smaller too. Several people shouted in sudden horror. They only saw their thick and lush ebony hair quickly detach from their bodies, fading white rapidly, and their entire bodies began to become stooped and pale. Help! Help! The crowd cried out in horror and despair, watching their bodies slowly turn withered. It was an incomparably great torment, to the point where they couldn't even utter the words of pleading for mercy. In just a few seconds of effort, the crowd completely decayed, skin and bones, thin and weak. Only the monk maintained his original smile, still compassionate. Amitabha Buddha. Monks, rest in peace, the white-boned monk muttered, then extended his palm and grabbed at these people in vain. However, at this very moment, a yellowish light actually glowed from the cave hole that the girl had just pointed to. That glow was extremely soft, and seemed to be able to dispel this dim and gloomy world. The light gradually brightened, as if it was going to set the night ablaze, and then, a flawless, jade-like corpse appeared in everyone's line of sight. The white-bone monk's gaze slightly condensed as he stared at the corpse, a wisp of doubt surfacing on his face. That light source was exactly what the corpse emitted, and around this corpse, a faint golden light was lingering. What a familiar feeling, the white-bone monk muttered. This is, who is under the command of Lord Yu? Chapter 8, Nyang Yang. Zheng Hong and the others were filled with shock, staring at the flawless white corpse with dead eyes. The scene in front of them had really subverted their cognition. No, you guys look. His fingers seemed to have moved. Suddenly, Wang Zhixiong's pupils suddenly shrunk, his fingertips trembling as he looked at the corpse's arms. Hearing this, the crowd looked along. As the professor said, this corpse that suddenly appeared from the cave hole, indeed raised a finger. Seems to be to do something. Don't even think about it. The white-bone monk's face suddenly changed. Hastily waving his hands, a black mist surged out and swept towards the corpse. No, stop. Seeing that the corpse was showing signs of awakening, the crowd was anxious, but they had no good methods, and could only watch as the white-bone monk performed his spells and attacked the corpse. Poof! A cold hum rang out, the corpse slowly raised his fingertips, and a golden light stirred out. Rumble! In an instant, the sky collapsed and the sun and moon were lost, as if the end times had descended. The white-bone monk's technique was instantly disintegrated, and the thunder in the sky split down, ruthlessly smashing onto the white-bone monk's body. Crackling, a burst of electricity raged, and the white-bone monk was instantly blown apart and turned into a pile of charcoal. Hiss! Seeing this, the crowd couldn't help but suck in cool air, their hearts beating wildly. This white-bone monk was actually destroyed into flying ash in an instant. Voodoo! Zheng Heng's throat rolled, his face reddening. Yu's city, could it be a cultivation city? Who is the powerful person under Lord Yu's command? Too powerful. The hearts of the crowd were terrified. This kind of means simply surpassed the mundane. No, it's not good. That guy has resurrected again. The crowd cried out in fear, looking at the white-bone monk that had once again coalesced into one piece, and backed away. Boom! With an explosive roar, golden thunder flashed, and a vast power swept out, crushing the white-bone monk once again. Ha ha ha, useless. I didn't expect you to be alive as well. Yu Tang, the white-bone monk said hideously. You can't kill me. I am an eternal and immortal existence. Immortal? Eternal life? Oh, Yu Tang shook his head, his gaze gazing at the white-bone monk in pity, but they are all just lingering under the shelter of the mother. HM? The white-bone monk frowned. Your and my souls have long since decayed, only an empty shell remains. If it wasn't for the fact that the Empress Mother remembered your merits back then and bestowed you with this immortal power and indestructible bone, even if you were able to temporarily escape from the curse's bondage, would you be able to live for so long? What do you know? The white-bone monk became furious and roared, transforming into a residual shadow to pounce towards Yu Tang. Yuan Kong, since you are obsessed, then this official will personally send you to hell. If I can't kill you once, what about 100 times, 1,000 times? Ice-cold and merciless words traveled into the ears of everyone present. Yu Tang's face was expressionless, his right hand lightly clenched. In the next moment, a brilliant and dazzling golden sword chi burst out from his arm, tearing through space and chopping at the oncoming white-bone monk. Yuan Khan's face was horrified, and he hastily raised his chains to block. Bang dash! The terrifying golden sword chi pushed Zhang Hang and the others out horizontally, hitting the wall heavily. Crack! Accompanied by ear-piercing shattering sounds, the golden sword chi crushed the white-bone monk's chains by inches. How could? Yuan Khan sluggishly whispered, disbelief written all over his face. His greatest reliance had been easily destroyed without any resistance. You forced me to do this, Silent Lotus. Yuan Khan gritted his teeth and shouted angrily, and immediately, his body was covered in black smoke as endless ghostly green flames rose and quickly spread towards Yu Tang. Silent flame, the terrifying flame that burned the soul. This was the power that belonged to the devil, nothing more than that. A ghostly voice spat out from Yu Tang's mouth, and immediately afterward, countless streaks of radiant golden thunder gathered and transformed into a golden divine sword that hovered in midair. What is this? The crowd's jaws dropped. Are you seriously going to fish to death? Yuan Kong didn't expect Yu Tang to not eat this at all, so he immediately stormed out, roaring, "Today, I will let all of you die. Devour them for me. Devour them." After the words were spoken, only Yuan Kong violently raised his hand, and pitch-black ghostly green flames crazily surged in all directions, and in the blink of an eye, within the entire tomb, it was already enveloped by a sea of fire. Ho ho ho! The wind whistled. The silent flame actually extinguished out of thin air, and Yu Tang's golden divine sword also completely annihilated away at this moment. Stop! With a ghostly sigh, an illusory woman in red was seen stepping out from the depths of the altar. The woman had a slim figure and a kind face, but her eyes were deep with a hint of sadness. "Yu Shu, you still came." Yuan Kong laughed miserably. He was in a terrible state after depleting the last trace of his origin. "I once said that if you were peaceful, I wouldn't make things difficult for you, but unfortunately." Concubine Yushu shook her head slightly. Her gaze was calm as she scanned Yuan Kong's body and said indifferently, "You shouldn't have put your hands on his people." Clatter. As soon as the words fell, Concubine Yushu flexed her fingers, only to see that Yuan Kong, who was originally dying, his flesh expanded bizarrely. Flesh and blood had just been generated, but then instantly, the white bones were shattered. Blood and flesh were blurred, and he wailed miserably. "Ah, don't!" Miserable screams resounded throughout the entire chamber, and in just one incense stick of effort, Yuan Kong completely melted into a puddle of black water and disappeared without a trace. Are you alright?" Concubine Yushu looked towards Yu Tang, her gaze soft and her voice clear and melodious. "It's alright, Your Highness, but it's you." Yu Tang wanted to speak. "You know my situation." Concubine Yushu was silent for a moment and slowly spoke. "No." Yu Tang nodded and said with a grim expression, "In order to preserve the clan, you preferred to give up your own soul and transformed into a guardian of the sealed land." "Nyang Nyang." Yu Tang raised his head and said with a firm gaze, "Don't worry, Yu Tang will do everything in his power to defend our world." Upon hearing this, Concubine Yushu nodded in relief, the corners of her mouth sketching out a curve. "With your words, I am relieved, Yu Tang. Even though you can't fully awaken the sacred vein, however, I have counted on helping you to buy enough time, and I hope that in the future, our world will still be the same harmonious and beautiful world." "Aha!" Yu Tang nodded solemnly. "My soul power will soon be exhausted. Now, I need you to do one thing. Please command. If you have the opportunity, go and help Yu Tang's descendants and find the drop of essence blood that he left behind." As Concubine Yushu's words fell, her entire body suddenly became transparent. "Your Highness." Looking at the gradually dimming silhouette, Yu Tang had a complicated expression. Buzz. Just at this moment, a peculiar buzzing sound suddenly rang out. Yu Tang was surprised to find that around the altar, strands of golden-colored mysterious runes suddenly coalesced out, densely spread throughout the entire altar. Buzzing, the mysterious runes flowed and flickered like a star, emitting an elusive and vast fluctuation. These runes. Looking at the mysterious runes floating non-stop around him, Yu Tang's pupils shrunk steeply, his eyes filled with a rich shock. These runes, containing a majestic and incomparable power of greatness, as if representing the heavens' might, noble, honorable, and not to be blasphemed, and within them even seemed to contain some kind of unnameable law mystery. "Is it him?" Rumble. In an instant, the entire altar suddenly trembled. In the next second, a mass of dazzling golden light blossomed out from within the runes. Immediately afterward, the golden light intertwined and converged, forming an illusory doorway. Creak. The doorway opened, and a man wearing a golden robe slowly walked in. His body was not broad-boned, yet he appeared to be a monarch. Yu Tang was thrilled to see the man's figure. Chapter 9, Traveling to Yu City. Yu Jun's face was handsome and resolute, and underneath a pair of narrow eyebrows was a pair of eyes that were as deep as stars, and his every move was filled with the aura of a king's dominance, making people unable to help but worship him. "King." Yu Tang walked into the altar and bowed respectfully, his voice slightly choked. "The seal is loosening." Yu Jun's face was solemn as he gazed into the distance with a complex expression. "I couldn't escape after all. I should have thought of it long ago. Good thing it's not too late. This world will change because of your existence." Yu Jun spoke in a low tone and slowly closed his eyes as if he was talking to someone. Buzzing. As time passed, the pieces of crystals within the altar, all of them trembled violently, bursting out with piercing golden light, and immediately afterward, a pillar of light shot up into the sky, penetrating through the clouds and straight into the top of the 9 heavens. An ancient, pale, vicissitudes of the atmosphere spread out, making the entire continent, and even the universe and the stars, were all stirred by it. Swish, 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 swish. A stream of light cut through the void and descended here. These cultivators, dressed in all kinds of battle armor and carrying swords and goads, had upright and majestic postures. Their auras were compelling, and their bodies exuded a monstrous killing intent. Each and every one of them, even if they were just shadows, made people feel strong and unrivaled. Attend Lord. Numerous cultivators, in unison, knelt on the ground, their voices rolling. They were the army of the Yu Dynasty Empire. All rise. Yu Jun opened his eyes and waved his sleeve robe. Immediately, a beam of light descended from mid-air, helping all the generals up. Swoosh. Just at this moment, a young man with silver hair fluttering, surrounded by terrifying sword intent, carrying a 3-foot green blade on his back, and extraordinary martial arts suddenly appeared. Jian Xuanga, meet your majesty. The silver-haired youth knelt on one knee, his right fist clenched tightly as he arched his hand and clasped his fist. You, still alive? Yu Jun nodded slightly and then looked at Yu Tang. Let Xian go take them for a walk. Yu City, it's time to clean up again. As you command. Hearing this, Yu Tang nodded heavily. Your majesty, Iken will leave first. Jian Xuanga clasped his fists, then leapt forward and swept away. King, do you ever regret it? Looking at the departing Jian Xuanga, Yu Tang let out a soft sigh. No regrets. Yu Jun shook his head. It's a pity that Xiao Tang could never keep up with your pace, otherwise he would have stopped you back then. Yu Tang smiled and continued. King, this is the last time I address you as king. If in the future, we can really cross over peacefully, then I hope you won't forget that in the Yu family, there is the woman who loves you the most. Yu Tang, thank you. Hearing these words, Yu Jun's eyes showed complexity, gently patted Yu Tang's shoulder, and then disappeared above the altar as a golden aura. Alas, your majesty. Yu Tang looked at the void that had dimmed down inside, his heart aching beyond measure, buzzing, and as Yu Jun disappeared, the mysterious runes suspended above the altar actually disappeared, turning into infinite particles of light, buzzing. In the next moment, Wang Zhixiong and the others only felt a blur before their eyes, and when their sight was restored, what came into their eyes was a desolate mountain forest, empty and silent. At the center of the mountain forest, there stood a lofty and spectacular palace. That palace was ebony black, as if it was a sleeping flood beast, releasing an endless barbaric aura. Where is this place? How did I suddenly appear here? That Lord Yu, is he your king? Wang Zhixiong and the others were puzzled as they looked at Yu Tang, who had manifested a human form, and asked. That's right, he is the Yu dynasty's sire and the only emperor. His majesty's strength has already surpassed the reincarnation realm and reached a higher level. Yu Tang solemnly said. What? The dawn-breaking realm? Are you guys an immortal cultivation Dao? Hearing this, Wang Zhixiong's several people's eyes widened and their faces were ecstatic. Immortal cultivators? Ah, that was simply an existence only found in legends. Enough to overlook the world. We are indeed a cultivation system. But cultivating immortals is very different from what you guys know. Yu Tang smiled faintly and did not hide it. The period from the establishment of the Yu dynasty to its final destruction was one of very abundant spiritual energy and many experts. There are a total of 9 realms of cultivation. Mortal extremes, spirit seas, prana concentration, returning to the zenith, nirvana, reincarnation, creation, transcendence and also the great emperor. Every third realm is a leaping leap, and after reaching the 4th realm, one is already considered an expert. This, Wang Zhixiong and the others looked at each other. Although they had expected it, but actually hearing the other party admit it in person, they were still shocked beyond words, and it was difficult to calm down for a long time. When the Yu dynasty was overthrown, the royal family was exterminated, and only a few ordinary people were left. The rest were slaughtered. Yu Tang shook his head, looking mournful. After that catastrophe, I was also heavily injured and nearly died. Fortunately, the empress saved me and took me in here. Is it that concubine senior? Zheng Heng asked after him. By this point, his acceptance had shifted very quickly. Aha! Yu Tang nodded. Then Senior Yu, just now, why didn't your king? Suddenly, a student couldn't help but ask. However, before the words were finished, the person next to him covered his mouth. Oh, you're interested? Upon hearing this, Yu Tang sized him up with interest and asked. Ahem. Being stared at by Yu Tang, that student looked a little embarrassed. What you want to ask is why the queen didn't go to see his majesty, right? Seemingly guessing what he was thinking, Yu Tang smiled slightly and said. Upon hearing that student nodded. After all, it didn't make sense that empress wouldn't know about Yu Jun's arrival. Because, Yu Tang smiled bitterly, because she has never asked for anything. She only wishes to guard his majesty and silently accompany him. Enough of this, time is limited. So I will follow your majesty's will and show you this, the real Yu city. At the end of his words, Yu Tang's gaze was cast into the pale and ancient distance. There, the peaks towered, the mountains stretched endlessly, and the mountains were surrounded by spiritual mist, just like a paradise outside the world. Swish! With that, Yu Tang's large hand grabbed in the air, and the void at the top of the space cracked open. Is this aura? What a cozy feeling! With the appearance of the crack, everyone felt a sense of refreshment. This is simply a scene that subverts science. Wang Zhishun took a deep breath, feeling as if the pores of his entire body had stretched. Now, that black palace underneath our feet is the sealed place, and we came out from there just now. Hearing this, everyone was shocked. It turned out that what they were just in was the most dangerous place. How could this be? Could it be that any person coming in from the passageway there has to pass through the altar first? Someone was puzzled. That's not the case. This is just a random teleportation caused by the formation. Only people like us can notice the abnormalities and choose the space they want to enter. In addition, I must remind you that this is a trip that is hard to replicate, but it is not without its dangers, and a slight misstep will cause you to fall there, and you won't even be able to find your bones. Although I don't know why His Majesty would send down his will to allow you to enter, I must remind you not to be greedy, or else, you will be doomed. Understood. Thank you, Senior. The crowd answered in unison. Looking solemn. Let's go. Follow me. Yu Tang nodded and took the lead to walk out, heading towards the crack in the sky. Seeing this, Wang Zhisheng and the others also followed. Rumble dash. It clearly seemed to be far away in the sky, but in reality, once the rift was opened, it was as if the concept of distance was lost, and it arrived in an instant by traveling through the void. An extremely large pressure filled the sky, causing one's heart to palpitate. However, when the crowd stepped in, they realized that this was not a sealed place at all, but instead a wondrous scene, vast and expansive, full of spiritual beauty, just like a fairy resort. Phew, what a rich aura. Chapter 10, The Holy Beast of Kirin. With a single step, the surrounding aura immediately swarmed around, lifting one's spirits. So beautiful. Raising his eyes, what met his eyes was a sky full of stars, brilliant and dazzling, as if he was in the immortal realm, mesmerizing, forgetting all his troubles and sorrows. And just as the crowd marveled at this, a piece of cloud haze fluttered and slowly fell. Look there! Suddenly, someone exclaimed. Looking in the direction he guided, the crowd saw an extremely spectacular sight. Countless starlight gathered into streams, forming long dragons that surrounded a huge palace, suspended in the sky. This palace was more magnificent than any venue the crowd had ever imagined before. Spirit mist was lingering in it, and there were even endless runes shining, intertwining into one arcane and inexplicable pattern after another. An invisible majesty emanated out, suppressing the 8 wastelands. That was the aura belonging to a strong person. Even just a wisp of it could easily wipe out an ordinary enlightened spirit-level existence. This is Yu City. Yu Tang was like returning to his homeland as he introduced it unhurriedly. This is the ancestral land of the Yu dynasty. Our people all sleep here. It's like our second national capital, the origin and support of our hopes. It's a pity. Mentioning this matter, Yu Tang couldn't help but reveal a hint of regret. In that year's battle, the world nearly collapsed, and apart from a small number of people who escaped, the vast majority of people were buried in that battle forever. Even Yu City, which His Majesty constructed with great power, became a Jedi, transforming into this lone relic. At those words, all of them fell silent, mourning inwardly. Even if it was the other party's oral account, they were still able to feel the tragic battle, as well as the resentment of those who had innocently died. Senior, where should we go? Someone cautiously inquired. Follow this road and head southwest. Yu Tang reached out and pointed remotely, speaking indifferently. The road he pointed to was the southern area of Yu City. An incomparably spacious official road extended forward, running through Yu City, and on both sides of the river were towering forests of sky-high ancient trees, with lush foliage, obscuring most of the field of vision, making it impossible for people to peek into it. Hearing this, the crowd nodded their heads and then traveled towards that official road. However, right after the crowd stepped onto the official road, they realized that the temperature here had plummeted. The originally warm weather turned instantly cold and bone-chilling, causing people to shiver. Hiss. It's so cold. Some of the weaker experts couldn't help but shiver, their lips turning blue and their legs trembling. This is the frost spirit mist, containing the power of extreme heat and extreme cold, causing damage to the physical body. Yu Tang explained and led the way forward. His body was enveloped in a blue shield, perfectly isolating him from the cold air. Go. With that, the group continued to walk forward, and soon, the piercing coldness gradually disappeared, replaced by a refreshing fragrance. Looking around, one could only see that all 4 sides were covered in flowers and grasses, lush greenery, and hundreds of flowers competing for color. In the depths of that sea of flowers, there was also an ancient pavilion. These pavilions had a total of 9 weights, each of which emitted majestic aura fluctuations, as if they were hibernating like a flood beast. It truly is a party of cavernous blessings. Seeing this, Wang Jixiong and the others couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Not only was the spiritual qi rich, but also the scenery was beautiful, especially the 9-story pavilion, which was like a fairy palace sanctuary, giving people a sense of relaxation. This is the Imperial Tomb, a place where the bones of my clan's direct lineage are buried. Saying that, Yu Tang's palm slightly flicked, and the picture suddenly changed. In a flash, the crowd only felt a monstrous and hostile aura coming over them, causing their scalps to go numb. A bloody picture was presented non-stop, with human cultivators fighting in blood, a demon race rampaging, and all sorts of killings were incomparably gruesome. In the end, they were all wiped out. Boom! Suddenly, the image shifted and appeared in a vast starry sky, with dense stars in all directions, blazing with light and illuminating the entire universe. The crowd stared in disbelief. In the depths of that starry sky, there was a corpse floating. They were either the corpses of giant alien beasts or human cultivators, and there was even a huge meteorite that was covered in mottled traces. Obviously, it was the scene of a fierce battle that had once erupted. Roar! Suddenly, a terrifying roar came, deafening the ears. Only in the center of the sun directly in front of the crowd, a ball of flame suddenly rose up and condensed into a huge object. Looking closely, it was actually a fiery red qilin, its body burning with flames, its back carrying mountains, and its eyes crimson, revealing a color of madness and tyranny. Seeing this, the crowd sucked in a breath of cool air, their hearts setting off waves of shock, their faces as pale as paper, unable to believe what they were seeing. The strength of that fiery red qilin was too terrifying, and even though it hadn't displayed its aura, it still gave people a suffocating sense of oppression. It didn't seem to be a living creature, but it was like a living creature, giving people a creepy feeling. It stood still in the void, looking down on the crowd with a cold gaze, as if all ants were mole crickets, filled with disdain. Gulp! Someone gulped, so paralyzed with fear that he almost fell to the ground. Roar! Suddenly, the Kirin whistled lowly and darted towards the crowd with its teeth and claws open, its body burning with a blazing fire like a hot mass of lava. In an instant, a rolling hot breath filled the air, scorching the space with distortion, making people's hairs explode with sweat. Not good. Run! Seeing this, the crowd instantly reacted, and their dead souls rose up, screaming in alarm as they scattered and ran wildly. Bang bang bang! Only, before they could run for long, the horrifying image dissipated, and they returned to the edge of the sea of flowers, with Yu Tang, who was still old and relaxed, beside them. What's going on? Why did they suddenly go back? Illusion? Some people looked up in bewilderment, deep confusion flowing from their eyes. For Yu City to be able to maintain until now, apart from the greatness that His Majesty once left behind, it is the boundary guarded by my Yu clan's sacred beast, the fire qilin. Yu Tang spoke indifferently, his gaze sweeping over the crowd as he slowly said, "You have already reached the front of the Imperial Tomb. You may not go any further. Otherwise, once you anger the sacred beast, you will be doomed." What? There are still holy beasts? Upon hearing this, the crowd immediately let out a cry of shock. This secret story, they had never heard of it before, and it was unthinkable that something so terrifying actually existed in the world. How can the majesty of a sacred beast be blasphemed? Yu Tang said indifferently, his eyes vaguely flickering with a touch of killing intent, seemingly somewhat displeased. Elder Yu has misunderstood. We would never dare to blaspheme your ancestor and the sacred beast. It's just that we don't know anything about it either. That's why we are so out of sorts. Wang Jixiong wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and explained in a panic, waving his hands back and forth. Well, since that's the case, let's go to the last session. Xiangu will also meet you there. Yu Tang nodded, and as soon as his words fell, he saw his sleeve robe wave, and a ray of golden light burst out, transforming into a sharp sword that broke through space. Chapter 11 Affecting Fermentation. Time moved forward. Right after Yu Tang brought Wang Jixiong and the others out of the sealed land, Jian Xuanga also met up with Lin Xiangxing and the others who were looking for their companions. Upon seeing the appearance of this man with silver hair that fluttered and surrounded his body with terrifying sword intent, everyone was dumbstruck. This was because he was simply too dazzling, too radiant, and simply did not belong to the mortal world, surpassing any male. As if a sword immortal had descended into the mortal world, it was impossible to even look directly at him. A stern and sharp aura spread out, causing one to be frightened and inexplicably in awe. Who are you? Lin Xiangxing asked with a frown. He couldn't recognize whether the visitor was an enemy or a friend. As the sword clanked, Jian Xiangu had no intention of answering and stood in place. Seeing this, Lin Xiangxing and the others were instantly on guard, gripping their weapons tightly, ready to meet the attack. At the order of His Majesty, I've come here to save you and the others from the seal, Jian Xuanga said flatly. Your Majesty? Lin Xiangxing and the others froze, clearly not understanding the other party's meaning. Trouble. Jian Xiangu had no intention of repeating the verbosity again, directly turning the scene that had just occurred in the tomb chamber into a stream of memories and stuffing it into their brains. In an instant, several people's divine sense trembled, being deeply imprinted by Jian Xuanga's memories that could never be erased. Hiss. How is it possible? Yu Jun? For a brief moment, they couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air, their pupils contracting into pinpricks of wheat, their faces full of disbelief. They had thought that this tomb mound was already terrifying, but they couldn't imagine that what was truly terrifying was not even 1/10,000th of it. The Yu dynasty was real. Moreover, there is even a power that transcends reality. Swish dash. Suddenly, Lin Xiangxing's face changed drastically, and it turned out to be Jian Xuanga violently grabbing towards them, with an extremely fast speed, like a thunderbolt cutting through the sky. Don't resist. Seeing that a soldier wanted to unleash fire, Li Desai hurriedly stopped it. Jokingly, if he angered Jian Xuanga, it would be a dead end. Fortunately, when Li Desai drank, the movements of the various soldiers suddenly stopped, and then they saw Jian Xuanga ingesting them all into the void. Swoosh! At the same time, the altar erupted with divine radiance and runes surged, constructing a huge formation pattern. At this moment, an ancient, desolate, and heavy aura filled the air, enveloping the heavens and earth. This is the moment before leaving the sealed land. The crowd was dumbfounded as they looked at the formation in front of them. What the heck was this thing? Were they not awake, or was this world crazy? After all, what was seen in the mind and what reality brought, that was a completely different shock. This kind of means was simply unimaginable. This is an altar. Li Disi took a deep breath and solemnly cautioned the crowd. It contains an ancient formation that contains an extremely terrifying power. The slightest touch can trigger a calamity. Rumble. As soon as Li Disi's words fell, they all broke away from this space. Jian Xiangu had already locked onto Yu Tang's location and directly teleported there. By now the ones inside, the ones outside, except for a handful of members, all of them were implicated. What they didn't know was that the camera in the crypt was always aimed this way. Although the light was affected before, after it was restored later, whether it was Nyang Yang's intervention, or Yu Jun's descent, or even the current image of Li Disi and the others being taken away by Jian Xiangu. Netizens, they all knew. Shocked my mommy, shocked my son smashed. Ha ha, this is great. The news that humans want to evolve alone can't be hidden anymore. TSK, it's hard to imagine that the back of this is so powerful. I think Brother Sword is even more awesome than that Yu Tang. Is he the reincarnation of the Sword God? The pop-up screen was frantically swiping the screen, full of viewers who were concerned about this matter. They were very excited and thrilled. In a sense, they were the witnesses of the new era. Although they were temporarily not allowed to know the conversation between Yu Tang and Wang Zhixiong and the others afterward. But just these images that were flowing out right now were already enough for them to brag for a long time. Especially, when Yu Jun's divine means were displayed, it made people's blood boil with excitement even more. For a moment, many people began to exercise their bodies. What if it's not good to say that in the future he'll be the lucky one to start Long Aotian's life and work? It's impossible in this life. Although there seemed to be some kind of crisis in Yu City. However, even so, they were not worried about the safety and security, because that sire was living in their world, protecting them, no matter what monster came out. It couldn't be his opponent. This feeling of being guarded made everyone feel warm. There was also that empress. When they thought of the conversation between Yu Tang and Yu Jun at the end, countless people wailed with excitement, as if they had become old fathers themselves, filling their hearts with a sense of anxiety and worry. All of them thought about how to get high on CP. All in all, the name Yu Chao had penetrated into everyone's mind, and they had already taken this as real. And if anyone said that this was a period that didn't exist, they were quasi-anxious. Damn it! Why would this kind of strong person appear in Xianlong country? Hiss! Does the Yu dynasty really exist? This is too terrifying. When the news of the video of the tomb spread out, the secret sons of various countries planted in Xianlong country were naturally the first to notice. When they realized that the video wasn't fake but real, each and every one of them couldn't sit still. For a time, they all sprang into action, consolidating the news from this side and spreading it to faraway places. It was something that was originally scoffed at, but many countries received the news, and after professional testing, it was known to be without any traces of forgery. A private meeting was held. The Xianlong country is always blessed with a unique talent. Amelika country, Trump lamented. No, they have blasphemed. God has left his gaze there to punish them. Sunset Nation guys grunted coldly. TCH, in that case, it's still us who are favored by the gods. After all, the gods are the ones who landed in the ocean. Hinokuni Ito Shuichi sneered. truly worthy of being a god-sama. Ito-kun, I don't agree with that statement. Amelika Nation Kawapu shook her head. Don't underestimate the power of the Xianlong Nation. If this is all true, then this relic, we must find a way to get a foot in the door. Not bad. Grizzly Bear Country Markov similarly nodded his head. This is the gospel of the entire world. It's impossible for them to keep it all to themselves. Yeah, maybe that history has quite a deep meaning as well. Agway also vocalized. Sunset Kingdom GIs shrugged. Well, in that case, let's wait and see. Seeing this, the remaining few countries all expressed their willingness to wait and see for the time being, secretly building up their strength. Chapter 12 Deciding on Arrangements. A city. Elders Hall. This was the place with the greatest power in the entire Xianlong Kingdom, and it was also the most sacred place. The long dusty door was slowly pushed open, and a few splashes of old and stooped figures walked in. Greetings, elders. The soldiers on guard saluted respectfully. Aha! A few people nodded gently, and then took a step towards the main hall. Dong dash! The clear and melodious sound of a bell rang out in the main hall. It was rumored that the sages of the Xianlong Kingdom had cast ancient bells to sacrifice to heaven and earth, using the righteous and stirring sound of the bells to shock the four directions, drive away evils and disasters, and pray for blessings and good fortune. And today's bell ringing is not only the convening of a meaningful meeting, but also to wake up the world's fame and fortune seekers, telling them not to forget these old men. Each one of them is a pillar of this land in terms of a certain field. Today, all the elders have been summoned to discuss important matters. A white-bearded old man sat at the main seat and slowly opened his cloudy eyes as he looked towards the crowd and said in a grave tone, according to the news from the Cultural Relics team's side, everyone, including those who went in before, are lost in the tomb. It's a tomb of a dynasty that is not in history. Is it that Yu dynasty? Our Xianlong Kingdom has a long history and has never encountered a similar situation, and I don't know if their appearance is good or bad. Summoning us at this moment, does it mean that the situation is out of control? For a while, the hall exploded, with people exchanging words and discussions. Alright, silence, what's the point of making a lot of noise? The Grand Elder, the one who had just spoken, knocked on the table, his low voice instantly covering all the murmurs. First of all, the news about the Yu dynasty is not false, otherwise I would have no need to gather everyone. The Grand Elder paused and swept his gaze across the room. What you all need to know right now is that we, the Xianlong Kingdom, retain respect for our forefathers. There is no doubt about the authenticity of those videos that circulated, but because of the reason that they weren't blocked at the first time, there are quite a few people who have evil intentions, and the situation of causing trouble has arisen. There have been casualties, and the international community has noticed this matter, which is rather troublesome. Now is also not the time to pursue why the video did not pinch the source at the first time, because this matter involves a wide range. I hope that everyone will come up with a plan as soon as possible. How about arresting all those online rumors about right and wrong? The second elder on the side nodded his head and said, now that the news of Yu dynasty has already caused the local people to be on edge, if we allow these little ghosts to haunt the area, I'm afraid that it will cause social instability, and it will really be too late by then. Not good. The Grand Elder shook his head. No matter what, they are all Yanhuang children in their bloodline. We can't let other countries look at us as a joke. In my opinion, the upper strategy is to attack the heart, the middle strategy is to attack the strategy, and the lower strategy is to attack the army. The third elder proposed. This method is good, but don't forget that we can't give an answer to whether cultivation actually exists or not in this day and age. Then what should be done? The crowd was in a quandary. The Grand Elder pondered for a moment and suddenly spoke. We need to start with their weaknesses. Weaknesses? The crowd looked at each other in disbelief. Unless it's really someone with a dark heart and viciousness. The Grand Elder stroked his white beard and spoke slowly. Otherwise, we can play the emotional card and promise them all sorts of benefits in reality. Even if they don't think about themselves, they are still human beings. Hearing this, everyone here was stunned, obviously not expecting this. Yes, they are all people who have received cultural education since childhood. They can't be able to not recognize their own family members. In that case, chasing chances is still not wolfish. What's the point? Old 8. The Grand Elder turned around and called out, Grand Elder. A black suit silhouette flashed in the corner of the hall and stood up, appearing a bit younger than the others. This matter will be given to you to take charge of. You go and quickly set up a department, officially gather capable hands from all sides, and treat them favorably. Pick the ones who are most capable of stirring up trouble, not to mention making an example out of them. Have a good chat with them, tell them not to be in a hurry. We won't leave anyone behind if the time is right. Yes, the 8th elder nodded and replied. In addition, the situation over in H City can't be ignored. If something unimaginable really happens, we have to make preparations in advance as well. Old 6, you also do a good job of diplomacy. The situation has been turbulent and stressful lately, especially when it comes to the topic of cultivation. If the other countries also have ideas, we have to be on guard. We have to act as soon as possible. Old 2. Just let your people cooperate well with Old 6. Good. No problem. The second elder nodded in agreement. At this moment, everyone knew that when the first elder made this decision, it meant that the entire supreme organs would be pouring in to take control of the situation at all costs and show their official vigor. U City, Ice Spring Palace. Splat. A sudden splash from the hot spring pool in the backyard of the Ice Spring Palace startled the maid. A woman in a red palace dress stepped out from the pool, her green silk hanging down smoothly, her ink pupils narrowed slightly, and a cold chill emanated around her. Your Highness. The maid respectfully bent down and shouted. Well, when I'm done going out, then I'll have them come over. Concubine Yushu nodded indifferently and stepped away. Yes. Bang. With a muffled sound, a huge sword slammed into the ground. The hard and incomparable rock was split apart, leaving a deep trace. Immediately following that, 2 sword lights shot up into the sky and went straight into the clouds. An extremely strong pressure suddenly spread out, enveloping the entire Ice Spring Palace, and all the maidservants, slave girls, fell to their knees in unison at this instant, their faces pale. Rumble. Thunder sliced through the sky, electricity flashed and thunder roared. Berserk thunder snakes snaked and circled. Yu Tang looked at Jin Xuanga with an angry face. You City's rules, have you forgotten them? Are you trying to destroy Yu City? Yu Tang roared. Jian Xianji's expression was indifferent, without half a fluctuation. She's already not working, so why continue to torture her? Hearing the other party's emotionless fluctuating voice, Yu Tang's brows furrowed, then he sighed and eased his tone. Even though the Empress has become like this, but in the event that His Majesty doesn't return, she is the king of Yu City. I will never allow you to harm her. I only want to kill her. Jian Xianji's eyes were filled with the desire to kill. I no longer have the patience to wait. No, Yu Tang categorically said. Don't forget that the survival of Yu City is closely related to Nyang Nyang. After she dies, we have no way back. Retreat? Jian Xiangu snorted. In that case, then I will personally slaughter these sinful people. How dare you? Yu Tang became furious. Are you afraid that you have lost your mind? A mouthful of sinful people. Are you trying to let His Majesty know how much of a loser you are as a chancellor? Yu Tang's words seemed to have touched the taboo in Jian Xianji's heart, and in an instant, his body erupted with a stirring killing aura. His eyes filled with a crazy bloodthirsty glow. You dare to threaten me? Yu Tang's lips wriggled a few times, but in the end, he couldn't utter a single word, eventually turning into a heavy sigh. In the end, the two didn't really fight, and Jian Xiangu angrily walked into the bedchamber, flinging the door of the bedchamber fiercely shut, isolating Yu Tang's gaze. Yu Tang frowned as he gazed at the closed door, his heart filled with worry. The Empress was in a terrible state right now. She simply couldn't take any stimulation. Let you all see the joke. Yu Tang arched his hand apologetically to Wang Jixiong and the others. The people waved their hands and said, Senior Yu is too serious. We understand. This is after all a private matter of the Yu dynasty. We are not in a position to participate. Old Wang, you guys are still alive. On the other side, the team led by Jian Xingu also saw the figure of Wang Jixiong and the others, and immediately greeted them with excitement. Old Lin, Wang Jixiong and the others also saw them and immediately burst into tears. Why have you guys come? You say that. So many people are counting on your safety. How can we sit still? Lin Xiangxing laughed. It's great that you're all fine. Subsequently, Li Desai Hixingguang and the others also greeted Yu Tang one by one, although what was previously imprinted in their minds was only the skeletal appearance of the other party. The lightning and temperament that covered their bodies was something that all of them couldn't forget to the point of recognizing them at a glance. The people exchanged pleasantries for a few moments, then exchanged information and asked about each other's encounters. Chapter 13, Dusty History, above. I see. I didn't expect that senior sword to be so high and cold. Zheng Hong touched his head and said, but this time, thanks to senior sword, otherwise we might not have met. Senior sword's strength is so strong. I'm afraid that even in the Yu dynasty, there are few enemies. If it wasn't for senior sword's appearance, we probably would have all gotten lost in that place. That officer also sighed. I don't know what realm senior sword is in. Return to Tibet? Nirvana? I don't know, but I'm curious as to what exactly happened in Yu dynasty. Ahem. Seeing the crowd discussing non-stop, Yu Tang lightly coughed twice, and the crowd hurriedly silenced themselves and looked at Yu Tang. Yu Tang cleared his throat and said, let's not talk about this for now. He can hear you. Aha! Hearing this, the crowd was startled. Then they looked around and realized that the compartment door was still tight. Not to mention this distance. With his sword cultivator trait, he can sense any bad thoughts you guys have. As long as one reaches the Qixing realm, luck to the ears to strengthen hearing is but a breeze. Your conversations, It is estimated that they have long been transmitted into his ears. Upon hearing this, everyone revealed awkward smiles. Alright, the generals that His Majesty has summoned this time have all gone to suppress those foreign devil children. As for you guys, it's fine to meet the Empress. You can't help much. Yu Tang commanded. Yes, Your Highness Tang, and all of your friends, the Empress has an invitation. Just at this moment, a maidservant walked in and bowed. Lin Xiangxing and the others glanced at each other, all seeing shock in each other's eyes. The Empress Dowager would actually take the initiative to find them? This was simply like a dream. Go. A moment later, Yu Tang collected his thoughts and waved his sleeve. The rest of them also followed Yu Tang with an excited face, heading towards the back mountain. The back mountain was a cliff with a beautiful and empty landscape. At this moment, hundreds of corpses were lying horizontally and vertically on the end of the mountain, with bright red blood staining the soil, making the surrounding trees even more depressed. In addition to this, there was a woman standing quietly at the edge of the cliff, her back to the crowd, unable to see her face. Only the gorgeous palace skirt fluttered slightly, giving people a feeling of loneliness. Your Highness, Yu Tang shouted tremblingly, directly bowing down and saluting. The crowd followed suit. You guys are here. Concubine Yushu turned around, her voice hoarse and dry, as if her throat had been cut by a sharp blade. As she looked at the crowd in front of her, her eyes slowly moistened, finally turning into two lines of crystal clear tears sliding down. I finally saw him again. She wiped away the tears at the corner of her eyes with her hand and barely tugged at the corners of her lips, trying to blossom into a smile, but her pale and weak appearance was conversely more heartbreaking than crying. Yu Tang, I already know what he means. Get ready. Your Highness, where are your words? Yu Tang lowered his head, his fists clenched. I will live up to His Majesty's wishes, and vow to defend my kingdom of Dayu to the death, and guard the thousands of people of Dayu. I know. Concubine Yushu nodded slightly, looking sad. Seeing this scene, Wang Zhixiong and the others couldn't help but be moved. Did these matrons do this? Looking at the broken limbs everywhere, someone suddenly asked. The situation is getting more and more unstable. Concubine Yushu didn't answer, but that tone without a single ripple had already given the answer. Yu Cheng's backlash has reached an unimaginable point. He left you all here in the first place, partly because the Yu dynasty had you loyalists to trust, and partly to preserve the great Yu's flame. Concubine Yushu sighed quietly. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to fulfill your Majesty's expectations. Behind all the beauty, there is always ugliness, corruption, and endless darkness. This is the real world. Your Majesty, Yu Tang wanted to speak. I'm tired. Yu Tang, I'll leave this place to you. Remember, the hope of Yu City will always belong to the Yu clan. After Concubine Yushu finished speaking, she lightly stepped on her toes, and her entire body instantly leapt up and disappeared into the sky. Yes, Yu Tang knelt on the ground and kowtowed 3 times, his eyes filled with pain and determination. Don't worry, little Tang will not forget your teachings. The crowd was silent. After a long time, Wang Zhixiang patted his shoulder and said, let's go. Aha! Yu Tang took a deep breath and wiped the tear tracks on his face clean. Yu Tang led the crowd back to the side hall again, and the room where Jian Xuanga was still closed. Seeing Yu Tang go in, the crowd didn't dare to rashly barge in, and only had to sit quietly on the side and wait patiently. You guys come in. Yu Tang's gentle voice then came from inside the room. Upon hearing this, the crowd looked at each other for a few moments and eventually fishtailed in. You guys are also curious, right? The story of our Yu City. Yu Tang looked at the crowd and smiled. Hearing this, the crowd immediately came into the spirit, and they were indeed curious as to what exactly happened in Yu City. Seeing this, Yu Tang did not hide anything and directly recounted the story of what happened in Yu City. Yu City, I have already briefly introduced it before. This was once the ancestral land of the great Yu imperial family. Originally, His Majesty only thought of burying those who had merited the Yu dynasty into this place to realize an alternative immortality, so that their souls could be sheltered for eternity. But then an accident happened. In order for Great Yu to continue, His Majesty sent all of Yu's people here and wrote the history of Great Yu with his own handwriting. History of Yu? The crowd was stunned for a moment. Not bad, it is the history. Yu Tang nodded and said, wouldn't that be the equivalent of a dynastic antiquity? This is the best corroboration of the history of the Yu dynasty. Wang Zhixiong was surprised and said, yes, just like those sage anthologies, it possesses a historical value and influence that transcends the times, and is the foundation of Yu's legacy. And now that Yu City has been destroyed, the history of Great Yu was left here as a relic. If you want to access it, apart from receiving permission from the Empress, you also need to have authorization from another person of the royal family. Yu Tang explained. Someone from the royal family? The crowd's gazes turned to Jian Xuanga in unison, as if they understood something. Shengu is a guest minister of the Yu dynasty, and also the chancellor's son of Great Yu. Yu Tang nodded and continued. Back then, Xiange was ordered to conquer the stars, while I, on the other hand, stayed here. Although I don't know military tactics and strategies, I did make a military order that I would do my best to guard the safety of Yu City, so at that time, I suggested that His Majesty leave the history of Great Yu within Yu City for posterity. Who would have thought that this break would be a full 3,000 years? And the Yu dynasty even disappeared into the long river of history, and the history of Great Yu was never opened. Fortunately, today there is a noble guest at my door, which allows me to reopen this history that has been sealed for 3,000 years. This history, the relationship is too extensive for me to tell you in detail. After all, it involves too much. Please understand. Yu Tang solemnly bowed, expressing his most sincere apologies. Chapter 14, Dusty History. Below, we understand. The crowd arched their hands in response. The history of Yu City's development had long been submerged in the river of history. Only the history of Great Yu was still preserved in Yu City, recording the once glorious past of Yu City. It was thought that recording it from Lord Yu's perspective should be more authentic and convincing. You guys can just flip through it directly. Yu Tang handed a thin volume of bamboo slips to Wang Zhixiong. Wang Zhixiong reached out and took the bamboo slip. Flipping through a page, and an indescribable sense of vastness came over him. There were a large number of words recorded in the bamboo slip, and each font seemed to contain some kind of mysterious power, which made people feel that their blood was boiling when they took a look at it, and they had an impulse to worship it. Wang Zhixiong took a deep breath, pressed down that inexplicable urge, and flipped through it again. In the year 162 of Taishu, I ascended the throne and became the emperor, founding the Yu dynasty. In the 172nd year of Taishu, in order to avoid being annexed by other clans, I stationed my main forces in the northwestern borderlands, and at the same time sent ambassadors to unite with the southeastern coastal vassals to build a defense line. In the 192nd year of Taishu, Yu dynasty signed an agreement with the neighboring Morse to fight against the enemy invaders. In 213 of Taishu, Morse was unfaithful and Yu dynasty destroyed it. In 214, after Yu dynasty destroyed Morse, the southeastern lords were eager to fight, so Yu dynasty once again went on an expedition and pushed several countries. In 216, the vassals attacked the Yu dynasty's hinterland. The Yu dynasty was overwhelmed by the burden, and the country was in decline. I led the army to kill the enemy, and finally defeated the rebels in Yucheng, killing all the vassals. Yu dynasty won a great victory. The ministers cheered. The Yu dynasty suffered heavy damage in this battle, and the national treasury is so empty that it can't maintain its operation. I thought twice and invaded the eastern kingdom of Ing, occupying half of its territory. The eastern kingdom of Ing is a barbarian country and is unbeatable. In the year 221 of Taishu, I incorporated the East Ing kingdom into our Dayu territory and changed it into the East Ing county. As the reading continued, Wang Zhixiong, including the other people who stood on the sidelines to refer to it, gradually saw an astonishing image. From the tenderness when he first ascended to the throne, to the experience of war and fire, and the final suspension on the small island, revealing the dominance of looking out of the world. Strange, these fonts we obviously don't recognize. How can we understand their meaning? Someone queried. It's very simple. As Yu City is the place that captures the creation of heaven and earth and gathers the spiritual rhythms of heaven and earth, this history of Great Yu must possess an extraordinary power. Wang Zhixiang analyzed. Not bad. As a matter of fact, Yu City, except for the mural inscriptions on the periphery that you need to translate, the rest of it only requires immersion of the mind to comprehend the meaning. Yu Tang slowly explained. So that's how it is. We actually didn't pay attention to it at all. The crowd suddenly realized. We can now communicate with you guys. That's another situation. Reaching the enlightened spirit realm to open up divine sense will allow us to cross this language barrier. Yu Tang added. The crowd sniffed and pondered, their hearts welling up with infinite yearning. Alright, everyone, keep reading. Yu Tang laughed. The crowd nodded and continued to flip through. This volume of the history of Great Yu was divided into two parts. One was the proper history, which told about the beginning of the establishment of the Yu dynasty, the hundreds of wastes of the Yu dynasty, and the development of the Yu dynasty. The second is an introduction to the city of Yu, which is all-encompassing, recording the origins of the city in terms of its construction, literature, history, characters, and customs. In the year 471 of Taishu, the heavenly visitors invaded the Yu dynasty, and Yucheng suffered an unprecedented crisis. I took the lead in ascending to the heights and observing the enemy's trail, and realized that the number of celestial outsiders was huge and the cultivators were powerful. The situation was so critical that I decided to go to the outer domain to defend the enemy myself. However, just after I stepped into the outer domain, I sensed a special force that prevented me from returning to the mainland. After that, the battle broke out outside the domain. I led the elite of the Yu dynasty to resist the foreign enemy. However, the enemy was too strong. The Yu dynasty fell. I couldn't bear to see the people of the Yu dynasty suffer from slaughter, so I ordered my concubine to lead the remnants of the Yu dynasty to escape into the ruins of the Yu dynasty and hide in the city of Yu. In 482, the ruins of the Yu dynasty were discovered by the enemy, who dug 3 feet into the ground and swore to destroy the Yu dynasty. The royal family led an army to fight against the enemy, but they were outnumbered and could only retreat into the city of Yu, sealing themselves off from the rest of the world. In the year 486, the Yu dynasty was in trouble again. The enemy was approaching again, and the city of Yu was in danger, so I decided to make a desperate attempt. I gather all the canonical books I have learned in my life and fight the extraterrestrial enemies with formations. The enemy is more powerful than I expected, and the formation I prepared is not enough to delay the other side. I had to burn my lifespan and perform the heaven-defying forbidden art, 9 tripods returning to the ruins, using myself as a guide to detonate the 9 tripods, suppressing the city of Yu and also completely isolating the enemy. The enemy was forced to retreat, retreating outside the domain, and Yu City was kept safe for the time being. But this war is just the beginning. The enemy will never rest. Sooner or later, Yuqing will have to welcome a new round of challenges. In 573, I was able to get out of the trap and return to Yuqing with my troops, only to find that Yuqing had already changed hands. I was furious and ordered the Grand Sorcerer to investigate the traitor and bring him to justice. The traitor was put to death, but the enemy was still watching. I am determined to go out again, this time with the sacred beast, carrying the destiny of the Yu dynasty, and I firmly believe that only by defeating the enemies from outside the domain can we keep peace in the city of Yu forever. In the year 575, when the Yu dynasty was in danger again, the enemies from outside the domain once again came to Yuqing, and the two sides fought fiercely. I desperately broke through the siege and returned to Yuqing. This is gone? Seeing that there was no more content behind it, Wang Zhixiong murmured after a moment of stagnation, because this history is about to come to an end. In the year 589 of Taishu, Yu Cheng fell, and the extraterrestrial enemy triumphed. Yu Tang sighed. What? Everyone lost their colors in unison. Then how? Do you guys do it? The crowd was filled with bewilderment. Alas. Yu Tang sighed quietly, slowly telling the story of that year. In the year 589 of Taishu, the extraterritorial enemy successfully attacked Yu City, and the entire city turned a charred black and red color, with corpses and bones everywhere, and blood flowing down the river. Although Yu City was overthrown, the extraterritorial enemies suffered equally heavy losses, and they had to withdraw their troops and return to the extraterritorial region, and this absence lasted for 1,000 years. The holy beast fell, but the extraterritorial armies still didn't give up. They sent countless emissaries to lobby His Majesty, and even sent missions to visit, but His Majesty rejected everyone's invitations and left word, if they want to talk, let them come to me themselves. The extraterritorial enemies became enraged and sent out a strong team to try to threaten by force. However, they died one after another after they approached Yu City, and corpses piled up outside of Yu City. The enemy was scared out of their wits and no longer dared to send a team to invade. Instead, they contracted their troops and hunkered down outside the domain. Yu City was spared, but His Majesty grew older and more decrepit, until one day, His Majesty suddenly fell unconscious, and the ministers were all terrified and didn't know what to do. It was during this tense time that the Empress quietly entered the palace. She told the ministers that she had a way to save His Majesty. As long as they followed the methods she provided, His Majesty would hopefully regain his health, and then the ministers agreed with her. The Empress sacrificed herself and used a secret treasure to protect His Majesty's entirety, and His Majesty was able to come to his senses and be healed. Yu Tang's eyes revealed a look of reminiscence, as if he was remembering the glory of the Yu dynasty again. Your Majesty is awesome. Hearing this, everyone stood in awe. If Yu Jun was the hope of the Yu dynasty, then concubine Yushu was synonymous with the hope of the Yu dynasty. And after that? The officer was also shocked in this hidden history and couldn't help but ask. In the end, another civil unrest broke out in Yu City. His Majesty allowed them to stay in Yu City, seemingly giving an alternative eternal life, but it was an eternal curse. They tried to subvert His Majesty's rule, and they even tried to contact their extraterrestrial enemies. These fools! The crowd was indignant. If it wasn't for Yu Jun and the royal family, how would they have survived until now? However, His Majesty had long anticipated this, and had laid down all sorts of means as early as the establishment of Yu City, and the operation of Yu City is not without consumption. Since they want to be relieved, they will have to pay a painful price. In the end, all of these people paid their own lives as the price. Their souls turned into the city's nutrients, nourishing every inch of Yu City's soil, every cell, and Yu City flourished. The existence of Yu City is like a cycle. It absorbs the blood, flesh, and souls of its extraterrestrial enemies, while at the same time, the sons of the Yu dynasty sacrifice their lives to maintain its operation, allowing it to last forever. So this is how Yu City has been preserved until now. The crowd was dumbfounded, not realizing that Yu City was actually maintained by countless corpses and blood. But this is not without a price. After so many years have passed, the popularity of Yu City has gradually weakened, and Yu City is gradually going to the other extreme, which is why the Empress would go and absorb the transformation. The crowd drifted off. They finally understood why concubine Yushu was so strange. So there was such a secret here. Yu City has come to its end. Behind everything running beautifully and normally is filled with strangeness. The people of Yu City are constantly fading away. While those dead souls have coalesced into resentments, these resentments have converged into an ocean, settling underneath Yu City, affecting it, and causing it to become more and more bizarre. This kind of resentment is getting deeper and deeper. Only Nyang Nyang suppressing it is not enough. So in the sealed land, there are us, suppressing the evil spirits of Yu City through slumber. Speaking of this, Yu Tang's eyes were thick with sorrow and sadness. After so many years had passed, Nyang Nyang was also unable to resist this resentment after all. Her memories began to blur, her consciousness was chaotic, and only her obsession was still holding on. Yu Tang looked downcast. So where did His Majesty go? Chapter 15, Divergence. As the story was told, the crowd was curious as to how the Queen had no trace of His Majesty after waking him up. His Majesty went to the outer realm. He wanted to look for those traces of the rebels and kill them all. Yu Tang said with a somber expression. The extraterritorial army. Those hostile forces. Yu Cheng's enemies. Even more hateful than them were those renegade Yu dynasty subjects. Aren't they not allowed to leave Yu City? Why would they go to the domain? Wang Zhixiong was puzzled. This is something that we need to ask the Empress. The Empress has never left Yu City by half a step, so perhaps she is the only one who knows the reason for this. Yu Tang shook his head. Obviously, he was not too clear about these things either. Wang Zhixiong also stopped asking after hearing this. Finished speaking? Jian Xiangu said coldly. His voice was like 10,000 years of ice, piercing one's eardrums and causing Wang Zhixiong to shiver. Finished? Yu Tang laughed awkwardly. Then what are you still letting them do here? Hurry up and get out. Jian Xiangu indifferently said, unceremoniously kicking people out. Wang Zhixiong and the others smiled sarcastically and hurriedly excused themselves and left. His Majesty refuses to come back. What exactly is the reason? Outside the door, Wang Zhixiong and the others also realized this problem and were puzzled. I would rather His Majesty not care about the matter of the traitors and just guard Yu City. Lin Xiangxing sighed lightly. Yu City was originally created by His Majesty's own hands. It's not bad that these people can host in Yu City, but they are still trying to get out of control. The human heart is really greedy. Maybe this is to defend the honor of Yu dynasty, but I always feel that there is some kind of conspiracy here. I always feel that something will happen. Zhang Hong said worriedly. Don't be a worrywart. What can happen? Li Dixi rolled his eyes. When the sky collapsed, there was a taller person to hold it. They couldn't help if they wanted to. No, I just think. Ugh, forget it. Let us not talk about this first. I am hungry. What about you guys? Zhang Hong waved his hand and asked. I'm also hungry, but there's no way out. We don't even know how to get out now. Wang Zhixiong rubbed his head in agony. The scene that happened today was just too big of an impact on his worldview. If we were to go on like this, were there cultivators and transcendents in other dynasties as well? Those ancient books were not exaggerated, but true. At this time, the door of the room was suddenly pushed open with a creak. The crowd looked up in shock and saw Yu Tang reverting back to that white bone shape. You senior? The crowd stared with wide eyes, somewhat confused. How could they be fine and suddenly become like this again? A bit uncomfortable. My divine soul cooperated with Xiangu and went to deal with the evil spirits together. Now it's just the physical body that's talking to you guys. Can the consciousness still split into two? Li Dixi asked in surprise. He had only heard of the consciousness splitting technique, but that could be described as awkward, which was as arbitrary as Yu Tang's. Pretty much. Yu Tang nodded. Don't worry about me. You guys return the way you came and you can leave. Hearing this, the crowd immediately revealed a look of disappointment. It seemed like their fantasy journey had come to an end. However, they didn't dare to have any grievances. After all of this was unimaginable to the onlookers. They had to be content. Thus, the crowd resigned and prepared to organize and report what they had seen and heard this time. Yu Tang, I didn't expect you to be able to cheat people too. Jian Xuanga stood by the door, staring at Yu Tang with a smile. Yu Tang's old face blushed. He did lie, but he also had his own considerations. If he let the crowd know the truth, it would surely trigger panic and would even bring trouble to the outside world. Xiangu, I'm also doing this for the safety of Yu City. This is our own Yu City's matter. We should carry it ourselves, Yu Tang said solemnly. The corner of Jian Xianji's mouth raised in a sneer. Then he turned to leave. Xiangu, where are you going? Yu Tang hurriedly called out to her and asked. Of course I'm going to kill those sinful people, Jian Xiangu said in a calm tone. his gaze looking into the void, where a few sinful souls were watching them intently. Old Wang, are we really leaving like this? The team traveling with him said with a regretful face. What they had just heard from Yu Tang was too shocking, making their hearts pound, and they couldn't wait to study everything here. Let's go. Us staying here serves no purpose other than being a burden. Li Desai fell to the side and skimmed his lips. What are you kids saying? We're companions. We've gone through so much together. How can we say we're a burden? The other two experts said. Li Desai shrugged. Then why don't you guys study that fog first? You. Alright. Now is not the time for infighting. Lin Xianxing stopped the quarrel from expanding further, knowing that Li Desai couldn't have mentioned it like that for no reason. So he asked, Little Li, do you have any opinions? That mist is weird, Li Desai said gruffly. If I guessed correctly, I'm afraid that it's not as simple as just a spirit mist. It's more like some kind of chi leakage. The crowd had already walked back to the official road where the frosty spirit mist had appeared before. Only here, it was colder than before, and there were even more dismal screams vaguely coming out. Nonsense, how could any chi exist here? That's right, this is just an ordinary glacier mountain range. There is nothing special about it. Where did the chi leak from? Several experts shook their heads in disbelief. Li Desai didn't bother to debate with them and said straight away. You guys observe this area carefully. Have you found it yet? He stretched out his right foot and took a step, and a layer of white mist instantly surfaced on the bottom of his foot, which then dissipated. The crowd was surprised. It was an extreme coldness, as if they had traveled from the hot summer to the harsh winter in an instant. Li Desai continued to take steps, each step falling with white frost, but it quickly dissipated. It's not only cold, there is a hint of fury, and the fury is so thick that it can't be melted. This area is definitely a place of death. Can't you guys sense that senior never mentioned the corpses of the U City's people from the beginning to the end? Li Desai said indifferently. Even if the souls are sacrificed to the U City operation, it is impossible that the corpses and bones are all thwarted. Right, you guys pay attention to the surroundings. Have you ever felt the eerie feeling? Or rather, have you ever smelled the rotten stench? The crowd frowned and carefully recalled, a look of fear on their faces. This place was indeed filled with a disgusting putrid smell, the smell of rotting corpses, but most of all, it wasn't decay, but a kind of resentment and anger, as if something horrible had happened in this area. This place was, indeed, a land of death, a giant tomb. The corpses of those sons and daughters, they couldn't have been buried in here. A female expert trembled, her voice shivering. It should be. He Xingguang nodded. He also felt this resentment and anger. This anger and resentment was indescribable, as if it had been pent up for 1,000 years and could not be vented out. It could only be buried deep beneath the earth, waiting for the day of liberation to come. Then why are we still staying here? Hurry and escape. The crowd was suddenly creeped out and immediately wanted to pull their legs out and run away. Wait first. Wang Zhixiang stopped them. If we escape like this, wouldn't we be admitting that we're timid? Since we've learned about the buried history, why don't we go to other places to take a look? Prof. Wang is right. Since we're here, we definitely need to check it out. We can't leave so irresponsibly. Another male assistant seconded. Although the remaining few experts were scared, they didn't retreat, not only because they were from archaeology, but also because the secrets here were just too fascinating, and they weren't willing to just run away so easily. Alas, I'm also in favor of staying and exploring a bit. We're already here anyway. Alright, I'll accompany you guys. I'll accompany you guys as well. The crowd deliberated and decided to stay. Senior, what about you? Lin Xianxing couldn't help but ask as he looked at the thoughtful Li Desai. Li Desai pondered for a moment and said, I always feel that this U City reveals strangeness. It's better to be cautious. Alright, since you don't intend to stay, then you can go back first. Lin Xianxing sighed and said. Li Desai nodded slightly. He did feel that this trip was too dangerous. Although he inherited the Maoshan arts, he himself was involved in divination and divining, and because of this, he knew even more clearly the risks of this trip, as well as the level of danger. Everything here was just too strange, and according to the information he had, in a place like this, it should be a place of auspiciousness. However, in his perception, there didn't seem to be a trace of auspiciousness in this world, only gloom and darkness. I advise you guys to better not go anywhere. Since Elder you asked us to return, there must be a reason. Otherwise, why would he ask us to turn back? After Li Desai finished speaking, he left towards the distance. Then let's hurry back as well. The situation here is too evil. I always feel a chill down my back and uncomfortable. I also feel the same way. It's better for us to go back earlier. Seeing Li Desai withdraw, the insistence of several experts just now began to waver again, with a look of impatience to leave. Humph, a bunch of goons. Since you're not willing to go exploring, it's better for you to leave. And don't expect me to give you the credit when the time comes. The officer snorted and twisted his head to leave. Seeing this, the others gritted their teeth and left, ignoring the warriors and fellow soldiers. Lin Ju, then we are. He Xingguang was somewhat hesitant. Lin Xiangxing gazed around. Let's go. Since we're here, we have to do something. But, there's nothing but, since we're here, we have to find out the truth. Alright. He Xingguang nodded helplessly and prepared to continue exploring together with Wang Zhixiong and the others. Chapter 16, Yukuan. Boom. Suddenly, a violent vibration resounded throughout the entire U city space, as if a large earthquake had occurred, shaking the ground and turning the sky upside down. What's going on? An earthquake happened? Everyone was terrified and scrambled to take cover. Some even fell to the ground. Rumble, accompanied by this deafening roar, as if a flood beast was approaching. The ground continued to crack open. A huge and hideous sarcophagus slowly rose up, enveloping the entire U city space. This coffin was 100 meters long and wide. The whole body was cast from bronze, and the surface was covered with ancient text symbols. At a glance, it was clear that the age was long and the years had passed. And on top of this coffin, there were many mutilated portraits, and those portraits were lifelike, all of them being some peculiar people or species. Click click click. Suddenly, the lid of the sarcophagus cracked open, and a set of withered bones emerged, their flesh all eroded by the wind and rain, their skin wrinkled and their skin dried up, as if they were fish that had lost their water. They were seated, eyes closed, hands folded, seemingly chanting and praying for something, but also like they were guarding something sacred and solemn. But these dead bones are not dead things. With the sarcophagus cracked, they immediately stood up, crossed their arms in front of their chests, and assumed the posture of praying for blessings. Soon, these dead bones even arranged themselves to form a peculiar pattern, a huge and complicated pattern. Roar! After the pattern was formed, these withered bones roared up to the sky, emitting an endless baleful aura. This scene was simply appalling and heart-stopping. Bang 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 bang! These withered bones fell to their knees in unison, worshipping in the direction of the northwest. A low and solemn sacrificial sound was transmitted into the ears of the crowd. It was as if the sound came from hell, making people shudder, their hearts beating wildly, and their souls throbbing. There, is something over there? Lin Xiangxing's pupils suddenly shrunk, pointing somewhere. The crowd hurriedly followed the sound and looked. At the end of that place, there seemed to be dazzling colors bursting forth, flickering non-stop. Let's go take a look. Lin Xiangxing greeted the crowd and dashed towards the end. Getting closer and closer to the end, that strange sacrificial sound also became clearer and clearer. That sound was like piercing through the soul, causing people to follow uncontrollably, creating an impulse in their hearts. Finally, when the crowd rushed to the end, they were all stunned, one by one, their mouths wide open, their faces filled with horror. In front of them was a giant burial mound that was 1,000 feet tall. You city tomb. Looking at the giant tomb in front of him, Zhang Heng spat out 3 words with difficulty as his body could not help but tremble. Originally, they thought that U City itself was a tomb, only the souls remained here, but they had forgotten that U City was originally the burial place of the U dynasty's people. Buried bodies, buried not just souls, but also physical bodies. Behind the seemingly vibrant city, there were thousands of lives buried, which simply made people's hearts grow fuzzy. The building specifications of this U City tomb are so huge, I'm afraid it's twice as big as the Imperial Tomb specifications. Yet Elder, you didn't mention it to us. Could it be that this is where those generals who sacrificed their lives due to the extraterritorial enemy are buried? Wang Zhixiong's eyebrows twisted into Chuan characters. They had seen the grandeur of the Imperial Tomb before, but it was not as exaggerated as this. There can be no mistake. What's buried here must be the martyrs of the Yu dynasty. Just why do I feel eerie here? Lin Xiangxing gulped. He felt cold and bone-chilling all over. What are you guys still waiting for? Hurry up and open this giant mausoleum. The officer commanded a few warriors, his tone rather commanding. Their goal was to continue exploring the news, and now that they saw this giant mausoleum, they naturally couldn't contain their excitement. Little Young, you wait first, don't be in a hurry. This mausoleum is Yu Cheng's tomb after all. Surely we need to ask for permission, or else trespassing into the chamber. That's a big crime. Wang Zhixiong pulled Yang Tian back and explained. Yang Tian disdainfully said, this Yu Cheng tomb suddenly appeared. Who dares to say anything? What's more, with Elder Yu and Yang Yang and the others around, what are you afraid of? Furthermore, if you're afraid, you may as well not enter. I'm going in anyway. After saying that, he took a step towards Yu Cheng's tomb. Seeing this, He Xingguang and the others showed anxious faces. This Yu Cheng tomb appeared in a really weird place, making their hearts anxious, especially when they contacted what Li Dixi said. It made them hesitate. After all, they had also suspected that perhaps that Elder Yu was really an extraterrestrial invader, and that was why he had deliberately concealed it and set up a trap to trap and kill them. A group of ordinary people, but they also understood that this was something unlikely. After all, if that senior really wanted to trap them, there was no need to go through such trouble, just slap them to death. But how could this tomb and that praying skeleton be explained? It's that Brahma sound. Yang Tian, he was compelled. As if remembering something, He Xingguang exclaimed. This sentence instantly woke everyone up. Yang Tian had appeared extremely calm all the way just now, except for occasionally saying 2 sentences of borderline nonsense. There was absolutely no sign of being bewitched. But on the contrary, just now, the moment he heard the sacrificial voice, he was like a different person. Then why are we fine? Wang Zhixiang frowned, his heart filled with doubts. Buzz buzz buzz. Just as the crowd was stunned, Yang Tian suddenly went crazy, wildly waving his fists and feet, attacking the void in front of the tomb, venting the anger and suffocation in his heart. It was simply like a madman. We are seeing those Sanskrit texts, so we are fine. Lin Xiangxing gritted his teeth. Sanskrit texts, demons, this was definitely the key information. Not good. Yang Tian, he wants to open the mausoleum. There must be a secret in here. He Xingguang's pupils contracted as he shouted in horror. Rumble. As expected, Yang Tian raised his fist again and smashed it down hard. The seemingly untouchable Yucheng tomb. This punch went down as if it had a connection with the outside world, and the door of the tomb even slowly opened up. Quickly stop him, Lin Xiangxing shouted. Boom! However, it was already too late. Yang Tian leaped in and disappeared in their eyes. Quick! Chase! The crowd reacted instantly and chased after him in a swarm. However, when they ran into the mausoleum, the sight in front of them scared them to death. Here they saw the densely packed general silhouettes that Yu Jun had summoned earlier were fighting with countless unjust souls, and at the same time, they also saw Yu Tang. Yu Tang had indeed come as well? After seeing that familiar soul body, a cool air rose within Lin Xiangxing. Although he was far away from Yu Tang, he could still feel his intense killing intent. Not good. Get out of here. Lin Xiangxing's face changed drastically as he turned around and prepared to escape. Swoosh. However, those illusory generals suddenly opened their eyes. Swish swish swish. Countless black-ons, shooting from the sky, were so fast that Lin Xiangxing could not avoid them. It's over. Put. Lin Xiangxing originally thought that he was finished, but did not expect it to be the several ghosts that were close by his side that fell aside and died extremely miserable deaths. Seeing this scene, He Xingguang and Wang Zhixian looked at each other. They both knew very well that these ghosts were the same as the ones that Niang Yang had suppressed earlier, and since they had appeared here as well and the warriors were there, could it be that they had come to the center of the battlefield? Thinking of this, the crowd shuddered. This was like a joke. Death-defying isn't like this. Damn it! Retreat! Zhang Hong fiercely stomped his foot and led the remaining people to flee in a sorry state. Hello! Those ghosts didn't put their minds on them either, as they surged in and continued to kill each other. Ha ha ha! Yu Jun! You can't stop me anymore! Within the deepest part of the Yu City Mausoleum's underground palace, a burst of unrestrained laughter resounded throughout the entire palace. A man stood in front of the stone steps. He was wearing a red robe. His body emanated blood mist, and his facial expression was hideous. If one looked closely, one would realize that the man's arms and cheeks were covered with a patch of pitch-black scales. Jian Xuanga, I told you that you are not my opponent. Is that so? Then let me try. Saying that, Jian Xiangu pointed out his sword from afar, and the overpowering sword intent raged out, transforming into a flying rain in the sky that enveloped Yu Kuan. Yu Kuan had no fear on his face. His right hand slowly lifted up, and in a flash, the sky darkened and the wind and clouds changed. He lightly stretched out his right hand, his 5 fingers bent, seemingly grasping something. A terrifying black ball of light coalesced, and then he loosened his 5 fingers and violently popped out. Boom! That ball of light exploded like a missile, setting off a terrifying shockwave that swept through all directions. Jian Xiangu was sent flying dozens of meters, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth, his expression incredulous as he muttered, "You actually stepped into the reincarnation realm." Ha! Yu Kuan stood proudly in place and laughed coldly. Jian Xiangu, I didn't think that I would be able to step further even if I only had a divine soul, right? Upon hearing this, Jian Xiangu fell silent, and after a long time, he eyed Yu Kuan and asked, "You knew about my plan? Humph, how could your every move be hidden from my eyes?" Yu Kuan said sorrowfully, "Not only that, I also know that you have long had ulterior motives, and this time, you have invited Kung Fu to come here to go to the Imperial Tomb to steal the dragon vein, and to reverse the yin and yang. If it wasn't for Yu Tang keeping an eye on you, you might have really gotten away with it." Hearing this, Jian Xiangu was shocked in his heart as he hurriedly shook his head in denial, explaining, "No, I have never betrayed His Majesty." Oh, Yu Kuan raised his eyebrows and questioned, "Then what are you still hesitating for? Why don't you sublimate extremely? Otherwise you don't have any chance at all." "Because I'm not willing. I still have hope. As long as I wait for me to succeed in my cultivation, I can resurrect your majesty and reclaim the heavenly destiny, Jian Xuanga said resolutely. Just as his words fell, he was unceremoniously interrupted by Yu Kuan. Foolishness, you don't know what heaven's mandate is at all, let alone talking about resurrecting his majesty. All of this is nothing more than wishful thinking on your part, a fool's dream. Jian Xuanga frowned. His majesty is a valiant lord of 1,000 years. I believe that one day, he will return. Delusional. Yu Jun will never be able to transcend life. Even if you cultivate into the dawn-breaking realm, you will never be able to resurrect him. Is that so? Boom! Right at this moment, a vast and terrifying majesty descended from the sky. Yu Kuan raised his head, only to see a full moon appear in the dome of the sky, and in the center of the full moon, a middle-aged man clad in a dragon robe stood proudly in the void, looking down on the world. His figure was magnificent and tall, his aura was majestic and unrivaled, and his eyes looked askance, as if a heavenly god had descended from the heavens, looking down on the living beings on earth. See your majesty. Jian Xuanga knelt down and rested his sword in both hands. All the generals in the tomb space also saluted. Yu Kuan was the only one who held his head high and was not afraid in the slightest as he stared at the high full moon and said in a cold voice, Yu Jun, so what if you appear at this moment? If you had listened to me, why would the Yu dynasty have fallen to such a state? You don't deserve to be called an emperor. Today I must overthrow you. Boom! Accompanied by Yu Kuan's bellowing, the terrifying aura instantly spread out, and the entire underground palace collapsed and crumbled in an instant, splitting apart and filling the sky with dust. Bang! Immediately afterward, a black chain as thick as a pillar tore through the sky, ruthlessly slamming into that dragon-robed man in midair. Rumble! The collision of the two produced a huge rumble, and the tomb room trembled as if it was the end of the world, causing all the ghost generals to stop. Chapter 17, The 1,000-Year Kiss. This is, the underground palace shattered, and the two of them, as well as Jian Xuanga, were exposed to the world. Yu Jun had a head of long black hair flowing in the wind, and his appearance was handsome and dignified, but at this moment, a color of anger and sadness flowed between his brows. Yu Kuan, you and I are both part of the Yu clan, so why should we go and utilize the power of an external enemy? Yu Jun's low, hoarse roar was deafening as it spread throughout the entire space of the mausoleum. Yu Kuan held his head high and did not fear in the slightest. All I know is that you have lost the hearts of the people. Your rule has long existed in name only, and I'm the one who follows the hearts of the people. Yu Kuan paused in his tone and continued, as long as I succeed, the Yu clan will rise again. Asshole! Yu Jun was furious. He swung his fist and smashed it over, his manic fist shadow carrying a destructive offense, destroying and sweeping away. Boom boom boom. Yu Kuan didn't dodge or avoid, letting the fist prince bombard him, and in an instant, the black light mass around his body spun violently. Ka-ching! Ka-ching! A thin crack spread all over his body, and in the blink of an eye, he became fragmented. However, Yu Kuan's remnant body remained standing, not even half traumatized. Yu Jun frowned and looked at Yu Kuan suspiciously, not understanding how he could possess such a strong defense. He. Yu Kuan grinned. Yu Jun, if you were still alive, I might still be afraid of a few points, but well, you died a long time ago. If it wasn't for concubine Yushu, that, who has been helping you to hold on to the last trace of your origin, you would have already gone up in smoke. Mentioning her lover, a touch of pain and longing surfaced on Yu Jun's face. This has nothing to do with her. You and I have a grudge. Let's just settle it with each other. As far as her inhuman and ghostly appearance is concerned, I'll help free her for you, Yu Kuan said indifferently. Yu Junwei said angrily, Yu Kuan, do you really want to be like this? Yu Kuan shrugged his shoulders and spread his hands, full of concern. Who told you to refuse to submit? I only blame you for being too stubborn and obstinate. Ha ha ha. Yu Kuan suddenly threw back his head and laughed, and said to Jian Xiangu, do you think that the spine of our Yu dynasty should be bent? Shoo, buzz. A ray of bright and piercing golden aura shot out suddenly like a starburst, fast to the extreme. It was a golden longsword, and it contained an incomparably terrifyingly sharp aura, as if it could penetrate through heaven and earth. Jian Xiangu reared up, gripping the sword in his hand. He gave his answer. What a disappointing answer. Yu Kuan's eyes filled with a thick scorn after seeing Jian Xiangu burning his divine soul. Since that's the case, there's no need for me to show mercy. Take your life, Yu Kuan said in a fierce voice, and after he spoke, he fiercely clenched his right arm, stored up his thick strength, and fiercely threw it into the void. In a flash, the dark void suddenly burst out hundreds of rays of light, like laser cannons that crazily attacked Jian Xuanga. Whoosh! Facing this level of attack, Jian Xiangu didn't even bother to dodge. He reached out and grabbed the golden longsword and swung it violently, actually resisting these beams of light hard. Clang clang clang. Jian Xiangu's movements were quick, as if he were a ghost wandering through the dark void. Every time he swung his sword, he would accurately block a ray of light, perfectly defusing the attack. Swoosh! Sword Xiangu countered the defense and attacked. The golden sharp blade brought up a sound of breaking wind and chopped towards Yukuan. Its speed was fast to the extreme. Humph! Small sculpture. Yukuan snorted coldly. His left hand probed out, and even grabbed the golden sharp blade with his bare hand, and violently threw it out, pushing straight towards Jian Xiangu. Clang! Between the sparks of electricity, Jian Xiangu quickly drew his sword to block. Boom! Between the swords touching each other, an earth-shattering ripple of explosion swept through the 8 directions, and the ground under Jian Xiangu's feet cracked and crumbled directly, as endless chaotic rocks shot up into the sky. But it's just a remnant soul. This king has been preparing for so many years. How can you resist? Yukuan whistled in a hideous frenzy. You are destined to be stepped on by me in this life, and will never be able to win against me, because you will never be able to compare to me. Rumble! As soon as the words fell, Yukuan's double palms came out, fiercely and domineeringly slapping at all parts of Jian Xiangu's body. The terrifying might shook his body violently. Still want to resist? Give me suppression. Yukuan waved his hand and guided it, and the power of the Brahma sounds from the rituals outside the tomb chamber surged madly into Jian Xiangu's body. Boom 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 boom. Under the suppression of the dual forces, Jian Xiangu's consciousness was gradually disappearing at a speed visible to the naked eye. In a short while, Jian Xiangu's sanity was completely extinguished, and only the saber was still struggling violently, but it faded away as well. Jian Xiangu. In vain you have a generation of heroes, but actually lost in my hands. What a pity nah. Yukuan put away his sword. His face was filled with an excited smile, obviously winning. Yu Jun, how does it feel to watch your great general fall completely? The next one will be your turn. Yukuan eerily looked towards Yu Jun, his eyes filled with greed and evil. Yukuan, however, the moment Yukuan was about to approach Yu Jun, a familiar and icy cold drinking voice abruptly resounded throughout the entire chamber. The moment he heard the voice, Yukuan's face suddenly changed drastically. An unprecedented sense of panic arose, and caused him to take 2 steps backwards. You, how did you just come out? Yukuan stared incredulously with wide eyes, full of fear, staring at the woman at the entrance of the chamber. Scared to death. The woman at the entrance of the tomb was no other than the empress of the Yu dynasty, concubine Yushu. Your Majesty. After concubine Yushu entered the tomb chamber, a gentle light smile appeared on her blood-covered, peerless face. Her eyes were even locked onto Yu Jun in the first place, completely ignoring Yukuan on the opposite side. Only, her cheeks were incredibly pale and her breath was very disorganized. Concubine, what brings you here? Yu Jun smiled faintly. Your Majesty, didn't you say that you would accompany concubine Yushu to the Yellow Springs? And today is our appointed hour. Concubine Yushu smiled. Hearing this, Yukuan instantly became furious. Concubine Yushu, everything is too late. If you quit now I can save your life. And I can help you think of a solution to the problems you have. I've already thought it through. I'm willing to follow His Majesty and leave. I don't want to live and die any longer. Concubine Yushu shook her head. Stupid thing, do you know that you will die a much worse death if you are here now? Yukuan roared. The angrier Yukuan became, the calmer concubine Yushu's face became. Concubine Yushu, I'm warning you for the last time. Hurry up and get lost. Otherwise don't blame me for turning my face away. Yukuan gritted his teeth and roared. Imperial uncle. Concubine Yushu's mind is made up. Please forgive concubine Yushu's rudeness. Concubine Yushu gently pulled her hair at her temples and then walked towards Yu Jun with a light and slow pace. Asshole. Yu Jun was furious. His fists clenched to the point of creaking, and his murderous look was itching to eat concubine Yushu. But due to concubine Yushu's formidable strength, he didn't dare to strike out rashly. Swish. After concubine Yushu walked to Yu Jun's side, she suddenly reached out and hugged him, and stood on her tiptoes, lightly tapping up. Yu Jun froze, never expecting concubine Yushu to actually take the initiative to kiss herself. Also good. Yu Jun gazed at the beautiful person in front of him. The long-lost throbbing surged unceasingly in his heart. Letting you alone, concubine, carry all this. Jun is unable to repay you, and can only protect you with all his might in his next life. Yu Jun said in a soft voice. He was grateful for concubine Yushu's dedication to the Yu dynasty for so many years, and at the same time, he felt a little guilty. He knew that concubine Yushu had dedicated almost all the energy she had left to Yu dynasty in order to allow Yu dynasty to continue, and in order to stop the traitors from rampaging and raging. Moreover, it is also because of this that she is cursed day and night. However, she still never gave up hope, even if she has been forgotten by the world, even if she is already a remnant in the wind. She still replaced herself to take good care of Yu Chang, still so gentle and virtuous. One's own indebtedness to this woman has been too much. The only way to make up for her is to pour out everything in the next life. Concubine, does not regret it. Concubine Yushu raised her eyes to look deeply at Yu Jun and said in a firm tone, Concubine is willing to wait for the next life to reunite with Jun. After Concubine Yushu finished speaking, her tiptoe right foot landed on the ground and slowly loosened her arms, leaving Yu Jun's embrace. I still remember what you once said. Your Majesty, Yu City, as the name suggests, this city is Yu Dynasty's mother harbor, my haven, and moreover, Yu Dynasty's home, and I am willing to pour out all I have to turn it into our territory and prosper, so that future generations will remember the greatness of Yu City. Nowadays, Yu City has suffered a great disaster, and there are countless grievous souls and sins. Concubine is no longer capable of guarding it any longer. This moment is your Majesty's Yu City. Let go and end it all. Concubine will help your Majesty clear the last obstacle. Your Majesty, if there is an afterlife, Concubine will definitely meet you earlier. Just as the words were finished, her head hung low and her entire body fell limply as if she had lost her life. The soul body instantly faded away. Yu Jun watched all this happen, but there was nothing he could do. He could only call out urgently, Yushu, Yushu. However, no matter how much he shouted, Concubine Yushu never woke up. Yu Jun breathed shakily. Tears slid down her face and dripped onto her palms, soaking them. He wanted to give the two of them the last time, but he didn't expect Concubine Yushu to ferry the last ounce of energy to Yu Jun. This made Yu Kuan's expression change from stupefied to stormy, so furious that his lungs exploded. His forehead veins bulged and his face was hideously twisted. Bastard! 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 Damn woman! Yu Jun! This is what you did. Do you realize how much she sacrificed for you? Now she's dead. She's completely gone. How are you going to make up for this? Yu Kuan roared madly, driven by his anger, and directly struck out. Chapter 18, Buried in the Imperial Tomb. Clang! A clear and pleasant sound of the zither resounded in the mountains. The sound of the zither was long, slowly cutting through the valley like flowing water, making people forget what they had heard. Many people looked in the direction where the zither sound came from, but they only saw a lofty and magnificent mountain peak, and nothing else to be found. Who is this? How could he be playing the zither here? The sound of this zither is beautiful. No, the point isn't this. It's how did we get here? Wang Zhixiong and the others had been focusing their gazes on Yu Jun and Yu Kuan in the middle of the confrontation between the two of them, not realizing that just as Yu Kuan was lashing out, their field of vision changed for a moment, as if they had traversed through some sort of barrier and arrived in another piece of space. The position they were standing in had changed into a valley, surrounded by lush greenery, and the zither sound just now was coming from the mountain peaks. Guys, what the hell is going on here? Wang Zhixiong asked suspiciously. I don't know either. Zhang Hong was also filled with doubts. You guys, could it be haunted by some ghosts again? He Xingguang offered his guess. It shouldn't be, right? I do think the sound of the zither is quite nice. I guess someone is playing an ancient tune. I just don't know who it is. Although Lin Xianxing said so on his lips, he was not sure. After all, the previous few visions had left too deep an impression on him. Long time waiting, people of the later generations. At this time a clear and bright voice suddenly came from behind the crowd, causing them to jump. Looking back, they only saw a woman leaning abruptly on a stone bench, her fingers resting on the ancient zither, her eyes slightly closed as if she was asleep. Who are you? Why are you playing the zither here? Zhang Hong frowned and asked. I apologize for inviting you over in this manner, but in truth, I was entrusted to come here specifically to receive you. She did not open her eyes, but merely replied indifferently. Entrusted by someone? Zhang Hong and the others were even more confused. This woman was mysterious and spoke ambiguously, making them feel uncomfortable. In that case, please clarify. Your Excellency, who is the person you are talking about being entrusted by someone? Wang Zhixiong asked patiently. She still had her eyes closed and seemed to be ignoring the crowd at all. Wang Zhixiong and the others looked at each other and eventually chose to stay silent. They intended to observe for a while before making a decision. Anyway, there were no other living people here right now other than them. Moreover, this woman was dressed in plain clothes and was obviously different from them, so she must not be a bad person. Time passed quietly, an incense stick of time passed, and the woman still maintained her original posture. Zhang Hong and the others waited with some annoyance, so they wanted to leave. Please stay. Right at this moment, the woman suddenly opened her eyes, which were as brilliant as autumn water. Concubine Yushu, meet you all. Your Highness? How is it possible? Wang Zhixiong and the others were immediately stunned. They had never thought that the woman in front of them was actually the Empress. Are you really the Empress? Lin Xianxing asked tentatively. Not bad. Concubine Yushu smiled faintly. But how did the Empress appear here? And you? He Xingguang wanted to speak. I did die, but because it was a curse, plus some of my backhanders, I was still able to meet you all here. The crowd sniffed, and then it dawned on them. I don't know what exactly the Empress has summoned us here for. I'm sure you all have a lot of doubts in your hearts, and I've summoned you here today to tell you the truth. May I wash my ears and listen? Wang Zhixiong arched his hand and said, His Majesty he, in fact, left long ago. Ah, the opening thunderclap. Wang Zhixiong and the others all revealed a shocked expression. How is this possible? Isn't His Majesty still in the tomb? He's just like all of us. Only his divine soul is left. Concubine Yushu explained gently. Then why did Elder Yu say? Elder Yu? Your so-called Elder Yu is Xiao Tang, right? The crowd nodded in succession. Yes, that's right. It's also for your good that he didn't tell, because the truth is far more brutal than imagined. I wonder if your highness can tell us in detail. Alas, Concubine Yushu sighed quietly and narrated the whole thing. After hearing her account, Wang Zhixiong and the others were stunned. It turned out that what was hosted on the altar was nothing more than a wisp of Yu Jun's willful divine soul, as was the case with the other generals, and Jian Xuanga. Their true bodies were all buried in Yu City's imperial tomb. Those rebels tried to let the enemies from outside the realm descend on Yu City through the altar back then, but fortunately it didn't work in the end. In order to prevent accidents, Lord Yu and the retained divine souls of all the generals were suppressed here. In addition to the divine souls, in order to form a stronger hold, Yu Tang and several other members of the royal family were also sleeping here. It was not that they could not be destroyed, but the altar was also a good tool to carry their souls, so it was preserved until now. In addition, the history that Yu Tang added later is also wrong. The reason why Yu Jun did not continue to improve the historical facts later is because when he returned to the city for the second time, he encountered a backstabbing, waiting for the generals and soldiers instead of a respectful welcome, but a prepared prison net. The betrayal of the people of Yu City caused Yu Jun to suffer an unprecedented backlash of his fortune, and he had to summon Yu City back to the Blue Star at the last moment, using the heaven and earth to maintain the existence of Yu City, or else the city, which was deprived of replenishment, would sooner or later turn into a ghostly world. This time, Yu City reappeared in the world and reopened. It was also to give everything a chance to end, and the key or the trigger was Wang Zhixiong and the others of the later generations. What? How could this happen? Nyang Nyang. Are you saying that we are actually the biggest variable, that it is the fate of heaven? That's right, heaven's will. Could it be that this thing is really established by heaven? A hint of despair surfaced on the faces of the crowd. Concubine Yushu shook her head and said, yes and no. Or, it is heaven's will and heaven's chance. Heavenly chance? What is heavenly chance again? Wang Zhixiong pursued. Heaven's opportunity cannot be divulged. Wang Zhixiong was dumbfounded and could only resign himself. What about you, your highness? Why do you want to help us? Zhang Heng asked. Hearing this, Concubine Yushu, however, fell into silence as she did not answer Zhang Heng, as if she was thinking of something else. Ahem, your highness? Zhang Heng coughed lightly twice in embarrassment. It is not to help. Your arrival has advanced the process of the duel. I am just telling you the facts so that you can prepare for the future. Concubine Yushu slowly rose. Her fingertips slightly exerted force. An invisible wave erupted from within the ancient zither, spreading in all directions. Like ripples, it rippled and spread out into the distance. The mountain peaks echoed, and a picture was presented in the eyes of Wang Zhixiong and the others. It was an image of intertwined scenes whose contents included the revival of a general's divine soul as well as, Nyang Nian, what are you doing? Wang Zhixiong was astonished beyond measure. All these years, the rebels have been trying to subvert Yu City and regain contact with the enemies outside the domain. Every mountain peak here is where every great general of the Yu dynasty is buried. Yushu apologized to them for not letting their divine souls enjoy the nourishment of Yu City. Instead, they were suppressed by one rebellion after another, consuming them non-stop until only Xiangu was left in the end. And he, too, had his divine soul destroyed. Now, let his story be buried in the imperial tomb along with his flesh. As Concubine Yushu's words fell, a mountain peak appeared out of thin air, and then an image of Jian Xuanga was carved into the peak. Wang Zhixiong and the others were dumbfounded. They had never seen such a terrifying power. With just a few zither sounds they were able to change the sky and turn the world around? General Xiangu, rest in peace. Chapter 19, the song ends. After doing this, Concubine Yushu didn't breathe a sigh of relief. Instead, she stared into the distance with a grave gaze. Rumble. Suddenly, there was a violent shaking and cracking of space, followed by the emergence of a massive black hole, gulping in violent astral winds. Oops. The crowd's face changed. It is hard to be that the commotion here has attracted the attention of the outside world. Rumble. An intense pressure slowly spread out from the sky above their heads. Wang Zhixiong raised his eyes to look at the dark cloud in the sky above his head, only to see that it was slowly getting bigger. At the same time, he also realized that the imperial tomb space was gradually overlapping with the external environment. Leave it to me. Concubine Yushu's slender jade hand plucked the ancient zither. A soft green light emanated out along her hands, forming a half-arc shape that slowly rotated and finally slowly outlined into a circle. Green auras filled with vitality were being scattered in this space as the circular sound wave rotated. The space that was about to collapse was actually temporarily stabilized. Phew! Feeling the space stabilize, the corners of concubine Yushu's mouth hooked up slightly, and a charming smile appeared on that face as white and flawless as snow. Losing the support of the main soul, this is still cause to be targeted. But, looking at the center of that giant vortex in the air, a burst of hissing and roaring sounds vaguely coming from it. The corners of concubine Yushu's mouth curved up once again in a trace of an arc. The more you all suffer, it means that the more correct my choice is. Xian Gu, the holy beasts will be with you. Nian Nian? Lin Xiangxing looked at the other party with some concern. He landed his gaze on concubine Yushu, only to see bubbling blood coming out of concubine Yushu's eyes, clearly having paid a great price for making such a move. It was just that concubine Yushu's face remained a picture of serenity, as if everything before was insignificant. The dream space gradually regained its calmness under the soothing sound of the zither. As the sound waves faded, the crowd sensed it in their hearts and looked towards the place of the ancient zither. Thumbing on the body of the zither, a shocking crack appeared, as if it was a spider's web, spreading on the surface of the ancient zither, and some places had already become pitted, as if it was going to be broken. Concubine Yushu couldn't hold back any longer. A mouthful of emerald green blood dripped down the strings of the ancient zither and flowed by Lin Xiangxing's feet. Lin Xiangxing's heart was shaken, and he reached out his right hand to try to hold the faltering concubine Yushu. However, he realized that concubine Yushu was like a mirror moon in water. No matter how much he tried, he couldn't touch her. Lin Xiangxing's face was a bit ugly. What was going on with concubine Yushu? There's no need to be like this. I should have perished. Living until now is long enough. Concubine Yushu gave Lin Xiangxing a faint look. Why is this why the Empress has suffered a backlash? Wang Zhixiang pointed at the newly appeared mountain peak, somewhat puzzled. Since it was an imperial tomb and guarded by a sacred beast, there should be nothing wrong with a normal burial ceremony. Reincarnation of karma, retribution. Concubine Yushu sighed softly. Since Xiangu has already fallen, his traces will fade away. But I forcibly reversed karma to clutch and take a trace of it to place on the mountain peak, and it's only right that the heavens target it. Ordinary images can't give proof of their achievements, nor can they reflect their elegance, so the only way to let the world know of their valor is to actually see it. As he spoke, concubine Yushu gently stroked the ancient zither, her eyes filled with a strong sense of longing. He was once a great general under the command of Lord Yu, and was personally in charge of the military power of the entire Yu kingdom. Under his leadership, the Yu kingdom was invincible and thriving. If he did not accompany his majesty on the expedition and finally return to encounter an ambush, Yu city would not have fallen to such a state today, nor would it be possible to have today's end. Your Highness, is the one confronting his majesty the rebel leader? Where are the others? He Xingguang asked with a frown. Concubine Yushu nodded and said, yes. In addition to him, there is a group of old men. Although their cultivation isn't high, their methods are vicious and cunning, and they can't be defended against. I originally intended to end them all in one pot, but it was still too much of a stretch, and over the years I could only turn Yu city into a cage and slowly eat away at it. But unfortunately this didn't force him out. If it wasn't for the fact that he finally sensed an opportunity, I don't think he would have made a move. So that's how it is. None of them have left Yu city. Hearing concubine Yushu's words, Lin Xiangxing and the others came to a realization that the truth was here. Yu city was never meant to be a host for the living. After staying in Yu city for so long carrying so much karma, once they leave, they simply won't live long. Concubine Yushu snorted coldly. I just don't know if His Majesty will succeed this time. Is that rebel enemy also in a divine soul state? Well, so much time has passed that his physical body has long been depleted. I just didn't expect him to find another way to go further. Concubine Yushu nodded. His Majesty is throwing his weight around this time, summoning a sacred beast to fight against him even at the expense of his own essence. But what the outcome will be, no one can predict. At those words, the crowd frowned. Your Highness, why don't you rest for a while and we'll just wait for the results slowly? It's not necessary. Concubine Yushu shook her head. Everyone, I have a tune that I have never played before. People of the afterlife, as my last request, can I please ask you to give it a name? Your Highness, just play it. Good. Concubine Yushu let out a light smile. Then she gently played it. The crowd watched as her slender and soft fingers plucked the strings of the zither. Light and agile, a tune resounded through the clouds, drifting like 9 heavenly immortal music. Quietly listening to her elegant tone, unconsciously, the crowd also entered into a picture along with the song. A spring rain, everything is spreading its branches in the spring breeze. There are white cranes flying through the sky, and spring is in full bloom in heaven and earth. All is silent, only birds chirping, everything is depressed, and the withered grass is everywhere. Autumn rain pattered, fallen leaves drifted all over the hillside. The winds of autumn rise, and the king returns. A tune that was ethereal and distant, like a stream flowing through a mountain stream, a clear spring washing away the soil, the warmth of spring, the sullenness of autumn. The crowd seemed to see a young girl in a red muslin dress, holding an oil paper umbrella on the hillside, biting her lips and hanging her head low, her eyes turning slightly, becoming frost. At the end of a piece of music, within the valley, only a touch of red dress remains. Nyang Yang, this song, even if the junior students do not know string music, also have to praise really is the treasures of the world. Wang Jishun looked at the lonely back on the mountaintop and slowly said, "Why is there an urge to cry?" Zhang Hong also took a deep breath and murmured, "Perhaps it's because this is the last time." Concubine Yushu smiled bitterly. A human being is originally a speck of dust between heaven and earth. If His Majesty did not regard me as a treasure in the palm of his hand, would he have allowed me to set foot on this land? If not for this calamity, how could I have been made whole? Your Majesty, my concubine is sorry for not being able to accompany you on your last journey. I hope that this time, you will be able to turn the danger into a success. Your Majesty. Wang Zhixiong wanted to say something, but he was stopped by Lin Xiangxing, asking what love is in this world. Straight to teach people to live and die. Concubine Yushu said quietly, "This is the word love. It makes one live and die, and it also makes one's life worse than death. Do you all have an answer? How about the epiphany of playing this song for me?" Concubine Yushu was enjoying this rare moment of tranquility. "This piece is indeed beautiful," Lin Xiangxing exclaimed with heartfelt admiration. "Thank you." Hearing the compliment, the corner of Concubine Yushu's mouth lifted into a faint smile. "In my opinion, how about calling this tune Dreaming of Dayu?" He Xingguang pondered for a while and gave an answer. "Dreaming back to Dayu? Not bad. This tune is the Queen's greatest song, and is also the Queen's most precious memory. Dreaming back to Dayu, dreaming back to Dayu." Concubine Yushu murmured in a low voice. Then a brilliant smile appeared on her face. "What a good name. This tune. I've been collecting it for more than 10 years, and I've never been able to blow it out. This is the first time I'd used this tune to play for your Majesty. It mustn't fail. Otherwise I will feel guilty for the rest of my life." She took a deep breath and gazed into the distance. Vaguely, she seemed to see a lofty city seemingly standing there again, seemingly welcoming something, with flags on the walls and crowds of people, as if some important person had arrived. "June, as long as you are a king, you will always be the emperor of the Yu dynasty," Concubine Yushu murmured in her heart. "I will be here, guarding you until the end of days." Chapter 20, Building a Website. "Ha, what are we? It's over?" Lin Xiangxing and the others were all stunned as they raised their heads to look up at the sky, where a huge vortex gradually calmed down and the sky gradually returned to clear. "Old Wang, are you guys alright?" The few experts who had left earlier in advance rushed to Wang Zhixiong's side and nervously said, "Old Wang, did you guys encounter any danger in there? Quickly tell us what exactly happened." Wang Zhixiong didn't say anything, his eyes staring into the void in confusion, not knowing what he was thinking. Zhang Heng beside him was similarly silent. He Xingguang stood at the far end of the crowd, his eyes flickering. He had watched the scene that Concubine Yushu had just played, and his intuition told him that this piece of music of the Empress had a deep meaning, but he couldn't guess what exactly it implied. This piece of music, was it in honor of Emperor Yu, or did it have an ulterior motive? Wang Zhixiong and the others were in deep thought. They all knew that this calamity was by no means just a war in Yu City. I'm afraid that it also involved a number of potential threats that could be posed to Blue Star. Once these hidden threats erupted, it would have an incalculable impact on the entire Blue Star. They had to prepare for the worst. "Everyone, we should go back. Staying any longer will only lead to killing opportunities," Lin Xiangxing suddenly said. "It's not safe here." Hearing this, the crowd was startled. Then they hurriedly nodded their heads in agreement. After all, at this moment, the battle in Yu City was nearing its end. It could get out of control at any time, so it was not advisable to stay for a long time. "Professors, have any of you seen Officer Yang and our comrades?" "No, they seem to remain there." The crowd searched around and still found nothing. "Hey, what can we do?" The soldiers panicked. "Don't worry, with that one there, Officer Yang and the others shouldn't be in any serious trouble," Lin Xiangxing said as he relieved the soldiers. "Professor, there's a transmission from the Grand Elder. You should hurry and receive it." Wang Zhixiong took out an earpiece from his assistant and stuck it on his ear. Soon, a thick and magnetic voice came from inside. It was none other than the Great Elder's lingering voice. "Immediately return to a city, block the news, and be careful. Officer Liu, has something changed?" "I don't know for the time being. News has come from the headquarters that there will be someone here to take over. Professor, you guys will leave first." Officer Liu, who was sitting at the rear, also said seriously. "Good, we understand." Wang Zhixiong looked grave. "Where's DC? Have you guys seen him?" He Xingguang inquired. You mean that Maoshan Air? He and that reporter piece were both taken away by us first. Lu Jigang waved his hand, signaling for the crowd to feel at ease. Although I don't know what exactly happened, the current form of fish wheel is rather serious, and the top is very concerned about what's going on here. All professors should still follow the instructions and leave quickly. Understood. Take care, gentlemen. Lin Xiangxing and Wang Zhixiang clasped their fists and arched their hands. Take care. The crowd also clasped their fists and bowed. And so it was that, apart from the forces stationed by the military department that continued to remain here, the rest cleared out and converged towards a city under the escort of the officials and soldiers. Eighth Elder. It's time to start moving. System, can I overdraft a portion of my scriptwriting points in advance? At the Blue Sky Cafe, Gu Beichen sat by the window with a cup of coffee in front of him, nonchalantly communicating with the system. Ding, the host can transfer screenwriting points on his own, but not more than 10,000 screenwriting points. Very good. System, is there a function that can be made into a movie? Since it's all about directing, it's not like I have to let everyone take a look at my work. Gu Beichen was quite satisfied with this idea of his. As long as it was filmed well, the response would definitely not be bad. Of course, the follow-up system will get a certain percentage of screenwriting points back based on the audience's response. Then let's produce it. No need for special effects or anything. The main focus is a real one. Ding. Detected that the current episode has not yet ended. Is the real-time live casting function on? TSK. Also, then let's not produce a movie for now and turn on the global live broadcast. Gu Beichen suddenly thought about how bad the experience would be if all the later works were streamed around like third-rate works like this. So how about making a website? That way it would look forced up, and it would be more convenient to watch and whatnot. Put the live stream in a website, and put the later movies in there together. Ding! 2,000 deduction points have been deducted. The website has been established and the live broadcast has been opened. The words fell, and then all over the world, in every home, whether it was in a public place, or some private area, but wherever there was a screen, this website automatically popped up. The live broadcast was then activated. Holy, what the hell is this? Observer website. What the hell is this? You guys see this movie? Crap. Which is what movie? This seems to be live. You guys see the bottom right corner has live? Isn't this the Yu Dynasty incident that the forums have recently gone crazy about? Who are these two people? What's shown on the screen is clearly a duel between Yu Koan and Yu Jun. In addition to this, the Qilin Holy Beast is also in the picture. Holy, there's such a perverted guy? What's going on? Who is Yu Jun fighting? Holy, a Qilin? I'll go. In that case, those videos from before weren't fake. For a time across the globe, countless people were shocked. It was this perspective, this picture quality, and this scene that made them feel a huge impact, making them feel as if they were witnessing another piece of history. They had long been familiar with the Yu Dynasty tomb complex. After all, the live news footage was already circulating before. Many people were convinced that a new era was coming. Of course, there was also a part of the people who believed that this was someone who deliberately did this in order to disrupt the order. In short, at the first moment the website appeared, they all began to frantically try to shut down this website called Observer. And the technicians from all sides tried every possible way. Unfortunately, they couldn't even find the IP address, let alone the secrets it contained. However, they deduced another piece of heavy news through this short video. There was still technology in this world that they couldn't understand that existed. Moreover, if one thought deeper, could this be some sort of means of the old era's transcendent mortals as well? In City a few bigwigs sat down. You guys tell me, what should we do now? The Grand Elder tapped his fingers on the table to make a thump-crunching sound. Boss, I think it's better to wait and see what happens first. With our current technology, there really isn't anything too good we can do. The second elder stroked his beard, his tone grave. Eldest, words can't be said like that. The fourth elder snorted coldly. What is the situation now? Aren't you guys clear? At a time like now, something must be done to make things right. What the fourth elder said had some truth to it. Let's just wait for him to reveal his cracks well. We just need to catch their tails. When the time comes, several elders discussed the details of the plan with each other, but they did not see the Grand Elder's increasingly depressed look. He didn't deny the opinions of the several elders, but it would be nice if it was really that simple. The other party is as slippery as a loach. It's simply inscrutable. There is no surveillance at all even in that part of Yu City, so they can also pass the picture out, thinking very hard. Well, all quiet down. The Great Elder waved his hand. Then what does Big Brother mean? The three elders looked at the Grand Elder in unison. Since the other party is doing this intentionally, then let's come openly and directly publicize it. I never made up my mind before. Use the greatest means to publicize and confirm the authenticity of the video. From the perspective of those seniors, they definitely want the Dao lineage to continue. then we don't have to hide it. Anyone who wants to gamble on whether or not they have access to cultivation, then let them go ahead and fight for it. Even if it's the death of the Tao, that's still their choice. And if it is proven that cultivation is indeed feasible and can be practiced in this era, then it would be even more of a blessing for the overall enhancement of Qianlong Kingdom. Reasonable. Then we summon the news reporters for a meeting at 10 o'clock sharp tonight. Yes. Chapter 21, The Duel. In the midst of all the attention, the battle between the two of them, Yu Koan and Yu Jun, continued. Evil shadow revolving. Yu Koan softly drank and violently waved his arm, and a swirling mass of black chi immediately appeared behind him, emitting an extremely eerie and ghastly evil fluctuation. The vortex rapidly expanded, covering the entire chamber in the blink of an eye, eventually forming a giant whirlpool that surrounded Yu Jun. Rumble. In the blink of an eye, countless black flames sprang out of the vortex, each strand of black flames filled with destructive power. These black flames contained terrifying destructive power, and wherever they passed, the stone slabs crumbled inch by inch and the floor shattered in all directions. Seeing such a bizarre scene, the generals did not panic because in their hearts, the king of the Yu dynasty never loses. Boom boom boom. In a deafening roar, the black flames crashed into the spiritual armor, erupting into a dazzling blinding white light, as if stars were falling from the sky. The scene was extremely visually impactful. Buzz buzz buzz. The spiritual armor trembled violently, a crack spreading out across the surface as if it was about to collapse. Ha ha ha. Yu Jun, why are you being a shrinking turtle? Seeing this scene, Yu Koan could not help but taunt. Shut up. Yu Jun coldly spat out two words. Even if you condense armor, so what? Can you block these black flames? You can't even get close to me. Yu Jun laughed arrogantly. Is that so? Yu Jun indifferently asked back. Then his hands quickly formed a seal. Explosion. As soon as the words fell, the armor shattered and a dazzling red light suddenly bloomed around his body, expelling the black flames in an instant and restoring calm. What? Watching this scene, Yu Jun was dumbfounded. With Yu Jun's terrible state, how was this possible? However, Yu Jun would not give him the chance to question. The first level of the heaven-suppressing decree, heavenly might, Yu Jun said in a deep voice, and his hands violently pushed outwards. Boom! In an instant, incomparably strong power erupted from within Yu Jun's body, sweeping across the entire Yu city's tomb chamber. The chamber was in a mess, and all the ghostly creatures were trembling under this terrifying energy. The might of heaven and earth was vast. Yu Koan spat out blood from his mouth. Although he didn't have a physical body, his divine soul was also covered in wounds at this moment. In that instant, he felt an unprecedented danger, as if he was in purgatory, unable to escape. If it wasn't for the fact that it was only a crippled move, he would have been suppressed so easily. Yu Jun, but current you can't even exert your full strength. What are you going to fight me with? Yu Jun gritted his teeth. You can't hold on any longer, can you? Yu Jun ignored him as his hand seals flew together and he said in a deep voice, second level, 9 heavens. Immediately afterward, unrivaled power exploded out, as if a monstrous river was constantly flowing. Unstoppable. Click 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 click. Boom 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 boom. Accompanied by a burst of crisp sounds of glass shattering, the stone slabs of the tomb chamber burst one after another, turning into debris that floated down. Yu Koan's body instantly disintegrated into slag and dissipated without a trace. Who? Yu Jun gasped for breath, his entire body drenched in sweat and weak. Your Majesty! The generals cheered excitedly as they saw His Majesty's victory. They all knew what Yu Koan's defeat meant. Your Majesty, how are you doing? The generals ran forward to inquire in a caring manner. Seeing Yu Jun's weak appearance, all the generals were heartbroken. I'm fine. I'll be fine after some rest. Yu Jun slightly shook his head. In fact, this time the wear and tear on him was very serious. He couldn't hold on for too long anymore. But luckily Yu Koan had already died. Otherwise it would have been really troublesome. Your Majesty, please allow the last general to conquer the sands in Your Majesty's place. An aged veteran general stepped forward and knelt on one knee, respectfully saying. The rest of the generals also pleaded, hoping that they would be the ones to lead the troops into battle and repeat the Yu Kingdom. We are originally warriors who have been on the sands, and have long been accustomed to licking blood from our swords, so we are willing to join His Majesty in the defense of the enemy. We ask for orders and vow to defend the Yu Kingdom. Listening to the pleas of the generals, Yu Jun slowly opened his hazel eyes, his deep black eyes flashing with sharp light. Yu Jun raised his right hand and waved it, saying in a low voice, I know what you all think, it's just that I no longer have the means to personally lead you. At those words, the generals' faces all changed. Yu Jun sighed, then seriously said, I summoned you and others to come today for the final battle. After this battle, the Yu dynasty will truly become history. We, too, should sleep long. The generals have kneeled down and cried in grief. There is no need to be like this. Lord Yu waved his hand. My Yu generals are all great men. There are tears that should not be played lightly. I have failed you all these years. Hearing these words, all the generals kowtowed. Your Majesty, why do you need to blame yourself? It's you that has been backstabbed by the villain. It's us that aren't strong enough. Ah. Ha ha ha. Well said. A group of mole crickets also presumptuously attempt to revive the glory of Yu dynasty? Yu Kuan's voice rang out abruptly, causing the crowd's cold hairs to stand up. Yu Kuan! Yu Jun's eyes narrowed slightly as he stared at the entrance of the chamber to the outside world. Didn't expect it. I still have a backhand. Yu Kuan looked at young Tian, who was lying unconscious in the corner of the ground, and teasingly laughed. Yu Jun, don't struggle. Obediently hand over the dragon vein of the imperial tomb, and I will let you all go into the ground peacefully. If you have the ability, you can come and get it yourself. I didn't expect that the crown prince of a country would actually borrow ordinary people to live. Yu Jun mocked. Humph, obstinate. Since you're obsessed, then go to hell. As the words fell, Yu Kuan leapt in from the outside world and went straight for Yu Jun. Seek death. The generals immediately drew their weapons and prepared to meet them. Stand back. This is a grudge between me and him. No need for you to interfere. Yu Jun chided. Your Majesty, the generals exclaimed, clearly unwilling to stand down. Stand down. In the face of Jun Yu's shocking voice, the generals could only stop their steps stiffly. Looking at Yu Jun's look of generosity, Yu Kuan revealed a hideous evil smile. This was the effect he wanted. Yu Jun, you should be glad that you met this emperor and not some other ghost. Otherwise you would have already become devoured. Yu Kuan arrogantly said. Cut the crap. If you want to kill, come, Yu Jun said with a cold gaze. Then die. Yu Kuan's eyes clouded over for a few moments, and a cold murderous aura spread out. Then he rushed towards Yu Jun. Seeing this, Yu Jun met him without any fear. His whole body's power was crazily catalyzed. The wind of his fists whistled. His aura was awe-inspiring. Bang! Dang! The moment the two touched each other, a dull and terrifying loud sound erupted, and the surrounding space trembled violently, tumbling up as if it was a wave. Stomping and staring. After a short stalemate, Yu Jun's figure flew out backwards, crashing through 5 or 6 tomb walls before stopping. On the other hand, Yu Kuan only retreated 2 steps before he stabilized his footing. It was clear at a glance who was higher or lower. Still not summoning a holy beast? Yu Kuan sneered and laughed. Yu Jun climbed up with great difficulty, and a hint of determination appeared in his eyes. Holy beast, descend! In an instant, the altar of the sealed land lit up with a dazzling golden aura. It was like a pillar of the sky that ran through the clouds. The Kirin sacred beast slowly emerged from within the altar, its huge mountain-like body emitting a majestic pressure that gave people a feeling of suffocation. It can be forced out. All of you please also help me. Without saying a word, Yu Kuan immediately mobilized the white bones in the coffin outside and prayed. The holy beasts are above. Please defend Great Yu and destroy Lord Yu. Roar! The holy beast of Qilin hissed up to the sky, its voice full of anger and violence, and then opened its mouth to spit out blazing flames, blasting towards Yu Jun like a falling meteor. At the same time, one by one, the white skeletons rose up in the air, densely covering the sky, as if it was a moral purgatory shrouded towards Yu Jun. Facing the roiling skeletons and white bones and the terrifying flames, Yu Jun's face was grave. He didn't expect the holy beasts to turn against him at this moment. However, at this moment, he couldn't care about that because the Qilin flame was already close at hand. Roll! Yu Jun roared and swung his arms violently, surging and vast aura pouring out, gathering at the center of his palms and fiercely slapping out, annihilating all the attacks. Put! However, Yu Jun was burned by the Qilin flame. His soul dimmed even more, and the encircling Brahma sound eroded his soul into pieces. Put! A stream of blood flowed out from the corner of Yu Jun's mouth. Damn it! Yu Jun gritted his teeth and cursed, hurriedly applying his energy to repair his tattered soul. But this Qilin flame possessed an extremely bizarre erosive power, which actually slowed down the speed of wound healing. Ha 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 ha. Yu Jun, time will change one's perception. The holy beast just made a wise choice. Except for Yuan Kong, that fool, who sacrificed so much for concubine Yushu back then, and in the end, it was still nothing. It was just stupid. Sometimes I'm really jealous of you. Why do you have such a good woman to assist you? Why do you have such a good cultivation talent? Why do you get to sit in the position of the 9 to 5? And me? I have nothing. After saying that, Yu Kuan's face was covered with intense hatred and resentment, his eyes scarlet. You're talking nonsense. Yu Tang couldn't bear to see it from the side and yelled. You traitor! You are not worthy of the Yu clan's royal family status at all. You will never be forgiven by the clan. Ha ha ha. Forgive me? Yu Kuan laughed out loud. Do you guys know how I survived in the first place? I was thrown into the bottom of the abyss by an extraterrestrial enemy, and then had my soul wounded by a foreign devil, and suffered alone in the endless darkness for 300 years. Every day and every night I was tortured in desperation. I am not willing. I am not convinced. I'd rather die than give up my revenge. It's obvious that a win-win situation can be achieved by cooperating with them. Why should I be treated like this? I should be the one to inherit the first line of the Yu clan's royal lineage. Today, I will take back what belongs to me. None of you can stop me. As the words fell, Yu Kuan's eyes erupted with monstrous killing intent. Then he swooped down like lightning and chopped at Yu Jun with all his might. Chapter 22, Restarting the Dragon Vein. Heaven, my Yu Jun. Damn villains. Assholes. Stop it. In the Observer's website, the people watching the live broadcast were shouting angrily through pop-ups, but at the moment, they were unable to offer help or even get close. Boom! In the nick of time, a golden barrier suddenly flashed out in front of Yu Jun, blocking Yu Kuan's ferocious blow right in front of him. Boom! The fist with its destructive force bombarded the golden barrier, and an explosive force raged, and the deafening roar made people's scalp numb. The golden barrier cracked and eventually shattered, turning into a few starbursts and disappearing. Your Majesty, run! Yu Tang shouted, waving his sword once again. The blazing sword chi tore through the void, carrying a devastating threat towards Yu Kuan. Humph, want to send yourself to death? Then old me will fulfill you. Yu Kuan laughed fiercely, then drew his body and shot out, avoiding Yu Tang's sword, followed by his right hand condensing claws to probe out, fiercely grasping towards Yu Tang's throat. Yu Kuan's speed is extremely fast, swift as lightning. In the blink of an eye arrived in front of Yu Tang, sharp nails from his neck is only half an inch away. At the critical moment, Yu Tang violently sidestepped, narrowly avoiding the fatal blow. Ka-ching! Yu Kuan's grasp fell short, but Yu Tang still felt as if his soul had been torn apart. The pain was unbearable, and he was drenched in cold sweat. This was the absolute suppression from the reincarnation realm. Even if this was not complete, but having mastered the rules of yin and yang, fighting against it was equivalent to being in kryptonite. Swoosh! At this moment, another sharp finger wind attacked, mixed with a terrifying power chi. Pa-dash! Yu Jun knocked off Yu Kuan's wrist and used the opportunity to roll over. Ha! Still dare to struggle? Yu Kuan smiled indifferently, his eyes revealing a chilling killing intent. Yu Tang, back off. This king is not yet in a position to let you protect me. Yu Jun drank lowly, aura surging around his body, strong power fluctuations spreading out, instantly expelling the flames burning on his body. Your Majesty, be careful. This Fong is too powerful, Yu Tang reminded in a deep voice. Humph. I didn't see you make a move even when Jian Xuanga died in front of you. Yu Jun, you're really hypocritical nah. Yu Kuan glanced at him contemptuously, then directly mobilized the white bone skeleton and Qilin flame to surround Yu Jun. I respect Xian Ji's choice. That's ridiculous. The white bone skeleton released a ray of white light that shone out, forming a boundary that covered Junyu. Buzz buzz buzz. The Qilin sacred beast, on the other hand, flames darted out and tore directly towards Yu Jun. Boom! In this situation, Yu Jun had no time to dodge, and in an instant, he was enveloped by the white light released by the white bone skeleton. In an instant, an intense pain swept over him, causing Yu Jun's face to distort, to be devoured by the Qilin that symbolizes the luck of the nation. Perhaps this is the best ending for you. Yu Kuan smiled. His tone was quite unrestrained, as if he was enjoying Yu Jun's current pain. Put! Yu Jun spat out a large mouthful of ebony blood, his entire face as white as paper, and a burst of stabbing pain emanated from his body, as if there were millions of ants gnawing at him, making his life worse than death. However, even so, Yu Jun still didn't stop resisting. His eyes were crimson as he stared at the other party with a deadly stare. You're afraid of me? There is simply no courage to burn with me. As if Yu Jun had seen through Yu Jun's scruples, he directly picked it out. Hearing these words, Yu Jun immediately stormed out, saying angrily, so what if I am? You just wait obediently for death. After the national fortune is grafted onto me, I will go and open up the dragon vein to welcome the arrival of the great people, and the Yu dynasty, too, will usher in a new chapter. Ha ha ha, Jun, you laughed out loud. Since you have decided to defect to the extraterrestrial evil race alliance, it is impossible for you to go back. Although I hate the extraterrestrial evil race, I have never thought of surrendering, much less colluding with them for my own selfish desires. To Yu dynasty, I am not a very good king, and to Yu Shu, I am not a qualified husband. However, in terms of blood, I am more noble, more pure, and more trustworthy than you, because I am a man of the Yu dynasty. My mission is to guard my home and protect my wife and daughter. Yu Jun was filled with righteous indignation and said with a loud voice, he had never thought of surrendering to the extraterrestrial evil alliance, and he did not hesitate even if he had to pay the price of his life for it. At these words, Yu Jun was stunned for a moment. A complex color surfaced between his brows, vaguely touched, like he had some feelings, yet he felt a bit pathetic. In the end you are still living in the past just. Yu Kuan despised. Whether it's to defend the honor that the Yu clan has gained through bloodshed and sacrifice, or to defend the safety of my family and friends, as long as it can be achieved. What kind of way? I'm willing to do it. Yu Jun's firm gaze gazed at Yu Kuan and said in a deep voice, "You are being foolish." Yu Kuan laughed coldly, his face grimacing for a few moments, clearly disgusted by Yu Jun's words. Foolishness? I don't feel that. Yu Jun shook his head. Humph, I was almost tricked into it by you. Still thinking of stalling for time? You're at your wit's end. No need to put on airs. Today I will take your dog's life. Yu Kuan coldly said. It's over, accompanied by a low humming sound. Yu Kuan's body was burning with a blazing black flame, emitting a monstrous aura. Under the increase of the black flames, Yu Kuan's aura became more and more furious, and the temperature of the entire tomb chamber suddenly rose several times, as if everything had come to an end. Your Majesty, the generals cried out, filled with worry and anxiety. However, they were unable to help Yu Jun in the slightest, and would even become a burden. At this moment, only Yu Jun was able to engage Yu Kuan. The others could not intervene at all, and they did not even have a chance to attack close up. Yu Kuan's right foot violently stomped on the ground. The entire chamber shook violently. A circle of ripples visible to the naked eye spread out from the center of the chamber. Boom! Ka la la! Ah! Poo dash! In an instant, all the generals flew backwards, suffering heavy injuries and bleeding from 7 holes. Even Yu Tang summoned his skeleton back, thanks to the Nyang Nyang's blessing. Like Yuan Kong, his corpse skeleton also still possessed a certain degree of flexibility, and if his divine soul entered his body, he could even exert more strength. I will be the new king, Yu Kuan roared up, his ferocious eye pupils filled with bloodlust and madness, like a demon god descending into the world. His extremely terrifying aura erupted out. Buzz buzz buzz. In the darkness of the chamber, countless bizarre runes flickered with ghostly light, and then coalesced on the white bone skeleton, and even condensed into a pitch-black pattern, and the entire Yu city was filled with that bizarre Brahman sound, and one by one, the wrong souls that had been suppressed and annihilated revived. Today, with the soul of Yu Jun and the permission of the holy beast, we will restart the dragon vein, Yu Kuan said to himself. The thick and majestic spiritual power surged out crazily, integrating into the imperial tomb, activating the dragon vein. Immediately after, Yu Kuan slowly raised his hands, 5 fingers interlocked, palm down. A majestic and vast pressure spread out, instantly imprisoning Yu Jun's divine soul. Oh no! Yu Jun was shocked and his face changed drastically. The dragon vein activated. The next step is to unseal the altar. Buzz buzz buzz. The moment Yu Jun pulled the dragon vein power into the altar, the originally dull altar suddenly blossomed with bright golden light, and a matchless and strong energy fluctuation raged on, suffocating people. In the next second, the altar gradually expanded, releasing incomparably arcane and obscure energy fluctuations, as if it was a passageway leading to another world. Click, click. Under the pull of the altar, the chains at the edge of the altar broke apart. Roar! The moment the chains broke, an invisible and terrifying roar resounded through the 9 heavens. Ha ha ha, I finally waited for this day. Just at the moment when Yu Kuan was preparing to welcome the extraterrestrial lord, the entire Yu city suddenly calmed down, and a peculiar sonic fluctuation quickly spread out. As the sound melody passed through the corners of Yu city, all the grievances, obsessions, and hostility within the entire Yu city all disappeared. What's going on? Who is it? Chapter 23. The passage opens. What's going on? Who is it? Seeing the sudden scene, Yu Kuan angrily asked. Ding ding dang. The music continued to spread, enveloping the entire Yu city, and countless undead fell silent as they heard the zither music, seemingly enjoying the pleasure it brought them. No way, can't let him disrupt the ceremony. While hearing the music, Yu Kuan immediately activated the rules in an attempt to suppress the source of the sound. What's going on? There's actually no way to trace it back? Yu Kuan's brows were furrowed, completely unable to fathom who actually played the zither sound. Boom! Yu Jun also managed to break through the blockade and get out of the bondage under the effect of the sound at this moment, and when he heard the DJVU musical sound, he froze. It's a concubine? It was as if Yu Jun's mind recalled a time when the concubine Yushu was standing beside him playing the flute while he was playing the guqin. The two of them worked together so skillfully that every time the zither harmonized, it was as if they were embracing the entire world, and their love was sublimated in this harmony time and time again. Yu Kuan, stop, shoo! Yu Jun collected his thoughts and performed his body technique to rush towards the altar, wanting to stop Yu Kuan. However, Yu Kuan sensed it first and turned around to slap it, ruthlessly and mercilessly. Yu Kuan had just gotten close to the altar when he felt an overbearing and brutal force coming at him head-on, and he was knocked to the ground on the spot. I hate it. That, even in death. She's helping you. Yu Kuan's face sank down, gritting his teeth, his eyes murderous. Yu Koan never expected that concubine Yushu had actually arranged means to block his plan before she died, because Yushu knew that plotting with a tiger would only end up harming you. Yu Jun said in a deep voice. Humph, do you really think she is that flawless? Yu Koan said coldly, his eyes flashing with a cold aura. Yu Jun, you should be glad that she didn't die in your hands. What do you mean? Yu Jun was puzzled. He always felt that Yu Koan was somewhat abnormal. Yu Koan said with a cold gaze. Humph, back then, she had the opportunity to inform you of our plans in advance, but she chose to hide it, and even when you were quelling the rebellion, she didn't show up. In fact, she had long anticipated the decline of the Yu dynasty, and also knew that we had descent long ago, but she still chose to remain silent. Yu Koan's eyes were filled with killing intent and said icily, do you know why this is? You have no idea how much karma she has carried for you. You are a selfish person. She would rather let herself carry the curse than tell you that it's actually because of the curse. Yu Ji's eyes narrowed slightly, and she said in a deep voice, are you saying that they did it? No, you did it. Do you still remember when you first came back? Your body was dyed with a poisonous mist? It was due to the curse, and you hadn't even broken through at that time. Yu Koan laughed hideously, but you didn't even think properly about how you got well? Only knowing that after you were healed, you immediately threw yourself into the battlefield and fought desperately. Even if you died in battle, you were fearless, even going so far as to burn your origin, allowing yourself to gain a short period of power, which defeated the enemy army and turned the tide. What's ridiculous is that those guys didn't retreat. They still kept attacking, and you still disregarded life and death, fought bravely to kill the enemy, and even survived in the face of adversity, and went one step further. But in the end, did you win? Before you could share the joy of your breakthrough, you were assassinated by a coalition of us. Your body was severely traumatized and you almost lost your life. If it wasn't for concubine Yushu arriving to save you, you would have died then. She saved you twice, and yet you did this to her. So in the end, karma came. She still chose to save Yu Chang as her main priority, but even so, you only owe him your life. The more Yu Koan spoke, the more excited he became, as if he had already recalled Yu Jun's miserable appearance at that time, his eyes filled with an excited bloodthirsty luster, itching to tear Yu Jun apart right now. Boom! Just as Yu Jun was spouting an endless stream of mocking invective, the passageway at that end suddenly shook. The space shook violently, and immediately after that, an extremely terrifying might erupted, causing people's hearts to tremble. That's... Yu Jun's pupils contracted violently, and his face became extremely grave. Buzz dash. Accompanied by a slight trembling sound, the pitch-black hollow began to emerge a layer of light blue light, spreading out like ripples, enveloping the entire passageway. In that instant, a very mysterious and bizarre power surged out from around the blue star, instantly sweeping through all corners of Yu City, even penetrating out and reaching the sky. At the same time, the outside sky was dense with dark clouds, thunder and lightning, and howling winds, a scene of doom and gloom. What's going on here? I'm going. It can't be? An enemy from a foreign realm is coming? In the middle of the blue star, many ordinary people were awakened, feeling the terrifying threat coming from the sky, and were scared and confused. Boom! Right at this moment, in the middle of the passageway, a blinding ball of golden light exploded out, as if a meteor was falling, carrying a destructive wave of air that crashed onto the altar. Ka-ching! The altar instantly exploded apart, turning into a sky full of golden shavings that poured down from the sky, covering an area of 100 feet in a circle, shocking to the eyes and a spectacular picture. Ha 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 ha, here it comes! Yu Koan, who was the dominant person of the altar, trembled up and his legs went limp as he fell to the ground, waiting for the opposite side to descend. It's over! The generals' faces suddenly stiffened, staring daggers at this scene. This was not what they were expecting, and was the last thing they wanted to see. Your Majesty! Yu Tang's face changed drastically as he flew over to Yu Jun and checked his condition. Coughing, Yu Jun lifted his head with difficulty and looked at the bright and colorful dazzling sun, his heart filled with remorse. Oh great Lord Osiris, do you hear the call of the little man? The Yu clan would like to lead the entire planet to prostrate at your feet. I implore you to lower your gaze. Jun Yu fell to his knees, old tears streaming down his face. Asshole! Yu Tang roared and growled. Bang bang bang! Hundreds of generals all knelt on the ground and respectfully shouted, I implore your Majesty to save Yu City from the fire. Your Majesty will be victorious. Under the influence of the sound, it was as if all the people of Yu City had returned to the glory of the time of the Yu dynasty, shouting in unison, their voices resounding through the heavens, destroy the foreign enemy. At this moment, tens of thousands of soul bodies knelt down in unison, and that gesture of devotion and faith was simply capable of shaking the world. Even from a long distance away, one could clearly feel that vast and surging power of faith. I have felt it. Yu Jun's dull divine soul gradually became clearer, radiating a breathtakingly powerful aura, as if he were an emperor who dominated all living beings, intimidating the 9 states. Looking at a foot that emerged from that passageway, Yu-jun took a deep breath and slowly stood up, those slightly lax eyes suddenly bursting out with 2 clusters of elite and heart-stopping light. Just as Yu-jun had just stood up, a low, strong and oppressive voice suddenly rang out, like a thunderbolt from a clear sky, ruthlessly splitting on everyone's heads and shaking their eardrums to the point of buzzing and exploding. Get back! Yu-jun's body's divine light soared as he shouted word for word. At this moment, Yu-jun was majestic and divine, as if he had turned into a true deity. Clatter! In the next split second, endless purple and gold radiance rose up to the sky, spreading out like a tidal wave, instantly wrapping around the foot that was reaching out from the middle of the passageway. A breath passed. Bang! The foot still had the tendency to fall downwards. Your Majesty, we assist you. A general directly disintegrated and burned his divine soul to surge into Yu-jun's body. Subsequently, one general followed suit, and a constant stream of souls surged into Yu-jun's body. With this help, Yu-jun's aura crazily soared, quickly rising to an unbelievable level, even having a hint of his peak. Your Majesty, Little Soup will take one step first. The Queen's promise. The elder will have to break his word. Yu Tang's deep gaze stared at Yu-jun, the corner of his mouth lifting an arc. Then he resolutely burned his soul and turned around to step into the passageway. Little Tang. Yu-jun froze, his eyes moist. But at this moment, Yu-jun could not do anything. Concubine is sorry. Yu-jun saw, in the distant past, that familiar figure was standing on the city, looking into the distance with his head cocked, and eventually disappeared in Yu-jun's field of vision. Little Fire, why don't you wake up quickly? Chapter 24, The Fall, and the Revival of the Aura. Little Flame, why don't you wake up quickly? Yu-jun shouted. Buzz buzz buzz. Right at this moment, the void shook, and the fire qilin that had originally been manipulated slowly opened its eyes, its cloudy eyes flashing with a ferocious cold light. The fire qilin was a holy beast of heaven and earth, nurtured by the essence of flames, possessing its own wisdom. Although it had been manipulated by the power of the sacrifice, it had not lost its mind. It remembered everything that happened before. Roar! The fire qilin roared up to the sky, looking towards Yu-kun, who was kneeling on the ground, its scarlet pupils glowing with bloodthirsty killing intent, angry to the extreme. Shoo! The fire qilin violently rose up in the air and swooped down, pouncing on Yu-kun with open teeth and claws. Scram! Don't bother me! Seeing this, Yu-kun maneuvered the other skeletons to block the path in front of the qilin. Bang bang! The flames stirred. The original bodies of the white-bone skeletons were originally from the rebel camp, and with the loss of their true souls, they couldn't carry the fire qilin's attack, and they went up in smoke in an instant. Damn! Yu-kun exclaimed in panic. These sacrificial skeletons were the ones he had spent several years to refine. He didn't expect that they wouldn't be able to withstand the fire qilin's charge. This is what you forced me to do. Yu-kun of course still had a backhand. The skeletons in the imperial tomb he couldn't figure out. The sealed lands used for suppression had lost too much value, so it would be good to sacrifice his own bones. Swish! An even more terrifying force erupted out, and a blinding golden light suddenly bloomed around the altar, followed by the emergence of an ancient golden skeleton. This golden skeleton was very huge, as if it was like a mountain that way, emitting a palpitating aura fluctuation, causing countless people watching the live broadcast to change their faces. Hiss! This old thing is so ruthless that he even moved out his own skeleton. Worthy of being the greatest villain. It's truly extraordinary. I'll bet a pack of chili fries that this dog will lose. That's a must. We'll be screwed if we win. Many people held their breath, their eyes burning as they stared into the middle of the screen. Now that the outside world had been impacted by the opening of the passageway, if it wasn't for Yu stopping the other party from descending, I'm afraid that it would have caused unimaginable casualties. Moreover, the strength of the other party was obviously very strong, by no means inferior to Yu, and even more powerful. Boom boom boom. Right at this moment, the fire qilin violently slapped its chest, instantly ejecting a torrent of fiery flames that swept towards Yu-jun's skeleton. Block it for me. It was also too late to consider the question of whether it was ugly or not. Yu-kun's consciousness returned to its place, and 2 blue ghostly flames ignited in those empty eye sockets. Accompanied by his words, the skeleton suddenly bloomed with a bright and dazzling ghostly blue light, forming a wall that intercepted between Yu-kun and the fire qilin. Bang! In the next instant, a violent collision erupted. A torrent of flames instantly submerged that blue ice wall. Even though it consumed most of it, the remaining aftermath still shook Yu-kun out, in a terrible state. At the same time, the surface of that skeleton was also covered with cracks. Little Flame, come back. Yu-jun was in a stalemate with the other party. Compared to Yu-kun, that extraterrestrial evil demon was much more powerful, and in his current state, he was simply unable to defeat the other party. However, just as Yu Jun wanted to summon the fire Qilin back to help him, a wisp of black mist invaded silently, heading straight for Yu Jun. Not good. Yu Jun frowned slightly, immediately sensing something bad and quickly dodged. Unfortunately, he was still a step too late. The black mist drilled into Yu Jun's nostrils, and Yu Jun only felt that his entire body was freezing cold, and his soul seemed to freeze. Ha 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 ha, do you think the current you can still resist the adults? Yu Jun laughed maniacally. His face was incomparably hideous, revealing his morose fangs. Just like a demon, Yu Jun only felt as if he was stuck in a quagmire. It was difficult to move the slightest bit. This is the only way. In the nick of time, it was as if he had made some kind of decision. Yu Jun locked his gaze amongst the dragon vein underneath the imperial tomb. This was the source that contained the mountain's aura. If he destroyed it, the mountain's aura would be lost. Put. Yu Jun reached into the ground and pulled the entire mountain out of the ground, then uprooted the entire dragon vein and threw it high into the air. Boom! The earth trembled, the entire mountain collapsed, the mountains and rivers swayed, and everything fell silent. Yu Kuan, since it is you who have formed the cause, then together, follow me to eliminate the fruit. At the last moment, Yu Jun didn't care about the erosion of the black gas. With the help of the power of the dragon vein, he directly wrapped the fire Qilin and Yu Kuan to step directly into the passage. Yu Kuan was horrified, but the previous exertion had left him with no way to break free, and he could only watch as the passageway swallowed him up. No! Rumble! With the departure of several people, Yu City once again regained its calm, but the land had long been destroyed. The Yu City that had lost its supply could no longer function. Countless buildings collapsed down and turned into ruins, and in the midst of these ruins, there was vaguely a pitch-black crack, like an abyss. However, with the passage of time, the cracks eventually closed, and thus, the passage was closed and the crisis was lifted. No, my great Yu dynasty, to not be so rem. It's hard. I'm going to throw up. I want to return it. I want to give a bad review. It's a plot kill. Countless pop-ups frantically refreshed. No matter how much they cursed, they couldn't change the facts. The Yu family, royal family, completely destroyed. Yu City, also completely buried in history. However, the outside world caused an uproar because of the escape of the dragon vein. Crap, why do I feel like I'm filled with energy? Right, this old cold leg doesn't hurt anymore either. Have you guys noticed that the air has gotten much better? It couldn't be that dragon vein, could it? I go. Aura recovery? All sorts of discussions and speculations came out, and all the forces and people exploded. All up and down Blue Star could feel this change, not to mention the soldiers guarding outside the Yu City catacombs. Originally, they were prepared for a strategic strike after they learned that the situation was out of control, but they didn't expect it to end up like this. Luckily Blue Star had not been invaded. The bad thing was that now everyone knew that this world wasn't that simple anymore. The aura is revived. If all of this was true, then the pattern of the entire world would most likely change as a result. Even the thought that it was going to be because the source of cultivation came from Shenlong, it was expected that no one would be able to sit still. After all, although this world had a lack of aura and very few martial artists, it still retained its ancient culture, and even possessed inheritance such as secret martial arts books and martial arts moves. Although the vast majority of them were fake, they were still considered a valuable asset. In this piece, Shenlong could be said to have a deep heritage, and its cultural confidence was not something to be ashamed of. Now that Yu City had also been destroyed, if other countries focused on these legacies, it would definitely lead to disaster. This matter must be told to the elders quickly. Chapter 25 Settlement. System. Settle the first script. Dripping, the first settlement is complete. The script Dragon Vein Broken. Feeding Heaven and Earth has received an A-rank rating. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 100,000 screenwriting points. The system mall is open. Ding, due to the host's early overdraft debit of 2,000 screenwriting points. 4,000 has now been deducted. Currently 96,000 remaining. You're so dark, Gu Baichen secretly slandered, but still couldn't wait to inquire about his information. Name, Gu Baichen. Fate, Heavenly Fate. Talent, Interpretation, Myth, Screenwriting, Advanced. Realm, none. Screenwriting points, 96,000. Items, none. It's really mediocre. Glancing at the few words among the list of attributes, Gu Baichen couldn't help but sigh, but at least there were 96,000 scriptwriting points, enough for him to get some things going. The first thing to do was to fill in the holes brought about by the first script. Since he had pulled such an awesome cultivation system from the start and left behind ambushes like the Dragon Vein, it really couldn't be justified not to have an aura recovery. Ding! Blue Star primary spiritual recovery has been completed. 50,000 scriptwriting points have been deducted. As soon as he thought of spending half of his hard-earned screenwriter points in order to push the world forward a big step, Gu Baichen couldn't stop a twinge in his heart, but it was worth it. This was the beginning of the metaphysical future. Imagining the future was enough to keep Gu Baichen awake with excitement. Of course, now is just the beginning. Gu Baichen does not have so many scriptwriting points to push the world one step to heaven. Can make the global initial spiritual recovery is already the limit. As for why to launch the global scale, it must be out of balance considerations. After all, if only the Xianlong country was blessed with heaven, I'm afraid that it would soon attract covetousness from all sides. That would in turn cause the situation to develop poorly. Anyway, evolution that is a global matter, but one's own is Xianlong country, so putting a few more scripts here and there, 1 billion points is not too much, right? At least until it develops. Gu Baichen doesn't want to go to other countries to wave for the time being. After all, that would be tiring. What should be good about the second script? Touching his chin, Gu Baichen fell into thought. According to the normal routine, it should be to get an otherworldly invasion first, or an eruption of the Earth's caves, so that it would be more suitable for his original intention. It was just that. System, can I take on the realistic characters involved in the previous script? Gu Baichen frowned. Ding. As long as the internal and external logic of the script is not contradictory, even if the characters are real, this system is able to help change the trajectory of fate. The system replied. Then take Yang Tian, who appeared in the last script, as a script character. Gu Baichen sighed in relief. In this way, the problem of taking on this next script was solved. As for the content of the script, well, it would be Yang Tian who would be responsible for opening it. Need to deduct 1,000 screenwriting points. Is it confirmed? While cursing the system for being treacherous, Gu Baichen gritted his teeth and confirmed. Ding! The target character has been locked. There are still 45,000 points left. The previous live broadcast is equivalent to a warm-up for the movie. The time for harvesting has arrived. And then, the show is on. Good lord! The Observer website has been updated again. What is this? A movie? Yu Chang Gothic? As a cry of alarm rang out, the internet instantly boiled over. Countless people clicked into the Observer's page, and then, neatly froze in place, dumbfounded. What was placed at the top of the page, besides the live replay of the previous battle, was this brand new movie. And what attracted even more attention was the name that appeared in the movie. Yu City. As the heat of the Yu dynasty's tomb complex climbed, the matter of Yu City, which was known as the Forbidden Area of Death, had long been spread all over the internet, and now this name was even more familiar to many netizens. This website is really more and more bullish. Indiscriminate placement. Even if every character in this movie are not all in reality. Not only that, the plot inside this movie is too real. It's almost like it's alive. I guarantee that if this movie can win an award, it will be the Golden Rooster Award. Crap. This special effect is too shocking. Is this the movie maker doing magic? Don't tease me upstairs. Magic can't be this real. This is clearly the emergence of superpowers in our world. Someone has recreated everything that happened before, through the form of a movie. Watching the beginning of Li Desai's encounter at the outskirts of Yuqing in the beginning, and then the subsequent expert examination reported, the appearance of the familiar Who's Sweet reporter and others, Professor Wang and others have gone down to the tomb. Yuan Kong monks, Yu Tang, Nyang Nyang, one by one, familiar characters appeared, and the netizens felt like they were transformed into God's perspective, experiencing the entire event firsthand. I've seen the live broadcast, but the live broadcast doesn't have this kind of view. This is simply too real. Yeah, this feeling, it's as if you are one of them, experiencing these things together. And all of these things are still true. The discussion among the netizens became more and more intense, and for a while, many netizens opened up their forums and frantically discussed it. The entire story could probably be divided into 3 parts. The first part was from Li Desai discovering the ancient tomb to the appearance of Yu Jun's virtual shadow. The second part was Yu Tang leading the experts and warriors to travel around Yu City, and finally joining up with Jian Xiangu and the others. The third part is also the most dramatic plot in the entire Yu City chapter. The duel opens, and Yang Yang ends her string for June, and the song ends. The altar is unsealed. The outer channel opens, and Yu Jun disappears into the channel with the holy beasts and Yu Koan. Thus, the story of Yu Chang came to an end. And on the forums, the discussion about the movie did not abate in the slightest. Even though I've read the script behind this, I still want to watch it again. It's too wonderful. Yeah, not just the acting, even the background music, sets, costumes and even the lighting are all perfectly matched. Brilliant. Upstairs, this is clearly reality. Okay, that's right. I've decided that I'm going to go to H City to take a look. Do you all have any friends? Me, count me in. +1, plus 10,086. Whether it was the Observer website, or the authenticity of this movie, it made the netizens of various countries feel deeply shocked. Whether it was this heaven-defying placement technology, or this means of supporting global language translation and communication, or even every line inside this movie, they all felt that this was the truth of living history. For the general public, this kind of unbelievable maneuver has already exceeded their understanding of science. However, for some professionals from other countries, they had keenly discovered the hidden secrets behind these things. So Xianlong country actually had something like this happen. America country, Trump lamented. An extraterritorial enemy? No matter what it is, as long as we can seize the opportunity and defeat them, we will be able to seize all their resources and become stronger. Sunset Kingdom GIs coldly grunted. I suggest that we immediately send a detachment forward to scout at the ancient tomb. Catherine of the Kingdom of 1,000 Castles proposed. I agree with Her Majesty the Queen. Guys concurred. We also agree. Yes, well, when we find the chance in the ancient tomb, it will be able to make us stronger. Ha ha ha, I look forward to this day. Chapter 26, Crouch down with your head in your hands. Zhao Sheng is an outdoor food anchor who often goes out to the wild to pick ingredients. And with his superior cooking skills, he can show people eye-catching dishes every time. Zhao Sheng's favorite dish is stir-fried mixed mushrooms. What's more, white jade mushrooms, golden needle mushrooms, apricot mushrooms, shimeji mushrooms, including sea hand green, porcini mushrooms. Summarized is a pot of hodgepodge. You do not listen to the fear of fear, but in fact the netizens eat this set. This is not. Today he again with his live assistant, came to this mountain and water, elegant environment of the whole place to live. The amount of, in fact, now the mountains and beautiful water, but put aside before that properly is a place of evil. Yes, in order to hype up a wave, Zhao Sheng's team made him come to the area in H City that has been making a lot of noise recently. The Yu Dynasty Tomb Complex. Ah, family members, the air is really good now. I think you all saw it. Where did I come to? While saying this, he raised his selfie stick back. Good lord, you're a criminal. Anchor, bold, did what I didn't dare to do. If I remember correctly, there are still troops guarding this neighborhood. Right, Anchor is really big-hearted. Looking at the more popularity and interaction than before, Zhao Sheng had to say in his heart that this was really a wise decision. How come Garlic didn't bring it here? Garlic, when are you going in? Right. Inside the live broadcast room, a group of netizens were flirting. Seeing this, Zhao Sheng hurriedly said, I really came to cook. As he spoke, he clumsily finished arranging the dishes. Ha ha ha, teaser, we knew you weren't a chef. Look, this is the proof. He actually doesn't know how to cut vegetables. Zhao Sheng sniffed and scratched his head awkwardly. The camera showed him looking at a pile of ingredients handily. It's so hard to do. Is there a young lady to teach the anchor? Zhao Sheng had a face of innocence, just like a child who had never been in love. Yeah, so cute. Bah, scum. The live broadcast room was filled with laughter. Alright, family members, I won't tease you anymore. The next moment to witness the miracle is here. Let's give you some real life. Zhao Sheng saw that the atmosphere was almost created, and immediately picked up a chopper next to him. The chopping board slapped, and clattered as he began to cut the green onions. Barta! Only a crunching sound was heard. Zhao Sheng chopped a green onion and threw it into the pot. Go! Soon, the scent of green onions came from the pot. Woohoo! I'm going. Crap! Is this for real? Mom asked me why I was kneeling down to watch TV. Coach, I want to learn this. Coach, no, you don't want to and I won't. Seeing this, Zhao Sheng smiled and said, this is the first time I've cooked in a place like this. I didn't expect to succeed the first time I did it. It's not bad, right, family? Saying that, Zhao Sheng started to continue operating. The mushrooms handed over by Zhao Sheng's own assistant were cut up and thrown into the pot and began to fry. Zzz. After stir-frying under the oil for a while, seeing that the stir-frying was almost done, Zhao Sheng filled the pot with water and used a small spoon to gently stir the dishes in the pot. Voodoo. The dishes in the pot continued to bubble. Wow, it smells so good. It looks really delicious to say the least. I wonder what will happen. The netizens who were watching the live stream could no longer hold their breath. This guy shouldn't put just this messy stew. No way. It won't be poisoned. You guys guess? Zhao Sheng laughingly said. In fact, life inevitably have failed. So in order to make up for my failure and pain, in order to give me a little more confidence, I decided to do their own dishes all eaten up. Put. Ha 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 ha. Where is this comedian from that actually eats it all? So many dishes. How can my brain hold out? Blind guessing a wave to see the villain? The people watching the live broadcast burst into laughter. Now, come and taste my newly invented dish. The old rules, everyone eat first. Zhao Sheng carried the plate and stood in front of the camera with a smile on his face. Inside the live broadcast room, Holy, looking hungry. 5 poisonous want to eat. +1. I hope the anchor didn't pass away. and just as Zhao Sheng was about to feast, a danding crane was slowly flying in. The danding crane flapped its wings, with a sharp crown on its head and two large eyes that emitted a spiritual glow. It flew extremely fast, reaching the foot of the mountain in almost an instant. False. Only the danding crane hissed with its mouth open, then its wings flapped violently a few times, and a few silhouettes were thrown down by it. Crap! What kind of gimmick is this? 666666666. This is a great trick by the anchor. Awesome, brother bird. Zhao Sheng also froze. The company had this arrangement? Shoo. At this time, the danding crane landed on the ground and shook its head, as if to say that the mission was accomplished. Huffing and puffing. Whose pet is this? So cool. Look at the feathers on its body. It should be wild. On the pop-up screen, a group of fans began to discuss. After all, wild danding cranes were still rare. Just then, the danding crane spread its wings again and soon disappeared into the sky. Zhao Sheng couldn't help but shake his head when he saw this. He had planned to take this opportunity to act like a bully, but apparently, his plan was going to fall through. However, on second thought, since he had already made an appearance, wouldn't it be a waste to retreat back? Thus, Zhao Sheng spoke again. Families, we don't know what's going on, but looking at these people's gray heads, the anchor went to wake them up to take a look. In order to create a bit of program effect, Zhao Sheng took out those poisons he made earlier and knocked on the bowl. Brothers, dinner is ready. There was no movement. Hiss, you guys look at their uniforms. Those are combat uniforms, right? It seems to be true. Zhao Sheng also found the problem, and after observing them properly again, he finally confirmed that these people were indeed wearing combat uniforms. Cough cough. Zhao Sheng also panicked a bit, cleared his throat and said, so what? Family members, you can testify for me. I didn't do anything? Hold your head and squat down. Just after the words were said, the neighboring warriors immediately followed the sound and ran over, seeing young Tian and the others who were fainted on the ground. Ah, not me this. Zhao Sheng man was dumbfounded, looking at the assistant with a panicked expression. By now he was also confused. Don't move. The leading warrior saw Zhao Sheng standing stupidly in place and immediately subdued Zhao Sheng. Big brother, spare your life. Ha 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 hiccup. The effect of the program pulls full. The series of reversals simply stunned the countless netizens in the live broadcast room. And for a while, the pop-up screen was crazy. The pop-ups in the live broadcast room seemed like they were about to explode. Chapter 27. Name? Zhao Sheng. Age? 20. What's the purpose of coming here? To eat podcasts. Inside the makeshift shed, several warriors were interrogating Zhao Sheng. Are you sure? Su Yan stared at the teenager in front of him with some suspicion. Of course, I'm sure. Those tableware can be seized by you guys. This is the best evidence. Zhao Sheng nodded affirmatively. No way. Are you guys doubting me? Sang Xin. Looking at the several warriors who stood in front of him with a serious look, Zhao Sheng skimmed his mouth in a rather aggrieved tone. Su Yan was a bit speechless. This can only be said that it is worthy of being an Edison. This adaptability is really eye-opening. A big man who was cute or aggrieved at the drop of a hat. Who could stand it? Suddenly, he exclaimed as if he thought of something. Wait, you're that anchor who burst into flames by relying on dark cuisine? Ha! I didn't realize I was quite famous. Su Yan's head was filled with black lines. Looking at the gazes of several other comrades, he coughed dryly. There was a time when my wife was giggling at the sight of you. It's just that it's been a long time and I didn't think of it for a while. It's okay. The little one remembers Big Brother just fine. Don't you think so? Big Brother? Zhao Sheng continued to curry favor. Hearing his words, the several warriors also couldn't help but laugh. Su Yan was also too lazy to continue pulling the wool over his eyes. Be serious, ha! Don't give me a playful smile. Let me ask you, how do you explain this crane carrier putting it in front of you? I say it is coincidence, you believe? After the crowd was silent for a moment, Su Yan sighed. You win. Let's go. Next time don't come here to dabble in traffic. Hey, thanks Big Brother. Have time to come back to my live room? I'll give you the room tube. Roll your ass. With Zhao Sheng following a few soldiers away. What did Officer Lu's side say? Su Yan inquired with a frown. Officer Lu and the others have already escorted to dock with the elders. He asked us to maintain order here. The soldier replied. Well, that's natural. By the way, tell the soldiers not to go around discussing this matter. Right now everything about the people or things within U City was the meat and potatoes. If people with ulterior motives knew that the already lost U City had teleported young Tian and the others out again, I'm afraid that it would cause unnecessary trouble. Understood. Please rest assured, Captain Su. Su Yan took a deep breath and said, we have worked hard for all of you during this period of time. This is a benefit for everyone. A cooked meal was placed in front of several soldiers. Why does it look strangely familiar? It smells so good. Thank you, Captain Su. We'll eat it first. the soldiers said excitedly. Their daily work here was intense, and it was usually difficult for them to find such an opportunity to eat a hot meal. Captain, quite a few people have been hitting this place lately. Do you think we need to send more people on patrol? After the meal, a soldier asked. Su Yan waved his hand at his words. No need for the time being, it's already been arranged above, and there will be an explanation of the situation here. Alright. The original press conference was postponed due to the return of Yang Tian and the others. A city first hospital. Several elders gathered here, waiting for the arrival of Yang Tian and the others. Coming. Look over there. A few helicopters are coming over. These are Yang Tian and the others? The several elders raised their eyes to look. Immediately afterward, they only saw several armed helicopters slowly landing on the ground, from which more than a dozen men, women and children walked out. Lu Jigang, meet the elders. At the head of the group was an old man in his 50s or 60s, with a sturdy figure, a beard, and a military green uniform. He was the chief in charge of this escort operation. Well, hard work. The second elder nodded and dropped his gaze on the stretcher. Go and rescue them first, and notify us at the first opportunity when they wake up. Yes, Lu Jigang respectfully saluted. And then, more than a dozen medics began to get busy, preparing to rescue the injured. Cough. A cough rang out and Yang Tian slowly opened his eyes. Awake! Officer Yang. Lu Jigang hurriedly came up. Yang Tian sat up and scanned around. Aside from the doctors who were spectating on the side, the rest of the surroundings were comrades who had acted together before. The elders are here too? Yang Tian said with some surprise. Then he felt his body's injuries. Although it was still weak, it was too much easier than before. Thinking about the encounter in Yu City, it was like a lingering nightmare. The elders have been here for a long time. They were going to take you to treatment first, but I didn't expect you to wake up first. Lu Jigang explained. Oh, I see. I'm not in any serious trouble. Take the others to treatment first. I have something to say. Hearing that Yang Tian had something to say, the second elder immediately dispersed the idle people nearby, and only less than 10 people remained in the large open space. Elders, there is something that I must say clearly. Our Blue Star, there is a difficulty. Yang Tian opened the door and said, Blue Star is in trouble? The Grand Elder narrowed his eyes slightly and said, which aspect of difficulty are you referring to? The foreign beasts. What? The second elder snapped his eyes wide and said, you saw it with your own eyes? It was that His Majesty who told me. Yang Tian shook his head, and then he whirled around and recounted his experience afterward, even including the matter of Yu Kuan borrowing their afterlife to establish a connection with the Blue Star, exerting his reincarnation trait and reversing life and death. It turned out that after seeing the passageway completely close, Yang Tian thought that he was going to be buried along with Yu Chang, but he was informed of all this by Yu Kuan's voice transmission. Has that sire not yet fallen? The second elder said in shock. To be exact, it is that wisp of divine soul that is still holding on. They've temporarily blocked the passage for our Blue Star, but it's only a few years at most. Future crises aside, the previous invasion by the extraterrestrial enemy was comprehensive. In addition to the extraterrestrial domain, there was also an internal one. In other words, the big attack came from the stars, and the small one came from underground. And in the words of Lord Yu, the earth cave erupted, and it can no longer be sealed. Hiss! A sound of sucking in cool air resounded in the arena, and everyone was caught up in contemplation. Today's Blue Star is the only place we can rely on for survival. It must not be lost. After a long time, the Grand Elder said in a deep voice, his tone resolute and serious. Elder, then what should we do? This matter is too shocking. Even though it's news from that Yu Dynasty Emperor, we can't make a decision so quickly while paying attention to it. This is a disaster for the whole world and a crisis for the whole world. If the news from the underground cave is true, then perhaps this will be a good opportunity to shuffle and reorganize. Humanity needs to unite. Chapter 28, Selection of a Place. How's that? Fortunately, this is the latest data from the Academy of Sciences side. In the courtyard, a young man respectfully handed the folder in his hand to the man sitting in the upper seat. Very good. The eighth elder looked at the report about the latest spiritual energy in his hand and nodded with satisfaction. Hard work. Thank you, elder, for your compliments. The young man humbly lowered his head. Alright, go rest first. I'll find you again if I need anything. Yes. Only after the young man left did the eighth elder open the file in his hand. I didn't expect the news of spiritual power recovery is indeed true. The eighth elder muttered. This world, say it's changed for the worse. The eighth elder knew that the Grand Elder's proposal to set up a special management authority was not a whim. Long before he became an elder, he had already been a Grand Chancellor on one side. Knowing through certain channels, he had investigated quite a few traces of abnormality in this world, and because of this, he was able to become the eighth elder of the Xianlong Kingdom after proving it to the upper echelons, and the youngest one in history. In a short period of time, he was able to form a well-established security department and managed to take the authority of the authority. It's a pity that even though I could guess that there would be a big change in the world, I never thought it would be in this way. The eighth elder frowned. This time, although Xianlong country was ahead of the curve, the price it paid wasn't a small one. More importantly, because of the commotion that Yu Cheng had made, it had caused this world to focus its attention on Xianlong country. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs was now complaining about the surge in workload every day. Putting that aside, even his plans had been affected. Although he had made sufficient preparations at the beginning of the establishment of the security department, this time, the change was so sudden that it had caught him off guard, and he didn't even have a chance to show it. Now he could only hope that more talents would join them in the future. After all, this was about Xianlong country's own cultivation power. 3 days had passed since the U City incident, and the follow-up work was almost done. The only regret was that because of the lack of merit laws, no truly mass cultivators had appeared yet. There is still the Earth Cave crisis. The eighth elder took a deep breath and placed the document back on the table. City. This was the southwestern part of the Xianlong country, and since ancient times, it had a reputation for being a difficult road to shoe. The mountains were stacked up, the gullies and ravines were long, the ancient road was as narrow as a snake, and if you were not careful, you would fall into a deep stream and never recover. And the sound of fierce beasts hissing and birds chirping could be heard from time to time in the mountains and forests, which brought a great deal of psychological pressure to the people. What is creation? Heaven is unkind and the law is unjust, so I will use my Tao to redefine this world. Under the clear and cold night sky, a young man with flowing white clothes looked up at the starry sky and muttered in a low voice. He was extremely handsome and dashing, with a snow-white robe accentuating his outstanding demeanor, but unfortunately, his face was devoid of expression, appearing very cold and indifferent. This time it's a big profit. I didn't expect a movie to bring in so much feedback. The person who spoke was clearly none other than the black hand behind the scenes, Gu Beichen. Having single-handedly created the U City incident, he had no fluctuations in his heart. In his words, the easily obtained way of cultivation wouldn't be cherished by anyone, and since he was going to push Xianlong country's cultivation to the forefront, sacrifices were, well, unavoidable. What dragon vein power spiritual recovery, including this history of Yu Chang, all of them are false. Before it was just opening only limited character cards, limited horse armor, and because it is the reason that it cannot be materialized, it can only be unfolded in this way of exploring and deciphering, by letting the world believe a little bit, change the concept, but also for the future layout of the ambush, and this time the underground cave crisis. Even if it is fake, it has to become real, because City was the origin place H City's neighbor, so the spiritual energy was also very dense, compared to areas such as the Five Mountains, the Border Plateau, and the Kunlun mountain range. These two cities had become the most dense locations for spiritual energy. It was pointless to keep messing around in one place, which was why Gu Beichen chose to use City as his second base and intended to keep the frontal battlefield here. Since it was going to be a crisis, it couldn't be the kind of thing that was false. Gu Beichen was going to pull the entire Xianlong country down into the game in droves. If the situation was okay, the other countries wouldn't be spared either. The cultivation system opens up to popularization that's not realistic. So this time the counterpart is transcendent. Transcendent versus Earth Cave crisis? It's exciting to think about. Everyone here would be a participant and the best actor. This world is too small. Our goal is the Starry Sea. If one uses backgammon to define the cultivators of the world, then Gu Beichen, who is backed by the system, is undoubtedly the queen with the greatest potential and the strongest power of action amongst them, but likewise, he has to suffer from trials and tribulations much more than the next person, and is the most easily eaten pawn. It was only after letting a fictional piece of history affect reality that Gu Beichen vaguely felt karma. It was hard to say if an unexpected pawn would appear or even threaten himself if the heart was not enough to swallow the elephant. That's what makes it interesting. And a mere ambush and chance is too boring. Gu Beichen smiled, the corners of his mouth raised in an evil arc, and his eyes revealed a silky light that was intimidating. Afterward, he retrieved his thoughts and turned around to walk towards the distance. Since it's Shu Zhong, there it is. He already had a suitable idea in his heart. City had a population of around 20 million, but because of its proximity to the mountains, it was full of aura, especially near this majestic city. What's more, the residents living here, everyone's physical fitness is very good. Morning jogging and walking, that is everywhere. The might of the army was still there, which also provoked a lot of local martial arts practice. From time to time, you can see the street practicing boxing, as well as young people wearing a variety of strange clothing. A remote alleyway. At the end of the alley, a simple rental house. In front of the door, stood a black-haired, yellow-skinned youth with handsome eyebrows. His body was slender and well-proportioned. His skin was wheat-colored. His legs were straight and powerful. His shoulders were broad and sturdy, and his chest was bulging as if it contained amazing explosive power. Suddenly, the youth opened his mouth and spat out a stream of white gas, which was like a palliette, rushing straight into the clouds. Bang sounded. A burst of smoke. The youth opened his eyes, dark and bright, flashing with a regal sharp cold light. The mortal pole, reaching out and slapping the long stick at his waist. Lei Qian's heart is a joy. The dream is really true, but can only utilize qi energy by virtue of intention, although the effect is also good, but it is not a long-term solution. Nowadays, his own flesh has been tempered by spiritual energy to be as hard as iron. Even without any internal energy support, it is enough to withstand ordinary bullets, and even if he encounters a sniper rifle, he is fearless. The question now is, how do I make money to do so? Lei Qian fumbled with his chin. I heard that there's a company in the busiest part of the city that recruits bodyguards and security consultants. I wonder if applying for the job will be successful. After thinking about it, Lei Qian picked up the jacket that was placed next to him and put it on. Chapter 29, Resuscitated Memories. Is anyone there? Just outside the door, a silver-gray Bentley pulled up outside the rental house. The window lowered and a head poked out. Excuse me, are you Mr. Lei? It's me. Why? Lei Qian nodded, his eyes slightly wary as he surveyed the car. This Bentley was expensive. Ordinary people couldn't afford it at all, unless it was a rich businessman or an official from the authorities. Otherwise, ordinary people wouldn't dare to mess with these people. Hello Mr. Lei, on behalf of the Wang family, I am sending you an invitation about the Wang family tea party. Please also follow me to the car. Wang family? Lei Qian frowned. He naturally knew about the Wang family. It was one of the most powerful families in S City, and it was said that it also had some connections with the city, so it had a lot of heritage. But what did this have to do with him? A commoner? Mr. Lei, our master Wang especially appreciates you. In addition, Miss Wang said, she also has great admiration for you, knowing your change of heart, so specially prepared a generous gift. I hope Mr. Lei can agree to this request. The driver took off his sunglasses, his eyes full of pleasing colors. The driver's words made Lei Qian frown when he heard them. What do you mean by knowing about the change of events and specially preparing a thick gift? Is this considered as pitying yourself? No, it could be that the Wang family investigated something. Lei Qian is a detachment of Soldiers King. Due to the body of the dark injury shall not be early retirement, should be the clothes to return home, but back from the neighbors only to learn from the neighbors of the news of the death of their parents. Suddenly felt the grief. They are devastated. In the bar to drink booze. This depression is 7 or 8 days, but when he woke up to find that the world has changed, spiritual power into the Xianlong country land, and it was just yesterday that he entered a dream and received the inheritance of instructions from a high person. He then attempted to use spiritual power to quench himself, not realizing that the progress was rapid. He had only just stepped into the mortal extremity realm, and the Wang family's people then arrived. Wang family's hospitality, Mr. Lei's heart is appreciated, but my humble self happens to have something to do, so I'm sorry that Mr. Lei is not fortunate enough to enjoy it. Lei Qian shook his head and refused. He didn't want to get involved with these families right now. Alas, that's a shame. The driver sighed, the look of loss on his face overflowing. Then he continued, since Mr. Lei is unwilling to go, then this invitation, Mr. Lei must accept it. This is what Elder Wang specially instructed me to bring to Mr. Lei. After saying that, the driver took out a hot stamped invitation and handed it to Lei Qian. Lei Qian looked down and realized that the words Lei Qian personally opened were written on it. Alright, Lei Qian finally accepted the invitation. After all, this was someone else's intention. If he insisted on not accepting it, he would in turn appear to be ungrateful. Then I'll go back and report to Elder Wang. The driver nodded and immediately drove the car away, leaving Lei Qian alone. After a few moments of silence and a long time, he came back to his senses. Looking at the dirty and messy alley, a helpless bitter smile appeared on his face. The appearance of spiritual power is always a good thing. Lei Qian couldn't help but sigh. At least, he gave some hope to the people at the bottom. At least, the people's bodies were nourished by spiritual power. Not to say they would live a long life, but they weren't as fragile and weak as before. As long as there was hope, then, there was nothing to fear. Figuring this out, Lei Qian's mood brightened. But the heavens are like a joke to him. Just relaxed heart again taught. Originally he wanted to go to the company to find a job, but did not expect to see a demonic beast on the road. Originally thought it was his eyesight. Then take a closer look. Good guy. The earth is cracked, showing a hole like, deep as several feet. Do not know what exactly is caused. Could this be that demonic beast? Lei Qian looked dazedly into the distance. His heart shook. This change came suddenly. There was already a demonic beast eating people. Stop! Lei Qian roared, running wildly towards the demonic beast. His palm swung, slashing out a heavy palm. Put! The powerful and overbearing chi blasted onto the demonic beast. Roar! The demonic beast roared and turned its head to look, its two lantern-like blood-red eyes staring deathly at Lei Qian. Its body was not huge, not much bigger than an ordinary wolfhound, with a pair of fleshy wings on its back. Its tail was sharp as if it was a hook, its claws were glowing with a cold white aura, and its fur showed a weird light green color, emitting a strong fishy smell that made people sick and nauseous. Ow! The demonic beast roared, fluttering its wings and rushing over. Lei Qian was shocked and rushed to dodge, but the speed of the demonic beast was too fast. Despite this, Lei Qian was still cut through his arm and blood gurgled. Bastard! You give me death! Lei Qian was infuriated, his legs slightly bent, his body violently shot out, his palm condensed a strong force and slapped on the back of the demonic beast. Boom! The loud ringing sound was deafening, as if the entire building trembled. The demonic beast fell to the ground with a wail, its limbs twitching for a moment as it closed its eyes unwillingly. Huffing and puffing, Lei Qian gasped for air, his chest heaving violently, veins rippling at the corners of his forehead, obviously exhausted. He sat paralyzed on the ground and rested for a long time. Damn! This demonic beast's defense is also too strong. My hands hurt from fighting. Ha! What is this? After the demonic beast died, it dropped out a piece of something crystal clear like jade. Lei Qian suspiciously picked up the piece and placed it in his hand and observed it for a long time, but he didn't recognize it. Forget it, let's save this thing first. When we turn around and ask Master, maybe it's some kind of treasure. Lei Qian carefully hid the crystal stone. Mama, look, there's Superman. Bro, I filmed the whole thing. You're going to be on fire. What's the situation? A cave? Demonic beasts? Martial arts masters? The situation here soon caused a lot of people to gather around. Not only the people around, but even the TV station sent a photographer to run in for an interview. Moreover, at the suggestion of the cameraman, they also cooperated with the police, describing the scene, and even writing up the underground excavation. As for Lei Qian, he ran away before the crowd surrounded him. That night, a news item about Lei Qian killing a demonic beast appeared on the internet's hot search list, and although the picture wasn't very clear, it was still reprinted by quite a few people, even linking it to the previous heat in U City. Netizens exploded. Are there any netizens from S City? No. Crap. Begging for the address. No. I want to go and see it with my own eyes. I'll go too. It's rumored that a young man did it this time. Within a short period of time, various versions of news flew all over the place, and there was even someone who picked out Lei Qian's home address, which immediately caused a furor. Daughter, is this the person you were talking about? In the Wang family, an old man stood by the window, looking into the distance. He was wearing a tang suit with an ancient flavor. It was the head of the Wang family, Wang Dehua. Beside him stood Wang Xuefu, and Wang Xuefu's cousins. Hearing Wang Dehua's words, Wang Xuefu's pretty face was stunned. Then she pursed her lips and smiled lightly. That's right, it's him. I didn't expect to only learn about the news of spiritual power. So soon an expert will appear. I wonder if he can resist the bullets. Father, don't worry, he will definitely be fine. Wang Xuefu swore with conviction. As long as we collect him, our Wang family will be able to stand firm in the future. Upon hearing this, Wang Dehua frowned. Xuefu, although this kid is a bit talented, there won't be too few people like this in the future. Father, don't worry, this is the man I have my eyes on. He is definitely extraordinary. Wang Xuefu smiled sweetly. She believed in her own vision. And even more so, she believed in her revived memories. Alas, as you wish, do as you say. Wang Dehua shook his head helplessly. He indeed couldn't argue with his daughter, so he had no choice but to agree. Father, please forgive my daughter's selfishness. Seeing her father's puzzled look, Wang Xuefu whispered in her heart. Earth cave eruption, demon revival, legends materialize, world fusion, mortal extremes, spirit sea, prana concentration, returning to Tibet, nirvana, reincarnation. The extraterrestrial battlefield is about to restart. Wang Xuefu's brows furrowed into a chuan, and a strong look of worry flashed across her face as she murmured and whispered. We must break through to the prana concentration before the world fusion so that we can forge the most perfect reunion. I hope you all can grow up as soon as possible. Xian Dragon Kingdom. Seemingly thinking of a certain thing that would happen next, Wang Xuefu's face flashed with a trace of intolerance, but it was quickly replaced by firmness. Anything could be meddled with, except for this matter. She only wanted to let nature take its course. Chapter 30 Lockdown. In the boundless starry sky, a vast and profound figure floated in the universe, filled with endless might between every breath, and his gaze radiated a brilliant light that reflected the entire starfield. A gaze suddenly, spanning across the stars, traversing the distance of time, penetrating into the solar system, an azure planet with countless stars twinkling, as if cheering for his arrival, and at the same time, giving a warm welcome for its descent. Remnants of the Yu dynasty. He clearly did not have a mouth, but the simple tone of a few words felt like it was spitting out the deepest longings of his heart. Words twisted people and drove them mad. Yet, make one devout. He gazed at the Blue Star Passage and looked at Yu-jun and the others sleeping inside. There were countless tiny black threads that flew out of his eyeballs and drilled into the interior of the passageway, completely enveloping it. It wouldn't be impossible to forcefully pass through here, but this planet had repeatedly created miracles, so he intended to give them a chance. Buzz. The entire world seemed to tremble for a moment, and then, everyone on the blue planet saw a large crack appear in the sky, and a pair of pitch-black eyes flashed by, causing everyone who was gazed upon to awaken the deepest fears in their hearts. He was none other than one of the great starry evil gods, Osiris. O mankind, when despair comes, listen to the oracles of the gods first. All of you. You are my good children. Oh my God, what's going on here? Why is the ground cracking? Cover your eyes or you'll hear horrible murmuring. Help! 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 Holy, there's a monster! The people of the various nations of the blue planet screamed, hiding in various corners in fear and trembling. Osiris' mouth revealed a satisfied smile after witnessing all of this. Although his main body was restricted from coming over by the passageway and could only place a gaze with the help of the cracks in the Earth's cave, it was enough for him to project his gaze on an area. If the humans couldn't resist it, 1 year, just 1 year's time, he would be able to descend from the cracks and make this planet his plaything. Looking at the city shrouded in black light below his eyes, Osiris had a rare moment of emotional turmoil. But, to be his sustenance was an honor for these inferior creatures, something they deserved to sing about for the rest of their lives. If no one can stop me, in a year's time, I will personally descend to take over this world. Osiris slowly closed his eyes. Then when he opened them again, the sky unexpectedly turned blood red. Blood red pupils represent a fear that borders on death and despair. Come play a game. Mortals. City. At this moment, the upper part of the city and the lower part of the township were packed with fleeing masses. Due to the emotionless pupils gazing from the sky above, all the faces of the masses were filled with intense panic, and cries and howls rose and fell. Mom, Dad, son, you can't leave me behind. Oh, Mom and Dad, don't leave me behind. A teenager tore his heart out and cried, Dad, I'm scared. Dad, hold me. A little girl tugged at her father's pants leg, crying her heart out. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. Daddy will always be by your side. The girl's father held his daughter tightly in his arms, his eyes reddening. Mud, won't give way, will you? At this time a sedan came barreling in, frightening the crowd to dodge. Get out of the way. Don't block my way. I'm in a hurry to go home. The man's rough voice came. The crowd was silent, not even dare to breathe, for fear of getting into trouble. Such chaos kept happening, and there were even people who took the opportunity to steal and rob. These people are usually idle. Who cares about what the law? In front of the chaos, human nature has long been extinguished. In the TV station, also all broadcast into the scene of S-City, everywhere is a miserable. Not to mention that now the entrance to the underground caves where the mutation began to riot. People are afraid, are scrambling to run out. Yes, although S-City had prepared for the first time the entrance to the underground cave appeared, but who did not expect the disaster to come so fast? So fast that it did not give mankind too much time. The mutation just like this came. Looking at the S-City that bore the brunt of the disaster and suffered greatly, up to the TV, down to the live broadcast, the entire Xianlong country seems to be silent at this moment. S-City is currently the only city in Xianlong country where an entrance has appeared. The other cities, some of them, at most, are just cracks in the ground, and they have not been completely opened. But the entire country's underground cave disaster, that is only a matter of time. No one can be alone. For a while, countless netizens prayed. And even the keyboard warriors lost track of this moment. Such a disaster. They had never experienced it before, so they simply couldn't imagine how tragic it was. Humanity, was there still hope? Bang! Suddenly, a loud noise came, and the entire city seemed to tremble, as if it was an earthquake, and the ground gently shook a few times. What's wrong? What's wrong? People looked around in panic, but they couldn't see anything. Only a roar could be heard faintly in their ears. This roaring sound seemed to come from a distant place, but also seemed to be close at hand, and each sound seemed to strike hard at the bottom of the heart. At some point, the originally pitch-black world suddenly lit up with a flash of white light. Immediately afterward, dazzling glare shone into the eyes. Everyone subconsciously reached out to block the light. That's, when the light dissipated and the crowd opened their eyes again, they immediately revealed shocked gazes, only to see that a huge white pillar of light broke through the clouds and went straight into the firmament. Wherever the white sword light reached, the sky was dark, As long as the place was enveloped by it, everything was destroyed and annihilated, turning into nothingness. The people of the afterlife. Who awakened me? Boom! An icy chortle slowly floated down from high in the sky. Immediately afterward, a white-robed man was seen stepping out of thin air, stepping down from the 9 heavens above. Wow! Between the fluttering of his robes, it was as if a gale had formed around him. The gale swept through the 8 wastelands, stirring up the surrounding trees and houses. Evil god's aura? The white-robed man frowned and let out a low cry. In the next moment, he was seen raising his hand towards the void. In a flash, the void collapsed and a pitch-black vortex appeared as if it was a huge loophole. The man stepped into it. Chapter 31, Get the Back. In the center of the crack, the pupil's flickering shadowy light gradually brightened, reflecting the entire sky and earth even more dimly. Just like this, he kept going deeper and deeper. As he went further in, the scenery around him became more and more clearly recognizable. A straight passageway, stretching into the distance. Finally, as the view opened up, in front of them was a starry sky, dotted with brilliant galaxies. Countless stars, hanging above the night sky, emitted a faint glow. Dokken-zun stood there, quietly watching everything in front of him without making any movements. Suddenly, a strand of bizarre airflow silently permeated out of the void. Solitary Sword Venerable's eyes slightly condensed. In the next moment, the wisp of airflow transformed into a silhouette, revealing itself within his field of vision. At the same time, he only heard a clicking sound that echoed in his ears. Immediately afterward, the crack in the blue star world behind him actually closed on its own, disappearing without a trace. Ha! There should always be a day like this. The Soul Sword Father laughed in a rare manner and said, "Let my sword, for the last time, radiate light." Human, how dare you obstruct this god from descending to the earthly world? The human figure said indifferently, his words carrying an unquestionable majesty. At this moment, it was as if this heaven and earth had frozen. The solitary Swordfather felt as if he was in a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, and he couldn't stop trembling all over. There are great terrors between life and death. I am already dead, so what do I have to fear? The corner of the Dokken-zun's mouth sketched out an icy arc. Immediately, an ancient and vicissitudes long sword slowly appeared in his hand. In the next moment, only a loud clang could be heard. He drew his sword and rose, a sword chopped down. In an instant, heaven and earth were silent. Only a force that shocked all the spirits suddenly erupted out, sweeping across the 8 wastes in 6 places. Rumble! The sky instantly exploded with a series of thunderbolts, as the majestic sword intent like the Milky Way pouring down from the 9 heavens surged out with a mountainous momentum. The silhouette seemed to have simply imagined that such a strong person would suddenly appear. In his haste, he violently raised his hand to resist, only to see a brilliant white light tear through the void, instantly arriving in front of it. Boom! The white light erupted with an immeasurable amount of light. That white light contained a vast and incomparable greatness, and the entire heaven and earth, as if it had turned into a chaos. Clang! A brilliant sword light flooded the entire starry sky, tearing apart the darkness, and even more so, tearing apart all evil spirits. Roar! A mournful roar resounded through the heavens. Along with the swinging down of that sword light, the location where that silhouette was located was hardened and split in half, and even the vacuum area was hardened with the traces of the sword. In the midst of that roiling sword intent wreaking havoc, a pitch-black mist emerged. The black fog rolled up violently. Soon, a huge thing emerged out of thin air, only to see, that thing was 100 feet tall. It was covered in black scale armor, and its head was like a dragon and snake. Its hideous and ugly face was covered with bronze-colored scales, scarlet and brutal. The eyes were crimson and as big as lanterns. The tail was like a steel whip, fiercely striking the starry sky. Bang! With a muffled sound, the star shattered. It nearly crumbled a star with just a simple tail swing. G. The hideous monster roared to the sky, venting its anger. Humble mole cricket, how dare you provoke the gods? You, deadly offense. In the next moment, a giant mouth ejected a gray pillar of light towards the Dokken-zun. Boom! Berserk energy roared in, swallowing up the entire void and annihilating it into nothingness. In the face of that destructive attack, the Soul Swordsman did not dodge, and still stood in place with a calm and relaxed demeanor. Looking closely, the corners of his mouth even raised a smile. Buzz! An incomparably ear-piercing sound resounded through heaven and earth. Immediately following it, countless tiny sword lights appeared out of thin air. As if they possessed spirituality, they crazily surged and dispersed from the Soul Swordsman's side, encircling his body and forming a magnificent and incomparable image. The Soul Swordsman stepped through the air, strolling above the void. Behind his back was a small crystal-clear sword, the tip of the sword pointing diagonally towards the sky. The blade of the sword was sharp and compelling, causing one's heart to palpitate. Whoosh! 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 In the next instant, thousands of crystalline sword lights suddenly shot out, tearing through the sky. bringing up a series of dense and ear-piercing whistling sounds. Those crystalline sword lights poured out like a torrential downpour of pear blossoms, intertwining and converging in mid-air. Soon, a huge and complex formation pattern appeared above the head of the solitary swordfather. Rumble. One terrifying energy fluctuation after another was transmitted, shaking the globe. In the next instant, the formation operated. Endless thunder raged in the sky, and the entire universe seemed to be transformed into a sea of thunder and lightning. People of the future generations, my name, Sword Dekuro. Today, using the sky as a formation, using my body as a guide, I wish you all the best. Along with Sword Dekuro's words fell, formation patterns intertwined, thunder snakes rushed about, and the heavens and earth changed color. In the next second, billions of sword lights descended steeply in the starry sky. Each sword light contained a heaven-destroying power and shot out in all directions. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Violent explosions resounded continuously. In an instant, countless planets were filled with devastation and dust rushed into the sky. Roar, roar, roar. Above the starry sky, fierce beasts hissed and roared with an astonishing sound. In just a few blinks of an eye, a picture of a terrifying exchange was captured by satellites, one after another. Dazzling people. Throttle pull. As if it was breaking through some blockade, a dazzling pillar of light dangled down from above the distant firmament, penetrating through the clouds and illuminating the sky. Immediately afterward, one could only see countless channels of haze rising between heaven and earth, converging into a splendid and eye-catching rainbow bridge. I have temporarily suppressed the expansion of the earth cave for you and others. Grow up as quickly as possible. Remember, remember. The voice of the Soul Swordfather spread throughout the heavens and earth. After the words were spoken, infinite sword light burst out, transforming into a dazzling colorful pike that swept across. A miserable scream rose and fell above the starry sky, resounding through the clouds. No matter where you dodged, you would encounter that heavenly rain of swords. Boom! The monster's head was directly pierced through by a sword. Scarlet blood spurted out. Immediately afterward, countless crystalline sword chi slashed through its neck, twisting its head into powdery form. Ka-ching! The monster's massive torso was also cut off by countless channels of crystalline sword chi. In the end, with a wailing sound, the monster was sent into the blue planet by the Dokken Zune, as it crashed into the middle of the Pacific Ocean, setting off 10,000 huge waves, and then gradually sank without a trace. At the same time, the dispersed soul emerged again. It was Osiris. The difference was that at this moment, the lingering shadow, which had been projected by the body's consciousness, took over. I didn't expect that there is still a heavenly pride level existence like you on this barren planet. Sure enough, it's a magical planet, but it's a pity that thou's current power is really too weak, and is destined to be eaten by this seat. After Osiris finished speaking, he stretched out his tentacles, ready to grab Dokkensun's soul. Swish! Suddenly, a strange change occurred. The formation diagram above the head of the Soul Sword Sovereign violently bloomed with a brilliant light. Immediately afterward, the Soul Sword Exalt, who was originally standing with his hands folded, slowly opened his eyes. The moment he opened his eyes, the entire world seemed to have lost its color. The only thing left was endless coldness, silence, and ice. An unspeakable sense of majesty and oppression was released from his body, sweeping through the 8 directions and enveloping the entire scene. It was as if the might of the heavens could not be blasphemed. Want to swallow me? Unbeknownst to you, I've been waiting for this moment. Come on, let me meet His Excellency, the great God, with the power of a mortal. Let the world know, humans can also be head gods. Chapter 32 Research. The outcome of the Great War is unknown, but after some time, news from various countries reported that an appalling disaster had passed. Now, it was a brand new era where everyone could exercise their bodies through spiritual energy, and countries began to compete with each other to collect talents. Besides, S-City, as an area that was focused on by the evil god, even though Osiris' consciousness had already left, S-City was still affected to a great extent. Before they all felt the heavens and earth trembling violently as if it was an earthquake. The trees on the ground were blown off. Even the foundation was lifted off the ground. A giant crack extended in all directions in a spiral shape, as if it was a mountain stretching across the horizon. Everyone stared in horror at the huge pupil in the middle of the underground cavern, which was just a flash of light in other places. But here, it was hanging in the dome of the sky for a long time, refusing to disappear. However, what was different than before was that those terrifying eyes had closed, as if they were injured, associating it with the voice that had resounded across the globe before. Everyone knew who had saved them. It was him, that great Sword Exalted Excellency. It was His Excellency the Sword Exalted who gave them the time to become stronger, and also kicked off cultivation globally. Sword Exalted, thank you. This was the true thought in the hearts of millions of people at this moment. Damn it, why is it the Xianlong Kingdom again? Hiss, with just this battle, there are very few satellites left. It's too terrifying. When the news from S-City spread out, the countries were naturally the first to notice. When they realized that this strong man was from the Qianlong kingdom, each and every one of them couldn't sit still. It really is worthy of being Qianlong. Amelika Country Trump exclaimed. Humph, I heard that the earth cave over there has erupted? Sunset Nation guys asked. So what if it is? Or we are favored by the gods. After all, we don't have this kind of crisis. Hidetokuan Ito sneered. Praise the gods. Ito-kuan, this is a global disaster. Amelika Nation Kawapu shook her head. Don't underestimate the impact of this time. Qianlong Nation has an old saying. It's called the one who recognizes the time is the one who knows what's going on. Heave. It seems like it's not used appropriately. Forget about it. Anyway, behind the crises are often accompanied by chances. So is U-City, and so is the Earth Cave. Not bad. Grizzly Bear Country Markov similarly nodded. Although U-City is closed, it may have left something behind for Qianlong. This is our disadvantage. Yeah, the protagonists are always them. Catherine also vocalized. Ito Shuichi shrugged. Well, didn't we send a team to check out U-City before? What was the harvest? It was heavily guarded. Our people couldn't get in, but the tomb complex has collapsed. GIs replied. Let's not let them go to S-City then, in case there's a chance or something. Good. The various heads nodded their heads. Night fell. The outskirts of S-City. A young girl was sitting cross-legged, and beside her was placed an ancient and simple sword that was emitting a biting sharpness. Around the blade, there was a strange energy flowing vaguely. At this time, the young girl slowly raised her head to look towards the east and murmured, Sword de Kuro? What a great man. Good journey. After saying that, she paid a deep obeisance. Immediately afterward, a surge of energy surged into her body, causing her pores to stretch out. Ha! This is Buzz. The precious sword chirped softly, seemingly sensing the change in its owner and celebrating it. I didn't expect to break through at this time. This thing called fate, it's really mysterious. In that case, let's go and help out as well. Xiao Bao, you can't lose. Oh. Fei Yuqing smiled faintly, gripped her precious sword tightly, and stood up. Originally, she was just a young girl from an orphanage. After the mutation happened, being on her way from work, she just happened to pass by the Earth Cave lot, not expecting that it would be heavenly descending, letting her get this precious sword, and also start her cultivation career. She did the same and broke through to the mortal extreme realm. However, according to the spirit of the sword, the spirit power of heaven and earth was shallow now, so at most, she could only break through to the second realm, the spirit sea. But besides the most traditional kind of cultivation, there were other paths that could be opened up, such as exotic transcendence and wudao. Although it's hard to compare to the traditional cultivation path that goes to the later stages, it still has a high competitiveness in the early stages. The meaning of the precious sword is to let Fei Yuqing in the conditions of the limitations, more to strengthen themselves. The main go traditional cultivation, supplemented by other. Obviously the treasure knife had experienced a lot and was not generally experienced enough. How can one awaken the extraordinary ability transcendent? This point treasure knife is not clear, but martial arts it gives its own opinion. That is to go to the underground caves to kill the enemy. The crystal cores contained in the monsters of the underground caves can raise the chi and blood and strengthen the body. Besides, the evil god's gaze caused a lot of people to mutate, and caused a lot of ripples afterward. At first handled by the military and police from above, to now, there are a lot of patriotic volunteers to join in to help. The situation is moving towards the good side. Of course, after the chaos for the wrongdoing of a lot of that is it. The fights in the open and in the dark Fei Yuqing did not like. What she wants to do now is to practice. 10 years of sharpening the sword will finally become a sharp edge, and once the bamboo is broken, it will be as powerful as a rainbow. One person, one knife, the world is at peace. J-City. The elders deliberated and decided to research the crystals that would be obtained from killing the demonic creatures in the underground caves. For the sake of concealment, the highest research on the crystals was also carried out here. Suka walked into the container and took out the fingernail-sized red crystal. This crystal looks unobtrusive. The color is dark red. The internal translucent wisps of light blood-colored halo, as if a cloud of mist wrapped around the top. Suka held it in his hand and carefully examined it, and suddenly his eyes widened. This is. He was filled with disbelief. Although there had been previous tests that proved that the energy within the crystal was very stable and pure, it was just a pity that it needed to be extracted in a special way. But he had just felt something. The energy was not just escaping and transferring into his body. The most crucial thing was that this energy could actually act on the human body. He himself had actually felt the life level active from this strange crystal. This was definitely a heavenly miracle. How is it possible? Suku muttered. He could never have dreamed that there was such a miraculous thing in the world. No, it wasn't something that could be considered in this world, because it didn't belong to this planet at all. Could it be that it awakened the potential within me? Once the thoughts started to become active, they became more and more excited, and the thoughts in his head were out of control. Ha ha, possessing power beyond mortals is no longer out of reach. Suka looked up to the sky and laughed wildly, his excitement hard to contain. Congratulations, Dr. Su. The staff members congratulated one after another. This Dr. Su was the chief leader of the Mystic Crystal Research, and had a significant influence in the Xianlong Kingdom. You guys get busy first. Suka waved his hand and excitedly took the crystal to prepare the lab. He wanted to confirm that the crystal really contained magical powers, otherwise everything would be empty talk. What no one noticed was that those blood-colored textures in the crystal were suddenly bright and dark, as if they were living, breathing things surging with life. Obviously, it was different from the crystal that Lei Qian had gotten. Chapter 33 Status Quo. Boss, the officials are here. What do we do? What are we afraid of? We just need to threaten the untouchables under our hands and they'll throw in the towel. Boss is wise. Brothers, go. First go and finish off the ones at the door. A group of people leapt down from the roof of the house and rushed towards the doorway, holding various cold weapons. However, before they could finish off the few people in front of them, outside the factory in the suburbs, a group of even larger armed forces suddenly appeared and surrounded them, their guns aimed at them in unison. Xiangyang, you have been surrounded. Be a good boy and put down your weapons and surrender. Damn it, all of you get the hell out of here. Whoever dares to come over, believe it or not, I'll chop him to death. Xiangyang dragged out a hostage from the room and waved it with force, his mouth cursing and swearing in an arrogant manner. Xiangyang, male, 38 years old. His parents are dead with no relatives. His family situation is average. He used to hang around as a gangster in East City, and then he was sentenced to 3 years and 5 months in prison for suspected lawlessness and theft charges. He behaved well during that time, and has only recently regained his freedom. After the emergence of spiritual power, by a fluke, he awakened and became a transcendentalist. After that, he occupied the factory and burned and looted. A burly man in camouflage uniform looked at the information in his hands and reported in an icy tone. Ha, actually knowing my situation. What exactly are you? Hearing the other party report his information in detail, Xiangyang was shocked in his heart and asked in a deep voice, there's no need for you to care who I am. In short, cooperate with us well. You still have a chance. Ha 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 ha. So what? As long as the old man lives for one day, the old man is the king for one day. Who dares to arrest me? Unless he is tired of living. Xiangyang laughed rampantly, with a face of arrogance, not taking it for granted at all, and even looked provocatively at those armed forces in the distance. What are you looking at? As the words fell, he moved his arm violently. Instantly, that hostage was slammed aside by him alive. Blood sprayed out. Seeing this scene, everyone's faces changed drastically. They never expected that the other party would dare to be so bold. Bang! Gunshots rang out, and a bullet shot out. But Xiangyang, as if he had expected it, dodged it with a flash of his body, and it did no harm at all. Soon, the team adjusted their fire program, and the rocket launchers were aimed at the area where Xiangyang was. If the tiger doesn't give out, do you guys really think I'm a sick cat? Xiangyang's eyes flashed with a ferocious light, and his arms raised, directly grabbing rows of steel bars. Afterward, he violently threw them out, and the steel bars ruthlessly stuck out like spears, piercing several people through, and they fell to the ground screaming miserably. Boom boom boom, the artillery bombarded. Fire splashed everywhere. Xiangyang was blown up and fled, rolling over several times in succession. And then, under the pursuit of numerous guns, he fled while counterattacking. Put! The sound of a dagger cutting through flesh rang out. A warrior's chest was cut through a huge slit by Xiangyang's junior. Blood flowed horizontally. However, he still didn't flinch and continued to brave death by pulling the trigger. The bravery of the warriors shook these juniors, and as the casualties grew bigger and bigger, they began to put down their weapons and raise their hands in surrender. After demolishing the opponent's wings, the fighters became even more ferocious. Bullets fell like a torrential downpour, making Xiangyang breathless with difficulty, so he could only crouch down holding his head, looking for cover in an attempt to escape. However, he soon realized that there was no way back. Xiangyang roared with rage, his eyes scarlet. His talent was force, which was simply strong strength. However, there were guns here, as well as all kinds of artillery, completely restraining him, leaving him tied up. Although his physical qualities had been strengthened, he was ultimately no match for the weapons. Just as he was about to raise a large stone and fight to the death, clang! A resounding and crisp knife sound suddenly resounded in his ears. Xiangyang's pupils suddenly contracted as he felt a chilling aura of danger envelop his entire body. Whoosh! In the next moment, he only felt the silver light in front of him skyrocket. A sharp blade on arrived in an instant, bringing up a harsh wind and bone-piercing cold. It was a long and narrow war knife with a slender blade, glowing with a cold metallic luster, and a dragon pattern carving on it. This was a superb battle knife. Clang! With a tremor, Xiong was knocked back 10 meters away. A strand of crimson blood spilled out along the corner of his mouth. Damn! Xiong face revealed a look of fear and trepidation. In that moment just now, he was almost about to be hacked to death. The little brothers beside the warrior who had originally wanted to make small moves saw this, but they were even more frightened, their livers cracking and frantically escaping. They all knew that this was an existence that was definitely even more terrifying than Xiong. Your path, narrow. Fei Yuqing couldn't help but shake her head as she watched the other party's reaction. Obviously, the potential of the martial Dao was quite good, but unfortunately, the heart wasn't worth mentioning. Damn! I am a king. I am the chosen one. What are you? How dare you underestimate me? Hearing Fei Yuqing's comment, Xiong face rose purple and green as he let out a furious shout. Buzz! A rich qi and blood suddenly erupted within Xiong body, instantly filling his entire body, causing the air around him to seemingly freeze for a few moments. Putting up a fight? Fei Yuqing did not intend to waste any more time, and with a flick of his wrist, his long blade instantly chopped out. Swish! A silvery snow-white pelt was like the Milky Way falling into the 9 heavens, carrying a suffocatingly biting coldness. In that instant, Xiong pupils tightened, only feeling that his eyes went black and his breathing stopped. The next moment, the blade appeared. A poignant and eye-catching red line instantly surfaced. Xiong eyes widened as he lowered his head to look at his neck, only to see a knife mark that was deep enough to be seen on the bone, and was gurgling with fresh blood, covering his neck. He raised his head with difficulty and saw a delicate and slender silhouette standing still in midair, like a god or goddess in the dust, looking down on him. What kind of monster is this? His eyes bulged out, filled with horror, and his throat wriggled, but he couldn't make any sound. Then, his head slowly fell to the ground, his eyes were wide open, his face full of unwillingness. He had never dreamed that he would lose so cleanly. Without even knowing who the enemy was, he was already dead beyond death. Snap 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 dash. Blood flowed down his neck all over the place. Xiong body collapsed in a disheveled state. Brother Xiong Tao, Xiong Hai and the others were filled with stupefaction. It was unbelievable that their boss, the idol they worshipped, had been easily decapitated just like that. Moreover, that woman was too powerful, simply strong and unreasonable. A sword chopped down, directly cutting the head off. Hold your head, crouch down. Seeing those armed police with hot weapons, excluding those who took advantage of the chaos to escape, the other juniors were obediently squatting on the ground, not daring to make a move. At this moment, they all felt the threat of death. This woman was not human at all. She was a demon. Similar situations were still happening everywhere. After all, besides S-City, some crack places also had sporadic monsters appearing, and some people were able to get crystals to step into the martial way by killing back in times of crisis. And with the first one, there was a second one. In short, the current grotto wasn't really a crisis. It was more like opening the door to warmth. Of course no one knows why this is. Anyway, the crystals are limited. Ambitious have already begun to plan. No one can remain calm on the strong body. This is the first time modern mankind feel the real existence of the martial arts, rather than those flowery. For the martial artists that popped up in the wild, the officials were collecting them mainly, letting them join the security administration and giving them enough respect and protection to let them cultivate without fear and cause as little trouble as possible. After all, the current situation was still chaotic. Of course, there were always some guys who got the force, but because of all sorts of reasons, there was no way to take them in, so they could only take special measures to suppress them and prevent them from having an adverse effect on society. The good thing was that there were also quite a few soldiers in the force proper who had been strengthened by crystals, and when it came to some powerful trapper-resistant or mutated monsters, it was often the temporary teaming up of the forces and the authorities' martial artists to solve the problem together. Shoo shoo shoo. At this moment, in a dense forest by the city, a team was fighting a group of mutant rats. Boom! Suddenly, a cold light flashed, and a mutant rat was instantly split into two and fell to the ground. Afterwards, 3 figures walked out from the middle of the woods. It was a man and 2 women. Chapter 34, Mercenary Groupings. One of the men wore camouflage clothing and carried a sniper rifle on his back. Another was a valiant woman with a tall, plump body and a delicate face. The last one was a pretty little loli. The little loli had a pair of dark and clear eyes that were agile and playful, and her pink face was delicate and cute. She had a doll face that looked adorable, as if she was a porcelain doll, but no one present dared to underestimate her, because this little loli's hands were already stained with the blood of many martial artists. She possessed a frightening ability, violent blood. No one knew exactly where her ability came from. Anyway, The three of them in the squad had not only become martial artists and felt chi and blood, but they had also awakened special abilities. Annie's ability was the ability to influence the essence blood in a person's body to feed back on itself, and even use the chi and blood that had been swallowed over. This ability was so bizarre that many martial artists were scared and avoided it. You guys finally showed up. Su Kai, the leader of the team, sighed in relief when he saw the three of them. Talk? Su Kai, why are you such a wimp? Afraid of those guys? A burly man with dark skin laughed and scolded. Don't talk nonsense. Su Kai laughed bitterly. There are 5 of us on the team, and if you were to fight them, it would be hard enough to fight one of them. So what? Can they turn against us? Another female martial artist, Lu Yao, bristled. Ahem. Su Kai laughed awkwardly and didn't say anything. They had been tracking this trio for several days, and this time, they took the opportunity of hunting mutated monsters to finally get the 3 to show themselves. The result was really unsurprising. The other party was indeed very strong. Su Kai could see that the 3 were all elite soldiers, extremely experienced in combat, and well coordinated, and had never suffered any losses when facing martial artists or mutated monsters. Because of this, Su Kai still felt a hint of helplessness. Oh, an official squad? What's the point of following them for so long? Fei Yu frowned slightly and said in a cold tone. Su Kai hesitated for a moment and said, May I ask if you are interested in joining the officials? We are affiliated with the 8th Elder. Not interested, not going. The remaining 2 spoke in unison. Zhao Yang even coldly refused. Although the official's treatment was good, he himself was used to being lazy and didn't like constraints. Especially, he was once a mercenary, and was used to the days of licking blood from the mouth of a knife when he was outside. Now, he wanted to use his own skills to break out into the world. He didn't like to be a parasite and be bound by others. Su Kai sighed. Then, rumble. Suddenly, a violent trembling sound came from the distance. This is? A few people froze. In the next moment, their faces changed abruptly, and they turned their heads violently towards a certain direction. Is it a mutant riot? Su Kai muttered in opening, his voice tinged with surprise. Mutants? Zhao Yang and Fei Yu were also stunned. Obviously they had never heard of such a term either. Roar! In the next moment, a wild and ferocious hissing sound came from the jungle in the distance. They're coming! Hide! Su Kai's face suddenly changed drastically as he hurriedly shouted. His teammates didn't need him to say anything as they ran towards the nearby villages. And right at this moment, at the place where several people had just left, a black shadow suddenly rushed out. Their speed was several times faster than ordinary wolf dogs. Their bodies were covered in gray hair, and their scarlet eyes revealed a cruel and bloodthirsty light. This is... Zhao Yang's trio hid nearby and didn't leave, and they were instantly shocked after seeing the appearance of this thing clearly. This was actually people. Only now, these people were covered in gray spots, with fangs and red eyes. The current ones could no longer technically be considered human. Ow! Tear! These humanoid shifters roared and lunged, instantly biting through little Lorian, seek death, and became furious and raised her leg and kicked at the chest of a humanoid shifter. Bang! The humanoid mutant exploded with a sound. Annie, don't touch them. Be careful of infection. Zhao Yang hurriedly blocked Annie. Annie grunted, indignantly retracting her paws, leaving a deep crater on the hideous and ugly-looking humanoid mutant's corpse. So weak. What are the official people afraid of? She muttered. What do you know? Zhao Yang shook his head and said, These guys are in groups. Once they're surrounded, it'll be miserable. Ha! Annie blinked her eyes and suddenly realized. Oh, I know. Just like now, right? Annie looked around at the humanoid shifters within a few hundred meters. They were scattering in all directions, slowly approaching. At this time, and finally understood why the official squad felt scared. It was because the number of these mutants was simply too many. At a glance, they were all over the mountains, with no end in sight. Moreover, each and every one of these mutants was an existence that was sufficient to surpass ordinary martial artists. They were all humans who had been affected because of the evil god's power. With such a huge number in a city, even if the official squad was fully mobilized, it was estimated that it would be difficult to deal with them cleanly in a short period of time. Go! Zhao Yang shouted in a deep voice. There's no point in wasting time with them here. Retreat first. The crowd quickly fled towards the distance. Oh whoa! Hiss hiss. When the mutants saw the crowd fleeing, they immediately let out a series of ear-piercing cries. Immediately afterward, they frantically chased after them. Trouble, how did they get this speed? Fei Yu complained as she ran. Although she had an alien energy to protect her body, she wasn't superhuman after all, and it didn't last too long. These mutants, on the other hand, seemed like perpetual motion machines, tirelessly chasing them. You two go first, I'll take the rear, Zhao Yang urged. The two of them continued to fly and run towards the front, and at this moment, Zhao Yang had already removed his sniper rifle. This rifle was a heavy weapon that he had picked up from the battlefield earlier. and it was incredibly powerful. Zhao Yang stood on a rock and aimed the scope at the mutant. Bang! The bullet cut through the air and ruthlessly shot at the mutant's head. However, the bullet actually just shot through the mutant's skin and did not pierce through its head. Interesting, then try this again. Zhao Yang's alien ability was unleashed. His ability was weapon increase. At this stage, he could only strengthen one type. He decisively chose his best sniper rifle. Whoosh! Another bullet whistled out and shot into the head of a mutant. Put! The mutant's forehead suddenly had an additional bloody hole. Immediately following the next moment, the bullet's back force did not diminish, penetrating the heads of other mutants in an unreasonable manner. Boom! A headless body fell to the ground. Zhao Yang's face was grave as he stared at the dense concentration of mutants in front of him, his expression gradually solemnizing. More ants can still bite an elephant, let alone the fact that these mutants aren't ants at all, but monstrous beasts. Zhao Yang gently shook his head, put his gun away and prepared to leave. Ow woo! Hissing, as Zhao Yang killed, more and more mutants noticed him and let out low roars in unison. Chapter 35. Damn it! Zhao Yang cursed lowly as he sped up and sped towards where his two teammates were. Help! Monster! Monsters! Some of the survivors, after seeing the mutant army, were scared out of their wits, screaming and desperately running forward, while some of the nearby martial warriors who heard the commotion and rushed over, fought hard to kill. However, the enemies were simply too many. These mutants were unimaginably numerous, and each of them was strong. They simply couldn't win the fight, and were instead bitten or even eaten. It was a scene that looked desperate. In a residential building several kilometers away from here, standing on the roof of the building was clearly Fei Yuqing and a few soldiers. Ma'am, what should we do now? The several soldiers inquired with trepidation. They were originally prepared to evacuate after killing Xiong Yang, but who knew that they would actually encounter this situation today? Fei Yuqing's face was cold. As a swordsman, she had long been accustomed to danger, but now she was also shaken. It turned out that when humans mutated, they were even more terrifying than animals. Fortunately, the evil god's gaze had stopped. Otherwise, should I make a move? Fei Yuqing's brows furrowed. I'll go help. Without hesitation, she said, you guys evacuate this place immediately. A few soldiers were instantly relieved and hurriedly nodded their heads in agreement. Ma'am, do you need fire assistance? One of the soldiers said worriedly. No need. You guys ensuring your own safety is king. Leave the rest to me. Fei Yuqing waved her hand and said. A few soldiers could only leave with a bitter smile after hearing this. They were also clear on just how big the hidden crisis behind this incident was, so they could only pray that Fei Yuqing would be able to get away successfully. And at this moment, in the distance, Zhao Yang also suffered a fierce attack. These mutants were fearless and ferocious. The sniper rifle in Zhao Yang's hand kept opening and closing, but all the mutants that came close were either shot in the head or killed. But this was not a long-term solution. These mutants kept coming. Sooner or later, they would be exhausted here. Damn it, Fifi, I'm relying on you. Zhao Yan looked to the side at Fei Yu. Death entanglement. Fei Yu struck out, only to see countless vines suddenly sticking out from an area of the ground, instantly binding the mutants. Withdraw, Fei Yu shouted. Su Kai immediately led the crowd to retreat. However, even if Fei Yu made a move to stop them, it only slowed down the mutants' footsteps. They were still being chased non-stop. This put the crowd at an extreme disadvantage. Damn it, Zhao Yang cursed. Fei Yu's entanglement could indeed temporarily delay these guys, but it was only temporary. Get lost. Just as they were getting anxious, a sound suddenly spread throughout the entire space. The faces of the people present suddenly changed drastically as they all turned their heads and looked in the direction of the source of the sound. Fei Yuqing, who had just arrived, also frowned slightly, her intuition telling her that it was an extremely dangerous aura. Rumble. A truck barreled into the crowd's line of sight. In the cab of the truck sat a male martial artist shrouded in black armor, holding a long metal club in his hand, and in the pockets of his vehicle were 50 to 60 armed members. Brothers, get to work. Lei Qian grinned, his legs stomped, and the entire truck rushed towards the group of mutants like an arrow off a string, and the other armed members all excitedly waved their weapons and followed and rushed over. Brother Lei is mighty. Asterisk 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 him. Ha ha ha, it's finally our turn. Charge the ducks and these monsters. Charge, charge, charge. A loud and furious cry and shout shook the entire heaven and earth. This scene left the surrounding soldiers and ordinary people dumbfounded, especially those ordinary people. How had they ever seen such a spectacular scene before? Their hearts were awestruck. It was simply more exaggerated than movie special effects. Who are they? Some people couldn't help but voice their doubts. None of them had ever seen such a hot-blooded scene. Don't know, never seen it before, but it's awesome. Yes, it's really awesome, the crowd murmured, gazing reverently at the armed men. At this time, Lei Qian had already rushed into the crowd. and he held a metal baguette as he ruthlessly smashed it against an alienated man. Ka-ching! That alienated person's head instantly exploded, blood splattering everywhere. Immediately after that, Lei Qian swept across the room with the long stick in his hand, killing 2 more alienated people. He was extremely powerful, and under his charge, these alienated people simply couldn't resist and fell to the ground one after another. Lei Qian traveled unhindered all the way, like a tiger entering a flock of sheep, and by his side, the rest of the armed members also displayed their strong strength, constantly harvesting the lives of the alienated people. Each of their moves was extremely lethal, and each of them could easily exterminate the alienated people. These people, Fei Yuqing was dumbstruck. She didn't expect that there were actually people in the folklore who were so powerful, and looking at that, it seemed that they were also traditional cultivators and martial arts duelists? No, there were also supernormal abilities. Fei Yuqing noticed that the people following Lei Qian seemed to possess some sort of enchantment, and although they were inconspicuous when used individually, they were enough to create a shocking destructive force if used jointly. Her eyes narrowed slightly as her mind raced, thinking about how to rescue Su Fei and the others. However, she quickly gave up on this thought. This was because she understood that even if she went over, she was afraid that she wouldn't be able to help much. Just as well. Thinking of this, Fei Yuqing could only shake her head helplessly. She raised her eyes and looked around, realizing that quite a few people in the vicinity had been attracted over. One by one, they all looked at Lei Qian, who was like a god of war. Ha! It seems that life in the future won't be lonely. It was she who was too proud and conceited before, thinking that she could blossom alone on the stage, not realizing that there was far more than one heroic expert who had risen in response to the times. Let's go. Fei Yuqing murmured softly and stepped away. The outcome was already predetermined, and there was no point in staying here any longer. On the other side, Lei Qian also noticed the young girl's departure. In fact, even though Zhao Yang and the rest of them were the same martial artist and also had supernatural abilities, Lei Qian was still more concerned about this beautiful and touching girl. Beautiful or not was not the key, the focus was on the threat, because for Lei Qian, a fight was what he wanted the most. Giving up so easily? Lei Qian frowned, not expecting the other party to take the initiative to quit. This was an absolutely proud woman. How could she give up so easily? The pupils of Lei Qian's eyes suddenly shrunk. Ha ha ha, interesting. Seemingly understanding the other party's thoughts, Lei Qian laughed instead. Boss, shall we continue killing? Someone asked. Dry. Today is our home ground. Kill him. A crisis was thus dissolved, and both Lei Qian and Fei Yuqing gradually became famous. Chapter 36, Teachings of the Past. At this moment in Hinakuni, near a country house, the ferocious mutant showed fear and retreat, leaving a big break for Tsuji Hinata to start a counterattack. Roar! The mutant hissed in defiance. Although it was unclear what exactly was happening, they instinctively felt a fear that originated from the bottom of their hearts. Put! Tsuji Hinata slashed the head of an alienated person with his sword. Blood splattered and soaked Tsuji Hinata's clothes, making it even more hideous. Kill! Tsuji Hinata roared, poking the head of another altered man with his sword, his face filled with anger and hatred. He was Tsuji Hinata, the president of the Chiba Prefecture Kendo Club, who had been passionate about kendo since he was a child. Originally, his life had been happy and prosperous, but a sudden calamity took away his lover, as well as his father. Now, these assholes are even trying to devour his sister and master. Kill! This was his only thought right now, but there were too many mutants. It was simply impossible to kill them cleanly. Mutants were also intelligent creatures. They were smart, they knew how to avoid harm, they knew how to fight as a team, and they knew even more about human nature. The moment they were born they didn't wander around and go crazy, but rather scattered and raided purposefully. For some places with strong underpinnings they deliberately avoided them, choosing to take on the countryside, and their leaders also unsurprisingly chose to guard the center of the town, with the remote areas adopting the mode of waiting for rescue. This made the combat readiness within the villages extremely poor, and the situation was very bad. Ow! A relatively large-sized mutant pounced towards the villagers, with open teeth and claws like a wild wolf, its eyes scarlet and bloodthirsty, appearing unusually ferocious. The villagers were terrified, rolling and crawling as they fled, the sounds of screams and cries resounding non-stop. Clang! Just then, a sharp sword blade pierced through the mutant's head. Tsuji Hinata was panting. Even though he had awakened his talent for kendo, such a wheel battle still exhausted him. You guys hurry up and hide. Don't come out to cause trouble. Tsuji Hinata scanned the circle and immediately drank when he saw that the villagers were still fuming. Brother, what should we do? Tsuji Yakaina worriedly said. You hide with master first. I'll fend it off. Tsuji Hinata gritted his teeth. These damned self-defense forces. At the first moment the mutants appeared, they panicked and ran away, leaving behind. All of them were old and weak. Tsuji Yakaina nodded. pulling Yokai Yasuta's arm towards the end of the village to hide. Yokai Yasuta was none other than Tuji Yukina's master, and was also a local kendo master in the past, but unfortunately, he was old and had long since lost his former demeanor. Yokai Kantai followed Tuji Yukina to the rear, shaking his head with a bitter face. Yuki, it's useless to hide. This old bone of mine, where is there any value left? Let go of me. Master, you are brother's master, teaching brother the way of the sword from a young age, treating yourself as if you were the first. If not for that, brother wouldn't have awakened the talent of swordsmanship. Once a master, always a father. You are the benefactor of the Tuji family. Even if something happens to Schwerer, I will still protect you. Hearing these words, warm currents surged in Yokai Kanta's heart. He sighed. Then he took out his own sword and broke away from Tuji Yukina. Yokai-senpai? Heavens! It's Kanta-sama. Is he going to come back out with his sword? Yokai Yasuta was quite famous. Even this remote countryside still knew him, and there were even quite a few people who had sought to learn from him. Yokai Yasuta raised his head slightly and looked at this village that was about to be destroyed. His eyes gradually reddened. This was the place where his swordsmanship originated, and also the hometown of the woman he had loved all his life. But now, this place had suffered a catastrophe and was about to disappear. And what could he do? Yokai Yasuta clenched his fists and slowly closed his eyes. Yuki-chan, don't need to care about grandpa. Go and take your brother out of here. Swish! Suddenly, Yokai Yasuta opened his eyes, and a stern essence burst out from his eyes as he slashed out with his sword. At that moment, sword chi spread out. The old man had actually awakened his greatest power at this moment. Sword Dao talent. Yokai Yasuta himself possessed a notable Sword Dao realm, and at this critical moment, he stimulated the energy latent in the depths of his body and successfully awakened. Boom! A huge gap was split open in the crowd of mutants, and in an instant, it was unknown how many mutants died tragically or fled. No, don't, master. Tuji Yukina looked at Yokai Yasuta's back, looking at the old man's increasingly red face. How could Tuji Yukina not realize that even if Yokai Yasuta had awakened, his life force had burned? Quickly, go, remember to take care of your brother for me. Yokai Kanta turned around with difficulty and said to Tuji Yukina, Master. Tuji Yukina was in tears as she looked at Yokai Kanta and howled. Rumble. After a violent shaking, the village collapsed. A huge rock smashed the roof of the house and ruthlessly pressed down on the location of Tuji Yukina and Yokai Yasuta. The people in the village were dumbfounded, and each of them fell to their knees and cried out in pain. Yukina. Tuji Hinata's eyes turned red as he leapt up and rushed into the ruins. Cough cough cough. In the middle of the ruins, Yokai Yasuta covered his chest. Blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. He looked at his prog. His pale face squeezed out a smile, and weakly said, Schwerer didn't. It's okay. Don't be sad, master. Tuji Hinata sat down on his knees and grabbed Yokai Yasuta's arm. His face was incredibly pale and trembling. We can escape. Well, Yokai Yasuta nodded, but his eyes were bleak. Master, I'll get you out. Tuji Hinata picked up Yokai Kanta and assisted him to slowly walk out of the ruins. Tuji Hinata's side was surrounded by two mutants. These two were burly and stood on the left and right, looking at him and Yokai Yasuta indifferently, as if they were looking at two dead people. Brother, master and I will accompany you to kill our way out, Tuji Yukina said, wiping away her own tears and standing firmly next to Tuji Hinata. Roar! The two mutants grinned and growled, revealing their hideous teeth. God-sama, please bless us. Mutants, you beasts, come on. Tuji Hinata drew his longsword. He knew that he was afraid that he wouldn't survive today, but before he died, he would never allow these two brutes to insult Yukina and his master. Kill! Tuji Hinata was the first to strike, but before he could even get close, he felt a drilling pain coming from his abdomen. Put! Tuji Hinata looked down at the palm that was stuck in his stomach and once again spat out a large mouthful of blood. Brother! Xiang'er! Roar! The changeling threw himself up to the sky and laughed like a madman as he pulled out the palm that was stuck in Tuji Hinata's stomach. Tuji Hinata's face turned white and he couldn't say a word. His body couldn't help but spasm from the intense pain, but he still stubbornly gripped his katana tightly and stared at the almost crazed mutant to death. Xiang'er, the sword, it's not for you to use it like this. In his mind, Tuji Hinata seemed to go back to his childhood, where Yokai Kanta instructed him over and over again, but he was too stupid to understand every word the old man said. Swordsmanship, be soft, dexterous, secretive, and varied. You fool, your strength is not strong enough. Your reaction should be agile. You're not strong enough. Your swordsmanship should be dexterous. Your will is not strong enough. You can't even swing your sword steadily. Tuji Hinata trembled as he picked up his sword. His eyes red. Master. He violently raised his longsword and stabbed into the mutant's neck. Put! The mutant's head flew up, spilling blood. But just then, A withered palm grabbed Tuji Hinata's wrist. "Brother!" Tuji Yukaina exclaimed, just as another mutant was about to attack Tuji Hinata. Yokai Kanda yanked Tuji Hinata and pushed him aside. Put! Yokai Yasuta's chest was torn apart, spewing out a large amount of blood. He staggered back 2 steps and half-kneeled on the ground. "Xiang'er, don't be sad. Go to the Dragon Kingdom. Go to that excellency's test. Master believes in you." Tuji Hinata stared blankly at the old man in front of him. The old man's eyes were cloudy but his pupils were clear and bright. He reached out his hand and touched Tuji Hinata's head. A kind smile appeared on his face. "Together with Yukaina, live well." Bang! "Master! Oh wow Tuji Hinata fell to his knees and bawled. He wanted to save the old man, but he couldn't do anything. All he could do was to watch the old man gulp down his breath in front of his eyes. "Brother, go!" Tuji Yukaina looked at the remaining mutant. His eyes filled with hatred and killing intent as he pulled Tuji Hinata up. Tuji Hinata looked ahead mute, oblivious to the danger. And at that moment, the mutant had already pounced on Tuji Hinata. Chapter 37, Go and Never Look Back. Bang bang bang, gunshots rang out, bullets coming from all around, forcing the shifter back. "Tuji, what are you fuming about? Snap out of it. Yokai-sama surely doesn't want to see you depressed like this. Yokai-sama asked you to live, so you must pull yourself together." Several villagers around them shouted angrily, obviously very disappointed in Tuji Hinata's self-abandonment at this moment. Tuji Hinata bit his lip and hugged Yokai Yasumasa's cold and stiff corpse, his eyes moist with tears. He raised his head and looked at the war-torn town in the distance, watching body after body fall to the ground. In front of the mutants, the struggles of ordinary people seemed so powerless and fragile, and the lives of those ordinary people were just like grass, left to be trampled on and ravaged. In front of the mutants, they didn't even have a chance to escape. He wanted to save them, but there was nothing he could do. He could only watch his relatives and friends leave him. Ah, damned evil god. You are truly sinful. No matter how powerful you are, I, Tuji Hinata, will never let you go. Tuji Hinata's eyes were scarlet as he dragged his tattered body step by step closer to the heartless mutant beside him. Put! Without looking, Tuji Hinata stabbed his sword into the mutant's throat, blood flowing down the tip of the sword. Roar! The mutant let out a hoarse scream as he covered his neck and tried to grab the long sword in Tuji Riku's hand, but ultimately failed and fell to the ground. Snap! Thud! Holding the blood-dripping long sword, Tuji Hinata slowly walked towards the hillside. His steps were stumbling and shaky, as if he would fall at any time. "Brother!" Tuji Yukaina shouted worriedly. Tuji Hinata raised her hand, signaling her not to worry. "Brother, your wound is still bleeding?" Tuji Hinata looked down. Blood had already stained his clothes, but he didn't realize it in the slightest and continued to climb towards the top of the hill. Roar! The mutants in front of him smelled the blood and roared as they chased after him. Tuji Hinata paused in his steps as he took a deep breath, his eyes becoming even more scarlet. He looked up at the mutant in front of him and suddenly grinned. "You're pretty good. How about trying my sword then?" The mutant laughed disdainfully and raised his claws to slap at Tuji Hinata. Boom! Tuji Hinata held his sword in a horizontal position. The veins on his arm bulged out, and he swung his long sword with all his strength. Pah! The mutant's arm was chopped off, and the huge impact of power caused it to fly backwards. Roar! The mutant fell to the ground and let out an angry howl. But soon, its gaze froze, because at this moment, a faint layer of blood mist had actually condensed around Tuji Hinata. The rich smell of blood drifted in the air. Tuji Hinata's eyes became increasingly red. He raised his hand and gently wiped away the blood from the corner of his mouth. "You know, Master once told me, the sword is to see blood, but a sword that only knows how to kill. And how does it deserve to be called a sword?" Tuji Hinata stood up, the injuries on his body recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. He gripped his long sword tightly, and with heavy footsteps, he slowly walked towards the mutant. Roar! The mutant once again let out an angry roar, but instead of choosing to dodge, it swung its sharp claws and pounced on Tuji Hinata. Ka-ching! Tuji Hinata swung the longsword in his hand with great force. The sharp blade cut the mutant's skin, dripping with blood, and the mutant's movements became sluggish, as if it was caught in the middle of a hallucination. Tuji Hinata narrowed his eyes slightly. Crazy killing will only go to extremes. So, what about sobriety? His movements suddenly became swift. The sword in his hand was like lightning, constantly cutting the mutant's limbs, neck, abdomen, and head. Roar! The mutant wailed in pain. Tuji Hinata stopped swinging his long sword, kneeled down on one knee, and smashed the mutant's head hard with the hilt of his sword. Bang! Brains burst and blood spilled out. The mutant stared with wide scarlet eyes and collapsed to the ground with a loud thud. And at this moment, Tuji Hinata had completely transformed into a sober killing machine. His eyes were already covered in blood. His face was hideously twisted, and his entire person revealed a maniacal killing intent. However, Toji Hinata still retained the most basic sanity, and each of his attacks were just right, avoiding accidentally killing ordinary people. Toji Hinata threw the corpse aside. He turned around and saw a group of panicked civilians who were looking at him in fear. "You guys are afraid of me?" Toji Hinata asked. "Brother!" Toji Yukaina exclaimed, rushing forward and assisting Toji Hinata, worry written all over her small face. "Don't touch me." Toji Hinata pushed his sister away and said coldly. Little by little, he stood up. His figure was straight, like a benchmark, his back straight, as if it would never collapse. Roar dash. The mutants here sensed the difference and hissed, encircling towards Toji Hinata. "Be careful," Toji Yukaina exclaimed, blocking in front of Toji Hinata. However, Toji Rikugo took a step across a distance of several meters and came to Toji Yukina's side, quietly saying, "Don't be afraid, I'll be back." As the words fell, Toji Hinata's figure steeply trembled, instantly transforming into a black aura and rushing towards the group of mutants. A cold light appeared, and a splash of blood bloomed. In the blink of an eye, Toji Hinata retrieved his longsword and stood still. The group of mutants, on the other hand, had already collapsed on the ground, bleeding from their 7 orifices and dying a miserable death. "Ah," Toji Yukaina said in shock, worry and fear written in her eyes. "It's okay." Toji Hinata tenderly touched his sister's head as he looked up to the sky and murmured, "Don't be afraid, I'm going to fulfill Master's wish, then I'll join my brother." Toji Yukaina firmly pulled Toji Hinata's sleeve and said stubbornly, "No way." Toji Hinata shook his head, feeling the mixed blood chi in his body and the surging killing intent in his heart. He knew that he was already at a very dangerous level. Toji Hinata took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. He turned his head to Toji Yukaina and said, "The rescue team is here. You go with them and bury Master first for me." Toji Yukaina froze, her eyes gradually blurring as she stared blankly at her brother. "What about you? Genryo Kingdom's city." Toji Hinata's tone took on a hint of determination. "This trip, if it is fruitless, I will go to Master's grave to make amends." Toji Hinata turned around, striding towards the depths of the forest, his back looking lonely and isolated. "Ooh," Toji Yukaina cried out with low sobs. "Shenlonghui is so far away from here." Toji Hinata's city just now represents his determination, as well as that straightforward conviction of kendo. Brother. Chapter 38. H City, the place where Yu City was located. Lu Jigang and the others had already received the news and were waiting here for the official airplane to land. And at this moment, out of nowhere, a small airliner appeared in the sky, flying straight towards the location where they were moored. "It's coming." Lu Jigang frowned slightly and raised his eyes to look, only to see the airliner land steadily in the area that had been cleared out in this area. The cabin door opened. A line of men and women wearing various colors of uniforms walked out quickly. They were all representatives of the military. "Ha ha, I've kept you guys waiting," a beautiful woman with a fiery figure and sunglasses said with a smile. "Well, nice to meet you." Lu Jigang nodded and placed his gaze on the man at the head. He recognized the other party. It could be said that there was no one in the military region who hadn't heard of this person's name. Long Wangguang. There was another name for him, which was Living Yin Wang. No other, because this person, really fierce. The moment Long Wangguang came out, the gazes of the other members of the surrounding entourage suddenly converged, with admiration and fear in their eyes. "Hard work, Officer Lu. We're late. This is my teammate Wang Ahui." Long Wangguang introduced the beautiful woman from earlier to Chun Luo. "Team Long, nice to meet you." Lu Jigang politely extended his hand. "Enough about that, what's the situation here now?" Long Wangguang withdrew his hand and asked. "It's complicated." Lu Jigang sighed. "Originally there were only us here, but as time goes by, as well as there are quite a few squads of other forces and even ordinary people lurking around, and even some clans with backgrounds have sent people over wanting to see if there's anything left in Yu City. Right now we're under a lot of pressure. If we don't get it right, a little bit will blow up like a powder keg." Lu Jigang frowned. "Hey, Team Dragon, wouldn't it be better to just kick them out then? This place only belongs to our official blockade area. Other idlers have no qualifications to stay here." A team member skimmed his lips and said, his eyes filled with arrogance and contempt, as if he completely despised everyone except Long Wangguang. "They didn't take action. There is no reason for us to make a move." Long Wangguang shook his head. "Ha, so what?" The other girl also snorted, her face full of disdain. "Li Jiai, what are you doing?" Wang Ahui's face flushed red as she stared at her angrily. "Enough, all shut up." Long Wangguang droned. A few people were instantly silenced. Lu Jigang looked on and nodded slightly. It seemed worthy of being the king of living hell. He still had quite a lot of authority amongst the team. "We all went to search for the descendants of the Yu dynasty, but so far we haven't found any. Instead there are a whole lot of pits. So the suggestion from above is for us to go back into Yu City to take a look. Perhaps the drop of His Majesty's essence blood from the Yu dynasty is still there." Long Wangwang pondered for a moment before slowly saying, if we used to appear as a real Yu dynasty descendant afterward, it won't be too late to compensate. Now that the Earth Cave was having a great impact, every opportunity to be able to improve could not be spared, not to mention something that could make Nyang Yang hold on to it. Even if it was destroyed in one's own hands, it absolutely could not be handed over to the outside world. Lu Jigang nodded his head. Alright, since the top has made a decision, then we will enter Yu City now. But, he hesitated and continued, Yu City has completely collapsed, including the entrance there as well. We must be careful if we go in. None of this matters. The important thing is to find the drop of essence blood as soon as possible. Long Wangwang waved his hand. After saying that, the two of them led the team and entered Yu City. It wasn't right to say Yu City. It should be more aptly described as a ruin. The entire city was buried under the ground, and there were ruins everywhere, only occasionally revealing one or two broken wooden pillars, looking very miserable. Lu Jigang carefully observed along the way, while also paying attention to the movements around him. For this operation, the dragon team did not bring too many people. After all, that drop of essence blood was too precious, and he couldn't afford the responsibility if it leaked out. Strange, according to common sense, this level of ancient artifacts has long been transformed into spiritual rhythms and become treasures. How come we haven't even encountered a single scent? Is it not here? As the group walked, Long Wangwang suddenly stopped in his tracks, his brows furrowed. Brother Long, could it be that we're feeling wrong, or that the essence blood isn't here at all? A younger man beside him said doubtfully, impossible, if it exists in the outside world. According to that person's guidance, there would have been news a long time ago. In here, there must be something I need. Long Wangwang whispered with a gloomy expression. As soon as the one was mentioned, the crowd couldn't help but shrink their necks, their hearts secretly shocked. They knew that the person that Team Long was talking about was none other than the mysterious old man that appeared after young Tian brought them here. That old man's realm was extremely high, although he looked kind and gentle. If there was the slightest offense, even if they were from the military department, they could not escape death. Team Long, then next, Wang Ahui looked at Long Wangwang and inquired, find it first. Long Wangwang was silent for a moment. This place has been desolate for thousands of years. Even if there are spiritual treasures, they have long deteriorated. It's impossible to keep them in their original state. It's always possible to find traces. The crowd sniffed and agreed. With that, the crowd began to start exploring in this city that had completely crumbled, searching for clues. After some inspection, they realized that everything here seemed to have lost its value a long time ago. Lu Jigang frowned. This city has been completely abandoned. There's no way to excavate it. Do we still have to continue? Long Wangwang pondered for a moment and shook his head. Let's stop digging for the time being. Let's go back to the base first. Report this matter up and let the higher-ups send someone to deal with it. Okay. Lu Jigang nodded. Let's go. Long Wangwang beckoned. The group turned to leave. Just at this time, Long Wangwang's footsteps suddenly stalled and he looked up into the darkness in the distance. In that pitch-black space, a pair of pupils with a scarlet coloration suddenly surfaced. Creepy. Lu Jigang keenly sensed the abnormality and immediately drew his gun, aiming at the darkness. Just as he was about to pull the trigger, a violent rumble abruptly came from that pitch-black night, and at the same time, a huge shadow instantly pounced from the depths of the darkness. Like a giant beast, it opened its huge mouth. Bang! Lu Jigang violently pulled the trigger, and a bullet pierced through the sky, shooting straight through the head of that huge shadow, but it failed to kill it. Instead, it enraged it. In a huge hissing sound, the shadow pounced with more and more rapid speed, and in the blink of an eye, it had already reached in front of Lu Jigang. Ah! Li Jiayi couldn't help but scream, hiding behind Long Wangwang and shivering. Seek death. Long Wangwang snorted coldly, slapping his palm towards the shadow. Chapter 39 Essence Blood in Hand. His palm flashed with a metallic bright aura, as if it was as hard as steel. Boom! With a muffled sound, the figure flew out with a hard impact. What the hell is this? Lu Jigang froze, his face bewildered. I remember. This is those other coffins in the sealed land. Long Wangwang said in a deep voice. Coffins? Lu Jigang was shaken. But that's just the weakest of them. I didn't expect that there would actually be this kind of creature in this Yu city. Long Wangwang narrowed his eyes, his expression icy cold, his eyes flashing with a dangerous luster. But these guys seem to be fighting only with their instincts, not much different from zombies. Lu Jigang muttered. It seems that other than that elder Yu, the others suppressed here are all evil spirits. This is trouble, Long Wangwang said in a deep voice. This kind of thing was just too big a threat for them, especially the kind of evil spirits that could control others. You stay here. I'll go over and take a look, Long Wangwang said after a moment of contemplation. Their main goal this time was to find where the essence blood was. If the essence blood couldn't be found, then checking out the situation here after the battle would be fine. Team Long, I'm afraid it's a bit wrong for you to go alone. Otherwise, I'll go with you. Lu Jigang hesitated and said. No need. Long Wanguang refused. Don't worry, these things can't help me. Although he didn't take the traditional path of cultivation, his martial cultivation had already reached silver. The Academy of Science side had specially developed a qi and blood testing instrument and made a simple division: black iron, green tungsten, silver, gold. Further up would be platinum and diamonds, and the final realm was tentatively designated as a grandmaster. All of these were still relatively theoretical things without enough data to fill them in, but with this rough silver evaluation, against some low-level zombie ghosts, Long Wanguang still has the power to fight. Of course, this was based on not being sneak attacked and with full defense. Seeing Long Wanguang's insistence, Lu Jigang couldn't do anything to stop him, and only instructed, Team Long, be careful. Long Wanguang waved his hand, then quickly swept towards the direction of darkness. He didn't let his companions follow. After all, their strengths were much different, so if there were really any special circumstances, they would be a drag instead, since all the sealed places have remained. Then, I know, the Imperial Tomb. There must be a location for Lord Yu there. Maybe the essence blood is there, Long Wanguang murmured as he groped around. The Imperial Tomb? That was the tomb where ancient emperors buried themselves, and Yu Jun, as the former lord of a country, should naturally possess such a treatment as well. No matter what, in the Imperial Tomb, a drop of essence blood was bound to remain. Otherwise, how could there be the word Imperial Tomb? I hope so. Long Wanguang's eyes were filled with anticipation. Only when he was getting closer and closer to his destination, a sudden wave of cold air surged in his face, almost freezing the air around him, and under his horrified gaze, a snow-white auger snake slowly wandered in. Hissed, the Jiao snake spat out its letters and stared hideously at Long Wanguang, its scarlet vertical pupils glowing with a brutal, ferocious light. And what was even more bizarre was that the head of this Jiao snake was actually a combination of two heads. One auger snake head was inlaid with another snake head. This scene appeared particularly oozing. Even though Long Wanguang was accustomed to seeing storms and waves, his scalp was still a bit numb. Sinful animal, get lost. However, right at this moment, a cold cry suddenly rang out from the distance, and in the next moment, a long sword broke through the air and chopped at the Jiao snake 7 inches. The scaly snake wailed in pain and quickly dissipated. Come over. An indifferent voice rang out, and immediately, a familiar figure appeared before Long Wanguang's eyes, and it was none other than Jian Xuanga. He was seen stepping in the air and slowly landing beside Long Wanguang. You are still alive? Long Wanguang was pleasantly surprised. Cut the crap and go. Jian Xuanga glanced at him and said indifferently. After saying that, he took the lead in stepping forward. Long Wanguang, on the other hand, hurriedly followed, not daring to delay for half a second. Once again entering the Imperial Tomb space, a mountain peak that symbolized the deceased was reflected in the two's eyes, only to see that the trees and plants here have all been destroyed. The ground is uneven, like it has gone through a fierce fight, and in the vicinity of those peaks, a coffin lay quietly, revealing traces of the passage of years. Is this something that has changed? Long Wanguang asked with a frown. Yu City has lost its power supply for maintenance, and the seals here are lax, causing all sorts of evil spirits and grudges to escape and cause damage. Jian Xuanga explained indifferently as he looked around and continued to lead Long Wanguang towards the depths. If this scene was seen by anyone, their jaws would definitely drop. Long Wanguang was a well-known expert in the country, but in front of the ordinary-looking man in front of him, he was acting like a junior follower. And indeed it was true. In Long Wanguang's eyes, Jian Xuanga was indeed a transcendent and untouchable existence. Concubine Yushu knew that you guys would come, so you guys just go and get it directly. When brought to the peak at the very core, Jian Xuanga stopped and said, yes. Long Wanguang respectfully saluted before quickly rushing towards the depths. Jian Xiangu stood in place with his arms folded, his eyes slightly closed as he felt the fluctuations of this heaven and earth. Suddenly, he snapped his eyes open. It's safe to enter. Long Wanguang's face was instantly happy when he saw the mountain peak reveal a corner. Well, you go. Jian Xuanga said softly. Yes. Long Wanguang bowed once more before he instantly arrived as a flash of phantom shadow. Buzz. When Long Wanguang's palm pressed into the depression on the mountain wall, the entire space shook violently, and countless broken rock layers fell off. And right at this moment, a sudden change occurred. A mournful shrill whistling sound suddenly came from the originally silent space. Immediately afterward, densely packed figures madly pounced from all directions, surrounding Long Wanguang. In this instant, an endless amount of grievous qi surged and surged, as if forming a giant net to envelop Long Wanguang. What's going on here? Long Wanguang's pupils shrunk violently, and his face was covered with a dense shock and fear. His strength wasn't weak, but the pressure emanating from these grudge-baying qi was such that even he felt suffocated, and in the very next instant, a drop of golden blood suddenly appeared and floated in front of Long Wanguang. This is. Long Wang was overjoyed, and without hesitation, he directly grabbed at this golden drop of blood, and when his palm touched the golden blood, all evil disappeared and was replaced by an intense stinging pain. In a flash, an unspeakably huge energy erupted from the golden blood, rampaging through his body. Ah! Long Wang let out a heart-rending cry of agony, and then, wrapped in a radiant golden aura, his entire body's bones, and even his muscles and sinews, were quenched and hardened and condensed under this strong energy. In just a few moments, Long Wang's entire aura changed drastically, as if he had shed his bones. Don't fail, your majesty. Absorb it. Jian Xianji's voice suddenly rang out, and along with his words, Long Wang only felt a majestic and vast information pouring into his sea of consciousness. He didn't resist it in the slightest and allowed it to pour into his divine consciousness. And when that information was completely fused, Long Wang's expression finally regained its usual clarity and calmness. Essence blood. In hand. Chapter 40, Dabbling with Traffic. In the main city of S City, a silhouette was sneaking around. This person was clearly a professional anchor, Zhao Shang. At this moment, he was carrying a selfie stick and interacting with the audience in the live broadcast room. Families, as you can see, I've arrived at the first scene. Zhao Shang hemmed and hawed and laughed twice, revealing his white teeth. Then holding the microphone, he said to the camera, as you can see, this street, once bustling with activity, now it can be said to be devoid of people. In the past, this road sold everything. Barbecue, fried rice, fried skewers. However, today, the disaster came. The world do not know how many people lost contact. S City is the first line of the outbreak. What is the truth behind this? Ladies and gentlemen, now that the crisis has reappeared, is there still a chance for mankind to turn the tide? Let's explore and share together. I believe that this time, we will not let everyone down. The pop-up screen refreshed rapidly, and the popularity was also rising, no matter if it was a passerby, or a pure iron powder black powder. In short, this moment was more than 3 times more lively than usual. I rely on the anchor actually came here. This Nima now here is the location of the entrance to the underground caves. The wind and clouds converge. Hurry back. Don't ing life lost in this. That's right. Hurry to retreat. Don't knuckle under. Upstairs +1, plus 10,086. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Upstairs, how do you know this is a grotto? Nonsense. Don't you read the news? The elders have already held a press conference to explain matters. I throw. So exciting. Zhao Shang looked at the pop-up screen and was secretly pleased with himself. The corner of his mouth hung up with a smile of triumphant conspiracy. Brothers, you guessed correctly. This is indeed the entrance to the Earth Cave now. Like a fake. Want to know where exactly the entrance place is? Everyone, small gifts quickly go up. I'll take you all there when popularity arrives. After saying that, Zhao Shang put the selfie stick on his shoulder, put his hands in his pockets, and walked towards the blocked area in front with his head held high. That stance. Simply cool. Wow. Anchor Bull Batch. Actually dare to be so brave. Worthy of being a male god. Upstairs +2. Upstairs plus 10,086. Anchor, you're pretending to be 66,666. 233333. In the camera screen, the entire area around the city center had been completely blocked off, with a sheet of police cars and even troop cars parked nearby. And although the city center wasn't too far from the entrance, it was also very dangerous. If it wasn't for the fact that the commotion in this side of the area had sunk in, he would have dared to take the risk of coming here to rub the traffic. It was a pity that the road ahead was blocked after only a short distance. Soldiers stood with guns, their bodies erect, their military green uniforms glittering under the illumination of the lighting. Formidable and domineering, intimidating. Looking at this situation, Zhao Shang couldn't help but gulp and exclaimed, "Crap, this battle is big enough. I heard that someone has already entered the entrance. It can't be that these are the reinforcements, right?" Zhao Shang muttered. His heart couldn't help but worry, somewhat regretting that he had acted so boldly. At this moment, a stout and robust youth walked towards him. The youth was tall, with dark skin, thick stubble, and a hard and resolute face, giving a great sense of oppression. He only saw him come to Zhao Shang's side and spoke. "May I ask who you are?" "Oh, I am an anchor," Zhao Shang explained. "I apologize for disturbing you at this late hour. I'll leave now. Sorry for the disturbance." Zhao Shang hurriedly apologized and made a move to leave. Who knew that the other party stopped him and said, "Wait, what did you broadcast just now? Let me take a look." Okay. So Zhao Shang played what he had recorded earlier again, and introduced the beginning and end of this matter. After listening to Zhao Shang's narration, the young officer fell into deep thought, then turned to the camera and solemnly said to the camera, "Comrades, people don't believe in rumors and don't spread rumors. The matter of the underground grotto is true, but the situation is not out of control right now. and all of us can see that the rescue operation is already underway, and on behalf of the troop only, I would like to assure you all that we will do our best to rescue the personnel who have been caught in the wave, and we will never condone any disciplinary actions. These words caused a wave of commotion in the live broadcast room. Anchor Bull, actually so brave. Sir Bull, I'm a soldier. I support you. +1. Anchor quickly leave. Don't affect people's business. At this time, several red exclamation marks suddenly floated across the screen. Immediately afterward, a user with the ID name, Shadow, rewarded 10 rockets. Thank you brother Shadow, love you so much. After Zhao Shang saw the reward prompt, his entire body jumped up in excitement and immediately thanked him excitedly. The other day, because of his mushroom hot pot eating podcast event, it caused Zhao Shang to catch fire, and many passers-by had turned to fans, but the fame and deeds that were on fire needed to continue to be consolidated as well. This S-City adventure is a good opportunity, after all, now even if the crisis broke out, but still need to eat is not. As for why he waited for the official subsidized aid, that was naturally because he was used to chatting and farting with his water friends. Brother Shadow, do you have anything to say? Zhao Shang asked excitedly. However, the other party did not reply, seemingly typing a bit slowly. Hello, big brother? I'm in. Is there anything you need the anchor to do? Zhao Shang inquired. Yes. The other party returned a single word, which instantly attracted everyone's attention in the live broadcast room. Please speak. I have a sentence for everyone. The other party typed again. Only this time, his speed was obviously much faster. Big brother, you say it. Zhao Shang didn't even think about it and directly agreed. After all, in Zhao Shang's opinion, the other party at most and the water friends to pretend a ratio what? After all, the people of the landlord reward well. There is always some show-off in the meaning of it. However, Zhao Shang confused. Friends, but no one said there is no chance in the grotto. The above want to monopolize us. Cut off our chance to awaken. Everyone willing? This paragraph made Zhao Shang freeze for a full 3 seconds. 1 second people just said don't spread rumors. This then came to mess things up right. Good guy. I straight up called out good guy. Put. Seeing Zhao Shang's reaction, the viewers in the live broadcast room were overjoyed. Especially those female netizens. They were screaming, and some people even started discussing about this guy Shadow's amazing words. Ha ha ha, brother Shadow is also too funny. I like him. +1 upstairs. But don't you guys feel that Big Brother's image has instantly collapsed? My surname is Chin. People in S-City, believe me, me 50. Go go go. There is inheritance take me. The inheritance is over. I am the destiny of heaven. To be my out of the gate to hold the sister mess kill. Ha 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 ha. The picture style in the live broadcast room changed so quickly that many people couldn't keep up with it. A bit unable to keep up with the rhythm. It was obvious that most of the water users were just taking it as a joke. After all, not to mention the fact that their people were not in S-City. Letting them come over and go in under the eyes of so many soldiers. Who would dare? Seeing that the audience was just uproarious and the rhythm wasn't lopsided, Zhao Shang couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Chapter 41, It's over. Gentlemen, Brother Shadow just played a joke with us. Ha ha ha, as you can see the road to the school is blocked. The live broadcast can only retreat. Zhao Shang deliberately stretched his voice to get his rhythm under control. Sure enough, the audience's focus was immediately shifted and began to interact with the live broadcast one by one. It's better for the anchor to go. Don't affect the official. Right, unless you want to pack a meal and live in a dragon? Understand? Gaga gaga gaga. Anchor pay attention to safety. Zhao Rice took this time to click on the other person's avatar and realized that the status was already offline. Zhao Shang had no choice but to continue. Everyone be quiet for a while. This side will first explain the situation to our soldier brother. As he said that, Zhao Shang turned his vision to the soldier on the side. But this time, the camera he didn't dare to point at the person. That. Zhao Shang's words got stuck in his mouth, because he suddenly remembered that he wasn't clear about this soldier's last name. So how could he say it? This soldier brother. There was a big brother in my live room who swiped a gift just now, so I was delayed for a while, affecting your work. Sorry. Zhao Shang finished the last few words stiffly, and then carefully looked at the camera as well. At this time, Zhao Shang was very apprehensive inside. Originally his old partner camera. At this moment it is like judging his own artifacts. If I had known that I should not go to ask, this is good, to make himself very passive. At that time, if his own live broadcast spread out to cause a negative impact, it is estimated that he will have to cool down. I saw it. However, what Zhao Shang didn't expect was that this soldier brother replied in a very simple and dry manner. Not only that, he seemed to be very happy. Brother, we won't pursue the matter of you coming here, but the above has issued a commission for you. I don't know if you're willing to do it. Zhao Shang was dumbfounded. He never expected the other party to give him this kind of answer. How could an ordinary person like himself be able to attract the attention of the above? Could it be that? Hiss. One could only say that it was really worthy of being an official, that they had such a means, and that they had exposed themselves without even realizing it. Sure enough, do they think they're good too? Oof. After figuring all this out, Zhao Shang instantly felt his embarrassment and dilemma, while deep down, there was still so much gratitude. Bro, which platform are you live streaming on? I'll go and take a look some other day. No need to bother. No need to bother. It's just a small fight. Zhao Shang hurriedly waved his hand to thank him. He didn't want the live broadcasting room that he had just relieved to fall into deep water again. Alright, get acquainted. My name is Mao Wei. Lin Xiong didn't force himself. He just slightly shrugged his shoulders to express his regret. My name is Zhao Shang. Zhao Shang politely stretched out his right hand and shook the other party's hand, relieved in his heart. Afterward, Mao Wei gave Zhao Shang a look. Zhao Rising understood in seconds and knew that the next thing that happened was something that could not be open to the public. Zhao Rise glanced at the boiling live broadcast room and wiped his sweat. Anchor, how did you get acquainted with someone? That's it. Honestly, do you have some kind of background? I seem to know something. In the live broadcast room, the audience yelled in dissatisfaction. Sorry guys. Zhao Shang responded apologetically and closed the live broadcast interface. Although he wanted to say something, but as the saying goes, the more he describes it, the darker it gets. So he simply didn't say anything. Let them make up their own minds. Hey, sir, I closed the live stream. Aha. If there's anything you need, please just ask. After closing the live broadcast, Zhao Shang hurriedly closed his voice. Actually, it's nothing. The above is looking at your ability and wants you to do a favor. Are you willing? I'm willing. I'm definitely willing. Zhao Shang answered without hesitation, excitement and thrill written all over his face. There might be danger. Oh, Mao Wei coldly reminded. This. Zhao Shang instantly wilted, his face changing. We don't need you to sacrifice yourself to save people. We just want you to record some material. Mao Wei said. This is no problem. This is what I should do. Zhao Shang patted his chest to ensure that he understood what the other party meant. Alright then, come with me when you're ready. It's inside. Mao Wei pointed to the eye at the entrance, and then pointed down. Zhao Shang looked up at that huge eye. His heart was ice cold. This is to go straight in. This is not the same as the kind of blockade on the road. This is directly into the eyes of the people. Zhao Shang heart regret, but things come to a head. Regret is too late. He gritted his teeth, followed Mao Wei, into that real, belongs to the core area of the underground cave. Big brother, should I bring some weapons or something? As soon as he entered the cave, Zhao Shang said nervously. Although this was his first time here, he still felt that ubiquitous sense of oppression. No need. This mission isn't a life and death struggle. Mao Wei said indifferently. He took a flashlight and shone it around, realizing that there was indeed nothing unusual. Zhao Shang nodded after hearing this, which was a relief. We don't know what exactly is inside the depths of the underground cave. Right now it's just our people guarding the periphery to prevent them from coming to the surface. Moreover, we didn't dare to rush in, because once we were wrapped up by the enemy, we would all be wiped out. Our next goal is to go find some material, or rather, shoot a few shots. Mao Wei continued. I'll tell you the specific objectives later, so do as I say and remember, don't take it lightly. Zhao Shang nodded, but he was still a little worried. Then big brother, how long will it take us to get out? A day or so. Mao Wei thought about it and said, this underground cave is too big. If we don't set up coordinates specifically, even if we return the same way, we're afraid we'll have to spend some effort. After all, we're all just groping our way forward. Hearing this, Zhao Shang was completely dumbfounded, so he wouldn't be stuck here. Thinking about it all made people feel terrible. Of course, if you regret it, I can take you away piece by piece. Mao Wei looked at Zhao Shang with a smile. The moment he heard this, Zhao Shang shook his head violently. This was a great opportunity to report a heroic deed. Even if he had to be stranded here, he had to give it a try. As for getting out so quickly, there were no drops. He couldn't let go of such a good live broadcasting environment. And there were so many pop-ups waiting for him. Think it over. We don't have a signal here, which means that unless it's a special satellite phone, it's impossible for us to contact the outside world. Mao Wei continued. That's why we're all martyr heroes if we die in battle here. Don't worry, I'm fine. Zhao Shang grinned. Big brother, let's start as early as possible. Good. Since you've decided, let's start with the first stronghold. After the two of them discussed properly, Mao Wei led Zhao Shang and headed towards the first stronghold. Chapter 42, A True Man. As you can see, right now behind me then, is the site of our grotto. I know that everyone is very concerned about this incident, but please be at ease. But also please believe us, we will do our best to protect everyone, no matter what. The people's sons and daughters will always be on the front line. As you can see, I am surrounded by soldiers in full gear. All of them are elites from different units and fields. We have rich combat experience, skillful driving techniques, and a very high level of military literacy, combat readiness and weapon configuration. What I want to say is that under such circumstances, our warriors still stand firm and fight for our motherland and people. Each and every one of them is a hero. Zhao Shang held the microphone in his hand and recorded methodically with great vigor. Taking a deep breath, Zhao Shang adjusted his tense mood. Okay, as you can see, this is our first stronghold. What does it mean? Because even the outer area of the underground caves is very vast. We have set up different strongholds to guard in various directions, and this is the first direction. Here, I would also like to remind everyone, if you find traces of monsters in the city or around your home, don't panic. Please hold your breath and stay in place. If you encounter any abnormalities, please call for help immediately. After saying some precautions that needed to be explained, Zhao Shang returned the camera to the scene. Attention all units, the monsters are here again. You have only one mission, and that is to cooperate with each other and fight and destroy these damn guys for me. Lin Xiong stood beside the warriors, holding a loudspeaker as he shouted at the front. Roger, give me a hit. Whoosh, a missile quickly sped towards the front strip. The other fighters, on the other hand, were spreading out from 3 different angles, fanning out to start a fire suppression. Boom! Successive explosions resounded through the sky, shocking the hearts of the people. And in the midst of these explosions, the earth cave monsters were caught off guard and seemed to collapse and disintegrate immediately. Ha ha, well done! Lin Xiong shouted excitedly. All units continue to move. I'm going to show this damn thing how powerful we are. Aye, sir! Lin Xiong waved his arms. Attention all units, make sure to catch them alive. I'm going to use them to honor our fallen brothers. Yes, Zhao Shang was at the back, his legs trembling as he watched this. The power of that cannon just now was too great, and the effect of that one missile falling was even more significant. The monsters were beaten to death. Even some monsters couldn't dodge enough to be blown away, lying there in a bloody mess. The bright red color stimulated the crowd's vision, and also made their blood boil. Kid, how's it going? I told you that you were absolutely right to follow me here, Mao Wei said to him with a smirk. Zhao Shang gulped. He felt a little out of breath. He looked at the monsters around him, and then looked at the large number of warriors behind him. Big brother, this is really too good, right? Zhao Shang licked his somewhat dry lips and couldn't help but say, this feeling is even better than when I participated in a variety show. He, that's right. Mao Wei nodded and said, these guys' formation was already spread out, and after being raided by us, there's basically no room for resistance now. At most half an hour and we'll be able to wipe them out completely. But just as the words fell, a sudden change occurred. Not good. A big guy is coming over. Someone shouted loudly. What? Lin Xiong's face suddenly changed and he immediately turned his head to look over. In the distance, a piece of darkness was slowly approaching, and there was a faint hissing sound coming from it, like a wild beast, but it was even sharper and more ear-piercing. Crap! Could there be a large monster attacking? Zhao Shang stared with wide eyes. It should be. Mao Wei's expression became grave. However, we have tight defenses here. No large monsters should be able to break in. At most, we'll have casualties again, regardless of whether it's a small monster or a big guy. In any case, it's definitely going to be a problem. Lin Xiong frowned. Attention everyone, prepare to meet the enemy. Yes, the crowd responded. Zhao Shang also rushed to the center of his comrades and gripped the guns in his hands. Don't rush. Everyone hold your ground. Don't mess up. We have missiles. Even if the big guys come, don't be afraid. Our war potential is huge. As long as we work together, we will definitely be able to win. Although he said it easily, Zhao Shang was still apprehensive in his heart. Coming! Lin Xiong gave a low shout, and then he pulled the trigger. Day. After a series of volleys of shots, the distant scene gradually became clear, and Zhao Shang realized that what appeared in the field of view was not a small monster, but a strangely shaped species. This is... Zhao Shang opened his mouth wide. He only saw that the monster was dark, with a broad back and slender bone spurs growing on both sides, and its head was slightly different from other monsters. It was actually somewhat similar to a lion's head, except that there was a bump on its forehead, like a crown. At this moment, this monster was running fast, extremely fast, and with a huge body. It looked very intimidating in size, as if it was crushing the air like a mobile tank, running wildly towards the side. Holy! Zhao Shang drew a mouthful of cold air. A strong sense of crisis surged in his heart. Bang! A RPG hit the monster, directly blowing it over on the ground. Zhao Shang saw that the monster's body was left with a huge crater, but it still climbed up and roared madly. Retreat! Lin Xiong shouted. immediately pulling Zhao Sheng towards a place away from the monster. The other warriors drew their feet and ran wildly, wanting to escape the monster. Unfortunately, none of the group ran for long before they stopped, because that monster was already getting closer and closer. There was no way to retreat. So then, kill, go, Lin Xiong roared, then took the lead and charged up. Charge, go, the other warriors roared. Ah! For a while, the sound of gunfire was loud, fire splashed everywhere, and smoke filled the air. Zhao Sheng hid behind the tent and stared at the monster. Its skin was so hard that it couldn't penetrate at all, and it was extremely fast. Several attempts at sneak attacks failed. What to do? What to do? Zhao Sheng gritted his teeth. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. Then he saw the grenade on the table, pulled the safety and threw it towards the monster. Go to hell! Bang! The grenade burst, but the monster was attracted over. Zhao Sheng took advantage of the situation to escape. Damn! Lin Xiong and the others cursed when they saw this scene. What kind of hero are you boy trying to be? Although the words were like this, the warriors were very touched. After all, their behavior just now was truly heroic. Unfortunately, Zhao Sheng couldn't hear it now. Even if he heard, he didn't have that time to answer. The monster was firmly locked onto him, as if it wouldn't stop until it ravaged him. Chapter 43 New Phases. It's over, Zhao Sheng cried without tears, looking at the monsters behind him as they continued to approach. He knew that if he was caught up in the monsters this time, then he was afraid that he would be dead. Damn it! Zhao Sheng roared, desperately running forward, hoping to get rid of the monster behind him. Unfortunately, the monster seemed to be a lot more persistent than he thought. Even though there were quite a few warriors trying to draw it away, the other party was indifferent, as if it had eaten Zhao Sheng. It's finished. Zhao Sheng's nerves were all tensed into a string. He didn't even have room to think. He just knew to charge forward. Finally, the monster broke through the defense line and was less than 1 meter away from Zhao Sheng. And Zhao Sheng, too, was completely in a desperate situation. Damn, going to die? Zhao Sheng said bitterly and closed his eyes. However, the expected pain was delayed. Zhao Sheng opened his eyes, and was shocked to find that there was a middle-aged man standing in front of him, and in the other party's hand, he was grasping a huge stone, and violently smashed it towards the monster. Boom! A huge sound came, and the monster fell to the ground once again. However, what surprised Zhao Sheng was that this time, the monster actually didn't manage to climb up. The young man who saved him, on the other hand, turned his head to look at Zhao Sheng, let out a faint smile, and said, "Luckily, I arrived in time. This little brother will definitely die. Thank you big brother." Zhao Sheng froze. The man shook his head slightly, then he looked at the monster. His eyes were shining, and he said in a deep voice, "You are very brave. I appreciate you. Come with me." With that, he reached out his hand and intended to grab Zhao Sheng. However, right at this moment, the originally unconscious monster suddenly stormed up. Its sharp claws ruthlessly plunged into the man's abdomen. Plop! Blood splatters erupted. Zhao Sheng's eyes widened, looking at what was in front of him with disbelief, his face full of shock. How possible? The man stifled a grunt and slowly fell to his knees, blood flowing all over him, while the monster had already ripped open the man's stomach. Ha! This injury is nothing. The man laughed miserably, and then with his last strength, he punched the monster and shouted, "Let you feel what is called true power." Boom! As the punch fell, the monster's head was instantly dented, and the entire man fell to the ground on his back, huffing and puffing, huffing and puffing. The man gasped violently and stood up with difficulty on his knees. Looking up at the already deformed head, he bared his mouth and said, "Little brother, I've made you laugh." After saying that, the man collapsed. "Hey, don't sleep, get up ah," Zhao Sheng said anxiously. However, the man had already lost consciousness. Zhao Sheng sighed and walked over to help him up, and after checking him, he found that a long wound had been cut open at his chest, dripping with blood, and it was estimated that his internal organs were injured. With this level of injury, any ordinary person would have died long ago. Old Zheng, Lin Xiong roared in grief. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Brother Zhang, Brother Zhang. Mao Wei all shouted as well. Old Zhang, hold on, I won't give up on you. I'll take you back to the base. You can't die. Old Zhang, UTMD stand up for me ah. All the warriors cried out in pathos, after letting a few warriors lead out for emergency treatment, looking towards the other underground cave monsters. At this moment the hearts of the crowd were filled with nothing but indignation and killing intent. The battle was ultimately won with a tragic result, although there were already quite a few martial artists present now. When facing such a huge number of destination cave monsters, hot firepower was still the mainstay. At least for now, hot firepower was still the most effective means of killing the enemy. Mao Wei had originally planned to take Zhao Sheng to a few more strongholds to shoot, but the situation really wasn't optimistic. and it wouldn't be good if there were accidents. Eventually the two parted ways. Zhao Shang also posted the material online. Oh my god, was it this tragic? It's too brutal, isn't it? It's almost like Ashura. Upstairs, those are all living humans. Damn, too cruel. Don't get excited upstairs. Calm down. These monsters, where did they come from? Why are they so strong? Yeah, the grotto. There was a lot of discussion on the internet. All the big V's and bloggers expressed their condemnation and worries, and some even made suggestions, hoping that other countries could organize armies and launch attacks on the Earth Cave, or send experts to clear it out, so as not to cause even more damage. But soon, someone came forward to refute. Purge, are you sure you guys have that strength? Not to mention how dangerous the underground caves are. You guys can't deal with those monsters alone, right? Our Xianlong kingdom is not something you bunch of goons and softballs can laugh at. Even if the monsters are tough, we will never back down. Not bad. Our Xianlong kingdom's warriors would rather sacrifice than run away. That's what we should do. I support the warriors, resolutely defending the motherland. The internet was abuzz with noise, with various big V's, bloggers, and experts taking turns, all agreeing that the Earth Cave was in crisis, and that they needed to unite against the enemy. However, there was one thing that they all agreed on by default, which was that joining forces was simply impossible. The other countries were not even affected by the little bit of the evil god's gaze except for the fact that they didn't even have any cracks in the ground, not to mention the entrance to the underground grottos, which made the crowd's hearts itch with hatred. Everyone also knew the terror of the underground cave, so they could only pin their hopes on those martial artists who had just advanced. Don't worry, let's take the native first to try out the effects, and then we'll play something big afterward. Gu Baichen returned to the villa, and naturally, he knew about the content of the online quarrel. However, he wasn't worried about this. After all, with Xianlong country's heritage, it was still quite simple to train some excellent martial artists, and the secret of awakening psychic abilities, I'm sure they'll soon be able to know about it as well. At that time, with supernormal abilities and martial artists, this would be a full advantage for other countries. It's almost time to open the next stage. Of course Gu Baichen wouldn't let the underground cave stay trapped in the periphery. If the crisis was manageable, then why would he go through so much trouble? Thinking of this, Gu Baichen targeted those few grottos that appeared to have larger cracks, and the scripting points were spent like running water, and suddenly several city grotto entrances appeared. As soon as the entrances to these places appeared, they detonated worldwide. Countless martial artists and ordinary people. Holy, another new grotto entrance has appeared? This time it's actually in AO continent? Crap, no way. Such a coincidence? I just came back from the Thousand Castle country and rushed back to the AO continent without stopping. And there's actually a new entrance to the Earth Cave. I'll go. AO continent. I've heard that there are many monsters over there. This time it's definitely more exciting than Xianlong. Ha ha ha. Brothers, the underground caves aren't just for Xianlong. Laugh it up. Ha 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 ha. I like it. There are also several cities in our homeland where Earth Caves have appeared as well. But with the support of the martial artists, it's still holding up. This is good news. We, the people of Xianlong, are going to unite. These days, Blue Star's aura is recovering faster and faster. I believe that it won't be long before both martial artists and ordinary people can possess transcendent powers. The appearance of a grotto seemed as if it had broken the balance, and as more grotto entrances appeared, the discussion about grottos on Blue Star intensified, and at the same time, the garrison armies of the various cities gradually centralized, forming a formidable force to fend off more and more grotto monsters from invading the city. Of course, these were all afterthoughts. Now, let the ground cave monsters make their appearance. Chapter 44, Cracked, Dragon Tiger Mountain. As a tourist attraction, even with the hero of the Earth Cave crisis, the mountain still had a large number of tourists. There were even quite a few reporters, anchors among them. The incense was in full bloom, and the tourists were all over the place. It was quite lively. However, at this moment, such a scene was suddenly happening in the back of the mountain, only to see in the middle of the cliff wall suddenly cracked open a mouth of almost 10 centimeters. As soon as the crack appeared, a piece of demonic chi erupted from it. It instantly enveloped the entire back of the mountain, and then the demonic chi rose up into the sky, dyeing the clouds above the sky into the color of darkness. Such a vision immediately startled the tourists on the mountain. What is that? How come all of a sudden, the sky has turned like this? Look at the location. It seems to be coming from the back of the mountain there. Rare. Go and take a look. Wait for me. With curiosity, many tourists traveled towards the direction of the back mountain. Some reporters and anchors saw the scene and naturally wouldn't let it go. When these tourists arrived at the backyard and prepared to go up the back mountain, only then did they realize that a disciple had intercepted them here. Fellow tourists, the back mountain is not open, and the road is rugged. There are quite a few safety hazards, so please don't go up, the disciple persuaded bitterly. But a mere eyebrow-raising Liu. How could he stop a group of tourists who were like wolves and tigers? No, we are going to go up. That's right, it's rare to come on a trip and come across this kind of vision. How can we not go and take a look? Quickly get out of the way. A group of tourists pushed and yelled, directly squeezing through each other's obstruction, and went straight up the back mountain, even if the one leading to the back of the mountain was only a bush path. But it couldn't stop the curiosity of the tourists. Hey, you guys dash. Liu hurriedly followed, but there were just too many of these people, so how could he keep up? Watching the group run away, Liu could only sigh. Eldest senior brother, what can we do now? Liu turned his head to inquire. Of course they knew what was being suppressed in the back of the mountain. They just didn't realize that the legend was actually true. Alas, forget it, let them be. Chen Yixian shook his head. But, Master said that if they encountered something like this, they should report it to him immediately. Liu frowned with an anxious face. He had always felt lately that eldest senior brother was hiding something from them, and now if something like this wasn't reported to the sect leader, he was afraid that it would lead to a major disaster. Don't worry, this matter has long been known to the sect leader, so he is in closed-door cultivation. If something goes wrong, there will be someone to deal with it, Chen Yixian said in a faint voice, his eyes slightly condensed, but his mind was not on Liu at all. Liu froze. Over the years, although he had a straightforward character, he was not stupid. Since Chen Yixian said this, it proved that he was certain. Well then, in that case, I will retire first. Liu arched his hand and left. Chen Yixian looked at Liu's back, his eyes deep, the corners of his mouth outlined in a curve. Master, your old man must not blame my disciple for being disrespectful. Liu quickly arrived at the back of the mountain, only to see that the group of people were still gathered in front of the stone platform at the back of the mountain and discussing, while the formation that was originally surrounded by the crowd right in the center and used to seal the demon race was scattered to the side. What in the world is this thing? It actually emits such an evil and gloomy aura. Who knows? Anyway, no matter what it is, we have to go and take a look at it first. Maybe there are some treasures? Ha, that's true. I can't wait. Chapter 45, Please don't go. The crowd was talking excitedly, but they did not know that the danger had already come. At this time, Liu walked over, silent and with a serious and earnest look. Everyone run, the demons are about to come out. Liu shouted. It immediately attracted a lot of attention. What did you say? Demons are coming out? Holy, really? No way. This is a tourist destination. The people here are all people with status, money, and power. How could they possibly invoke a demon? Quite a number of people were looking skeptical. After all, how could there be demons in this place where harmony and nature were revered? Everyone, don't listen to his nonsense. This person is probably sick in the head. Pretending to be a god. Hurry up and get lost. If you dare to get in our way again, I'll be impolite. That's right, you're a little kid. What do you know? And a demon. Several tourists stared angrily at Liu with a disdainful look. However, Liu simply ignored them, because he knew that these people would regret it sooner or later. Fellow Taoists, Liu suddenly raised his voice and looked at the many Taoist priests standing around. This group of Taoist priests were all external disciples of the Longhu Mountain sect, responsible for guarding the back of the mountain. When they heard Liu's call, they all turned their heads in unison. What's wrong? One of them frowned and asked. There is a demonic chi surging in the back mountain. It's extremely weird. Everyone must pay attention to it, and please cooperate with me in asking all the visitors to leave. Liu said solemnly and incomparably. Although he was just a mere mortal, he had also studied exorcism. In this situation, he was naturally able to guess that there must be a demon about to come out. Otherwise it would not be so abnormal. What demonic chi? Nonsense. Get the hell out of here. A tourist scolded angrily. I'm not talking nonsense. Liu argued with reason. Well then, tell me what kind of demon. The tourists continued to sneer. That's right, if you can't tell me a reason, believe it or not, I'll tear your mouth apart. The tourists rebuked angrily, sharing the same hatred, but eldest brother said not to care? The older Taoist also frowned at Liu. You guys, Liu said in a loud voice, all of you Taoist masters can go and check it out for yourselves. Demons do exist here. Nonsense. Scram. Don't delay our treasure hunt. That's right, get lost. A group of tourists shouted in dissatisfaction. Liu gritted his teeth. He was just about to continue talking when suddenly, rumble, that dark cloud began to thunder and roll, and a fierce wind rose up. The sky was pitch black, as if it was dyed with ink, thick and sticky. Immediately afterward, a blood-red light surfaced in the sky, like a meteor cutting through the sky. An inexplicable might descended from the sky, causing everyone present to stop breathing. That was blood-bane chi. Ow! as a deafening howl resounded through the sky. Heaven and earth changed color. The entire scenic area seemed to tremble. Immediately afterward, a bloody light shot up into the sky, transforming into a huge red mist that obscured the sky. What is that? Demon? The tourists panicked and fled, scattering in all directions. Roar! Within the blood mist, a hoarse and unpleasant whisper was vaguely heard, as if it came from the nine hells, creeping everyone out. Swish! The blood mist swelled and expanded violently, instantly enveloping the entire back mountain. GGG, I smell it. It's the smell of blood. Chapter 46 Reactions. Latest news. Longhu Mountain has fallen. A TV reporter received the news and was stunned on the spot, screaming only after a long time. What? Longhu Mountain has fallen? How is that possible? It can't be a fake. How could Longhu Mountain fall? I don't think that news can be wrong. The Taoist priests of Longhu Mountain have all withdrawn into the mountain protection formation, but they can't block the demonic chi, so it's probably the demons inside that have run out. Heavens! I heard that there are still a lot of tourists. It's over. We must carry out an operation and organize forces to rescue them. The second elder couldn't sit still the first time he learned the news. The other elders also agreed. The situation is critical. It is too late to consider too much. Can only rush to draw strength. Into the dragon tiger. Let's hope everything goes well. The other side. A certain deep mountain ancient temple. An old monk with an age of 50 or 60 years old appearance, with a kind smile on his face, was sitting cross-legged in the temple hall chanting sutras at this time, when suddenly a burst of urgent footsteps came from outside the door. Master! A young girl in a robe walked in, her face anxious, her brows filled with sorrow. The old monk stopped chanting and slowly opened his eyes. Amitabha Buddha! Goodness gracious! What is it that Huika has to say to the poor monk? When Rong Miaohan heard this, he first saluted before saying, Senior brother just sent word to me that the Longhu mountainside has been attacked. And how? The old monk frowned. He didn't like it when people stammered in front of him, especially when the other party was still his disciple, so his tone was slightly more serious. Seeing this, Rong Miaohan hurriedly spoke. There are evil spirits present over at Longhu Mountain. What? The old monk was shocked at the words and quickly asked, Tell me in detail. Rong Miaohan hurriedly recounted the matter clearly and analyzed what had happened to her senior brothers as well. As for whether or not her master could handle it, she didn't worry much. After all, this master of her own was no ordinary person. In that case, it's rather the ordinary people who are targeted by the evil spirits that roam out. We who cultivate Buddhism have a clear spiritual platform. It's a great tonic for the evil spirits. This matter is not something we should not lose sight of. Back then, Buddha cut his flesh and fed it to the eagles. Such a fearless spirit. My generation of monks should do the same. Let's go. Hike. The master will take you there. The old monk got up after saying that and walked towards the outside of the monastery. Master, do you really want to go yourself? This is a long way from Longhu. In case there is danger. Rong Miaohan sniffed and hurriedly chased after him, saying worriedly. The old monk turned his head and glanced at Rong Miaohan as he sniffed. If I don't go, then who can stop that evil spirit? Rong Miaohan froze at his words. Master was right. Although cultivators of their level usually rarely participated in mundane battles, it didn't mean that they didn't know about mundane strife, especially those demons and devils. Once they were allowed to escape, it would definitely cause social unrest. Thinking of this, a look of determination also appeared on Rong Miaohan's face. It's me who lacked in consideration. I ask master to chastise me. The old monk patted Rong Miaohan's shoulder and comforted. Your concern for the master understands, just that you don't need to worry. The senior brothers and sisters all have protective treasures to protect them. Even if they can't subdue the evil spirits, it's still enough to save their lives. Then master, a few senior brothers are practicing, so I won't disturb them. Master and you will go and explore first to see what kind of existence that evil spirit is. Good. Well, chapter 47. Similarly, Wudong Mountain. Sect leader. The situation on the dragon and tiger side is critical. Please show us what to do. A group of disciples reported to the sect leader. Sect master Shuetianchang listened to the reports from the crowd and remained silent for a long time before saying, In that case, let them go. Sect leader, do we really have to do this? Fragrance inheritance is not child's play. Since they have this determination, then let them go. Shuetianchang said indifferently. The crowd was slightly stunned. If that's the case, I'm afraid that our mountain sect is going to lose a lot of money. A high-ranking person worriedly said. No matter. Over these years, our Wudong lineage has been peaceful enough. It's time to go for a baptism of exercise. Shuetianchang waved his hand. This matter is decided. Yes, I honor the order of the sect leader. In various parts of the Xianlong country, some clans and families that had been hidden for many years gradually surfaced. They acted one after another, gathering up to hundreds of awakened people, preparing to go to the dragon tiger for support together. Similarly, The effects from the magnificent and tragic scenes of the warriors during Zhao Shang's previous live broadcast also began to spread everywhere. After all, this kind of thing, as long as there was the slightest possibility of helping, it was very much a source of pride. Whether it was the rich, the powerful, or the commoners, all of them were united as one. If it was just the wild martial artists who were planning to go and check out the situation before, then now, as the situation became more and more tense, even they began to be unable to sit still. As the saying goes, this place is home. If anyone destroys this place, then they will have nothing left. It is with this mentality, there have been many pairs of friends and family to set off. Some have even begun to unite, secretly form an organization, ready to sneak over to the dragon and tiger side, to meet the spectacle. Deep in the Kunlun Mountains, where it was frozen all year round, snow-white snow covered the entire mountain range, and this vast snowy area, but people are rare, only some ferocious beasts and raptors inhabited. A lone peak loomed, and on top of a huge rock at the top of the mountain, sat a handsome young man in green clothes and plain shirt. Click! The teenager stretched out his right index finger and thumb and pinched with force, crushing a hard ice cone. Ka-ching, ka-ching, ka-ching. Immediately afterward, a sharp piece of ice slag, accompanied by tiny cracks, covered the perimeter of this ice stone. Boom! Ice shards splashed everywhere, and debris rolled down. Phew dash! Gubachin exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, his gaze distant, finally advanced. He looked down at his hands for a moment, then, raised his head again to look up at the sky. During this period of time, his realm had climbed all the way up. First, he broke through from the mortal extremity to the spirit sea, and then from the spirit sea to the return to zenith. In just a week, he had jumped multiple levels in a row, which in the eyes of the outside world, that would definitely be unbelievable. However, Gubachin knew very well that if he hadn't wanted to come here to take a look and mistakenly entered here, he wouldn't have encountered such heavenly encounters. Blue Star, it really wasn't simple. Now that I'm a returned cultivator, I'm one step closer to reincarnation. Interesting. The corner of Gubachin's mouth sketched out a shallow arc. I really didn't expect that there would actually be an era where you guys were so radiant. How exactly did history bury so many truths? Even I'm thinking about it in detail. Ah, good thing. Since I came here, the heart of the Blue Star, it is always a fight. Humans, the time has come for me to give you hope back. Never let me down. Ah. Chapter 48 Emergency Situations. Oops, the school side is lost. Just as Zhao Yang and his group were about to reach the school, suddenly, the squad in front of them exclaimed. Everyone looked up, only to see that the school's fence had already been trampled through by the black press of mutants. Inside the school, there were even an uncountable number of alien mutant beasts, as well as alienized humans. Crap, so many. Zhao Yang froze. A few hours ago, the image of that monster coming out of the underground cave and killing everyone was still fresh in his mind. Now there were actually countless mutated beasts as well as alienated humans in the school? This damn, so ferocious? These monsters won't find us. Li Ping shivered. I don't know, but there seems to be big guys in these monsters that look like evolved mutants? Annie unleashed the eagle eye ability that she had plundered over and carefully checked it out. Zhao Yang looked ahead and muttered. It looks like they've evolved. This thing. Mutants weren't the same as those kind of fantasy zombies. Not only did they possess extreme strength and speed, they even possessed a certain amount of intelligence. Even zombies could grow, let alone these things. At this moment, it seemed to be sensing the human's aura. In the crowd's gaze, a huge, hill-like evolver walked out from the pile of mutants. It was covered in black and oily hair, full of power, and its eyes were scarlet, full of bloodlust and violence. And as the evolutionary evolver folded back, a team of mutant people followed. Roar, roar, accompanied by roars. An endless number of monstrous beasts, like a tsunami attack, came rushing towards Zhao Yang and the others. A terrifying might enveloped the heavens and earth. My AA, help! Li Ping screamed and fled with his legs drawn. You guys assist me, let me meet him. Fei Yuqing gave Zhao Yang a look and charged towards the evolutionist with her sword, and clenched her fists nervously and stared dead ahead, fearing that the evolver would hurt Fei Yuqing. Roar! The evolver roared lowly, like thunder. Rumble dash. Wild winds surged, flying sands and stones shook, and the ground all shook violently. In an instant, the entire scene was chaotic and incomparable, as all sorts of alienated beasts, as well as mutants, crazily crashed into the human group. Ah, help me, damn it, don't come over, ow. In a flash, there were screams of misery, blood sprayed and stained the ground, a body fell down. The official squads that went out were not all transcendents, there were also ordinary people present among them. And at this moment, because of their forward position, a single sound wave from the evolvers shook them to the ground, and then they were even torn apart by a single mutated monster. How dare you guys? Zhao Yang was enraged. A flash came directly in front of him, and the man came to the gun. The sniper rifle, with the added power of the altered ability, had an accuracy that was simply unbelievable. Boom boom boom, a golden bullet shot straight out. The overflowing bullets were like a giant net that began to compile a cage and strangle. Poof poof poof. In an instant, one mutant had its head broken. Brain matter was left all over the ground. OWWW. A mutant hissed and lunged towards Zhao Yang. Get out of the way. Fei Yu turned her vine into a spike and ruthlessly stabbed it into this altered beast's body, before picking it up and smashing it into a side building. Crack! The altered beast was smashed at the waist, and the sound of its bones crumbling was toothsome. Zhao Yang struck again. The sniper rifle in his hand kept firing. In just a few seconds, Zhao Yang alone had wiped out almost 30% of the mutant monsters spread out in front of him. Chapter 49. Ow! The altered man seemed to be afraid and howled, leading the altered beasts to retreat and leave. Whew! It's finally settled. Scared me to death. Li Shun patted his chest, his head covered in cold sweat. Although he and Li Ping had run away, they had only come to hide in the back. After all, there were crises everywhere now. The rest of them were also relieved. It was fortunate that Zhao Yang, a fierce man, was there, or else they would really have to explain here tonight. Big brother, awesome. Li Ping looked like a lapdog. Zhao Yang glanced at him and ignored it, continuing to observe the situation. At this moment, the mutants and alienated beasts retreated, and the surroundings gradually opened up, revealing what was originally hidden in the shadows. This is, Zhao Yang frowned slightly. He saw it, on the hill behind the school. There seemed to be a stone monument. Brother Zhao, I can't see it with my eagle eyes. It's as if there's a layer of water mist covering the stone monument. Annie's voice came in a somewhat frustrated tone. Forget about that for now. Let's hurry and retreat. The school has already fallen. If we don't leave later, we'll be finished, Zhao Yang hurriedly said, while putting away his sniper rifle. At this time, Annie suddenly said, wait, I seem to have a feeling again. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yang's mind moved and asked, what kind of feeling? It feels a little. Before Annie could finish her sentence, the crowd saw a light emerge near the stone monument, and a mass of white light coalesced out of thin air and transformed into a human figure. The white silhouette slowly stood, all dressed in white, as if transcending the world. When everyone saw the white-clothed silhouette's face, they all couldn't help but suck in cool breaths of surprise, simply because it was that senior Sword de Kuro. Starting immediately, all of our human race can participate in the trial. The trial is divided into 3 levels, and those who excel in all 3 levels will receive my inheritance. Sword de Kuro's indifferent voice resounded throughout the arena. Buzz! In an instant, a burst of light descended. Immediately afterward, a majestic and vast sword light flickered, transforming into 1,000 sharp blades suspended in midair, emitting a stern and chilling aura of sharpness. Swish dash! A sharp blade, like a meteor cutting through the void, was as swift as electricity. In the blink of an eye, they fell into the school's army of mutations. Swoosh! Dense as a sudden rain, sharp as chopping mud. In an instant, blood, sword and screams were heard all over the place. In just one round of attacks, thousands of mutated monsters were killed, and the alienated swarm was swept apart, unable to merge back together. Ha 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 ha! Fantastic! We're saved! Inside the school, the soldiers who were still resisting looked at this miracle-like scene and cheered. It's him, Fei Yuqing, who was fighting the evolvers, looked at the man who looked like an exiled immortal and her eyes glowed with a strange color. Zhao Yang, on the other hand, frowned. Why did His Excellency the Swordfather appear here at this moment? And these mutants, could it be that they had deliberately come to send themselves to their deaths? Look over there! At this moment, Li Ping shouted excitedly. Upon hearing this, the crowd looked over, only to see that at the edge of the sky in the distance, a warship broke through the air and came towards the crowd at a rapid pace, eventually landing firmly on the ground, displaying its identity. It was an ancient warship of the Dragon Kingdom with the 3 big words Imperial Beast Sect engraved on it. The hull of the ship was engraved with complex patterns, and at a glance, one could tell that it was very high-end. Oh my god, what is this? There's someone on the boat? When the many soldiers saw the Imperial Beast Sect's men and horses, they immediately panicked and their minds were in turmoil. Don't panic, calm down. This is a friendly party. They are here to help us against the Earth Cave. Lin Xiong shouted. As a senior member of the army, he was fortunate enough to know about the newly emerged power of the Imperial Beast Sect. Seeing their own officers' calm demeanor, the soldiers were able to calm down. The disciples of the Imperial Beast Sect quickly arrived in front of the crowd. Chapter 50, Compulsion. Nubazin, a small country. There is a serenity in the pristine forest. It is located in the middle of a mountainous area, and the environment is quiet and pleasant. A number of inhabitants have built bamboo houses here, which are beautifully constructed. There are wooden bridges connecting the villages, lakes and streams, and birds chirping endlessly. But this beauty ended tonight. Sounds of fighting and shrill whistling rang out from the woods outside the village. Roar! A ferocious roar spread throughout the village. The people nearby ran into their houses to hide in fear. What is it? Couldn't it be a monster? Let's run for our lives. The residents panicked and tried to get out of the area, but found it impossible to leave with the increasing number of underground cave monsters around them. Rumble! A sudden explosion rang out, and the residents realized that a shirtless man descended from the sky. His body was slender and muscular, and he exuded a tyrannical aura. The man's eyes were a dark golden color, filled with mystery and dignity. A female resident let out a sharp and piercing scream as she was targeted by the mutant. Immediately after, the tragedy happened again. The mutant actually pounced on the woman and gnawed on her crazily. The woman immediately let out a heartbreaking scream. But it was useless. The underground cave monster bit off half of her side and licked the blood with its tongue, seemingly enjoying itself. Just as the woman closed her eyes in despair, the man spoke. I, Sanji, will never allow you to act recklessly in front of my eyes. Sang-K raised his fist and gently moved forward. Boom! A huge force surged, and the monster directly exploded. Sang-K easily resolved the mutant. He twisted his head to look around, his gaze cold, and said in a deep voice, roll out. Immediately afterward, densely packed silhouettes sprang out from all directions, surrounding Sang-K. Honorable Lord Sang-K, Demon Shadow No. 1. Meet your excellency. Oh, Sang-K narrowed his eyes slightly and said coldly, did you drive these monsters over? Sang-K scanned the circle and finally looked at the woman who was moaning in pain. Demon Shadow 1 waved his hand and ordered someone to go over to treat her, and magically, the woman's agonized expression quickly subsided. Seeing this, Sang-K nodded. Looking for me for what? There's a deal to talk to you about. How about it? Devil Shadow 1 grinned and said, what kind of deal? Sang-K asked. Devil Shadow 1 said, we'll guard this place for you. We just need you to find the inheritance. Inheritance? Sang-K said with a frown. Are you referring to the Xianlong Kingdom? Yes, I'm sure you've heard about it as well. That swordfather actually left behind an inheritance. It's unbelievable. Devil Shadow 1 said. Ha ha ha. Sanji threw his head back and laughed. Do you think that with you guys, you can order me around? Of course not. Devil Shadow 1 shrugged his shoulders and said, then how dare you ask me for terms? Sanji mocked. Demon Shadow number 1 sighed. We are not here to cross swords with your excellency. Your excellency has only been awakened for a short while, and you have already climbed up to a gold-ranked martial artist. It is not an exaggeration to say that you are a genius. However, does your excellency not have any thoughts of becoming even stronger? You guys want to lure me? Sanji reacted. Of course, this is a deal. Demon Shadow 1 said. Ha, I'd like to see what goodies you guys can come up with. Sanji said. Then please take a short rest, your excellency, and I'll go fetch something to show you. Demon Shadow 1 made a pleased gesture and then left. Sang-K then sat down and looked at the surrounding villages, revealing a smile. Soon, Demon Shadow 1 returned, carrying a box in its hands. Your excellency, please look. Sang-K slowly opened the box. In an instant, a dazzling purple light burst out. A huge, ocean-like idea rushed directly into Sang-K's mind. This intent was incomparably vast, as if it encompassed everything, endless evil thoughts, causing Sang-K to instantly freeze. Go, and conquer for us. We are waiting for you over there. Yes.